way too deep and I'm drowning in devotion. I'm lost, can't find a new emotion that's ever enough. And I can't deny it's real, 'cause there's no demon. Oh baby, yeah. 'Cause there's no deeper love than what we're feeling. There's no deeper love.
I don't know where to go. I'm told I'll reap all of what I sow. These mistakes have no one else to blame. Said I could feel it when you left me here, left me here. Our emotions are one and the same. So come on over, we can persevere, persevere. So come on over, we can persevere. Said I could feel it when you left. Said I could feel it when you I'm torn apart, believing you are scarred. Some of the darker days could only go so far. I've been worrying about what you're thinking of. Said I could feel it when you left me here, left me here. But I will learn a better way to love. So come on over, we can persevere, persevere. Said I could feel it when you left me here. Said I could feel it when you left.
Mori in a terrible position because Mori, if they want to escape, they have to go towards Taste. So they swallow up Dark Ghost, but Dark Ghost going to be happily spat out to safety. Silence goes out, Stefancho jumps in, but he just doesn't have the damage. He's in, chunks right out and down. Kieran moves forward. The rest of Queso go on to Kieran. He's trying to get a position, but that's going to be the divine intervention, keeping Dark Ghost alive. Mr. Keiko, oh, the Oblivion stops up everyone! Dark Ghost to genius just prevents Memento Mori any chance of taking down Mr. Keiko, and that is likely to be the ace as Mr. Keiko finishes things off.
Who is arguably going to be a priority target, will not be able to get burst down that heavily, and this is going to become really tough.
Yep, Stefancho goes in, Stefancho goes out. He was not having any of that, but he did a lot of work to Dark Ghost. Back and forth. Does a bit of damage, but Kieran's going to go down here to that forward barrage. And now with two members down on the side of Memento Mori, this is going to be a Kraken taken. Stefancho dives in, I'm not sure where. He's going to lose his life now to Mr. Keiko. Why isn't an Aegis straight up an infusement? He's ready to go again. Not even respecting the damage that Emperor Oswald has been putting out. One shot deletes Ice Dog, and this is going to be the Lyra dying before not even using a portal. M. Roswell goes, PRZ will save himself, he doesn't even care. And this is Mr. Keiko just trying to find the 2 versus 3. That's Versa Judgment just knocked down by the Holy Nova. That's Ice Dog dead. That's Mr. M. Roswell dead.
Are they going to commit to this?
They have committed to it, but the gauntlet will go down. Way with escape, but that's a great silence. Portnero's got blown up. Can he dance around Mr. Fresher is the question. Oh, he can! He's looking for a double kill! Gonna put 2 to sleep! Can they get away from this disastrous start to a fight? Yes, they can! The fountain comes out, and PRZ's leading the charge. Paul Monroe gets deleted by Keiko, and Paul Monroe, wait for it. That's gonna be Joker silence, but EZTU's taking a huge chunk of damage. Death from above goes out, slows down everyone, and KTL's being tanked. That's a huge one-shot, finding a lot of damage onto this guy. That's EZTU diving in and losing his life. Great usage of a series strike to escape a sticky situation. Ostro has a chance to actually clean up here, but Sneaky's not out. They have no, they don't have a broken myth on this scarf, so it really just doesn't do anything. There's a Shimmer Strike. Joke's in a bit of trouble. He might have to land an on point to save his life, and he does. Boom. And still going to start taking over at Leon. Going to start sniping it away as the Kraken starts moving towards it. The one shot goes out, and Leon's able to secure it, but can he escape? Active camo set up. That is huge damage. Aeon blows up Cortez, and now it is just Bongma Boo in a lot of trouble as he's just getting harassed. That core collapse seals his fate. A late fountain, a solar storm flying through. Cortez gets dropped, and it just leaves Nomad Vagabond left alive, but not.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to VGL Summer Split 1. We are on our final day. The conclusion of everything that all the teams have been working towards ends up now. And our first game of the day is going to be between Audacity Gaming and Team Queso. The final game to decide who will make it to our top 3 positions and go on to the challenge battles. Now, we're going to rattle through because the teams are ready to go and the games are set up. But before we get there, I do want to just show you how the bracket looks right now. As you can see, we'll be going in a nice linear fashion from Audacity Gaming and Team Queso up to Salty Potatoes versus the winner of this game, and then Calamity Reborn versus the winner of that game. Our finals will be a best of 5, and that will decide the top spot here at the VGL. Now, I believe teams are both ready for draft, so I'm going to get it underway already. And we're off to a very, very quick start, gentlemen. Who are Tasty Bacon and Darcy, by the way.
Oh, we're just jumping straight into the action. Nice one. So this is Audacity Gaming Light versus Team Queso, like Scoundrel mentioned. Pretty exciting. The winner of this will play Salty Potatoes in the losers bracket final. And the winner of this match as well, Scoundrel, actually secures himself a challenge battle spot. So this is the most important match that any of these teams have played, because this is the match that gets them to their goal.
Absolutely. You got it right on the head there, Dalsy.
Yeah, it's do or die at this point, because it's either make it to the challenge battles or fall just short and have to wait until next season, because there is only one challenge battle this season. But we can see the draft already starting to shape up a bit. We have Baron and Grace Band away. Vox and Arden are the two first picks. So the side of Queso opting to go for their captain as their first selection here, leaving that Grumpjaw open.
Waiting for the second ban here.
If the Grumpjaw will actually get picked here. I think that a lot of teams are starting to kind of realize that Grumpjaw is an easily countered hero when you draft around shutting down the Grumpjaw. Heroes like Batiste, like Sky, Catherine really kind of shut down what the Grumpjaw wants to do, and if you play respectfully to his early game damage, then you can beat him out. Be interested to see if Team Queso decide they want to secure it. Nope, going for this Idris rather, so that they can counter, or at least attempt to counter, the Vox that will be coming out of Ziwa.
And Idris Vox is becoming a more and more common matchup for us to see here. And it really is one of those matchups where you can kind of tell from once we get to around the 8-minute mark or so, which one of those two is going to just take off if they're playing fairly evenly. Idris typically wants to get a nice little lead over the Vox early on. Samuel and Lyra is another one of those very strong combos that we see quite frequently.
Mr. Keiko will be on his Idris though, Dalsy. It's a pretty big pick for him. We've seen some of his stats previously to it. It is a hero that he's been playing a lot of. Even I managed to play some Idris today and went 14-0. So if I can get 14-0 on Idris, then the hero must be broken. And Scarf finally locked in. This is the two-team compositions rounded out here for Team Queso.
Yep, the Scarf going to attempt to outrange the Samuel. Obviously will outrange the Vox as well. So really nice little pickup here by Team Queso. Provides a lot of back range, backline range for the team in the Scarf. The group, of course, will slow down the movement. It will be a little bit vulnerable to a portal on top. We'll have to see how Team Queso do decide to play around that.
Absolutely. As we are just heading into the game now, we have got the teams into their blind pick scenario, and they will be picking their compositions up, ready to go. And we are heading on to the Halcyon Fold for our first game of the Elimination Bracket Final, is I believe what we end up calling it, because this is the final technical elimination match. The rest of the teams will get something that, at the end of it, they'll get a third place or whatever. So this is technically the elimination match for the final team, the last team to get pretty much nothing apart from a bit of money from the tournament. But the challenge battles are really what everybody is after here. That is the top prize for winning the VGL split. One of those 3 challenge battles. And the winner of this will claim the third and final spot to join both Salty Potatoes and Calamity Reborn at the end of our VGL Summer Split 1. So as we head on to the Halcyon Fold, things are loading up. I'll hand you over to Dalsy and Tasty Bacon as we get into game.
Thank you. This is going to be a great matchup. Both these teams, as mentioned, fighting for that third challenge battles positions. If you guys haven't been, watching the VGL at all, Salty Potatoes, Sneaky the Joker, and Class have secured a challenge battle spot. Calamity Reborn, which is Leon, Aeon, and Riren, have secured a challenge battle spot. Now, one of these two teams, Audacity Gaming or Team Queso, will buy themselves in for that third spot and can fight for a higher spot place as well, if they are able to take down Salty Potatoes. Currently, it is a rotation from Team Queso looking to try and push back this Lyra and force back the potential for an invade. Is going to be Dark Ghost securing his camps, getting level 2, so there shouldn't be any trouble here. I'll be interested to see if Team Queso do actually contest this Treant. I wouldn't recommend it. Scarf going to get out damaged by the Samuel at level 2, and it is going to be respect shown by Team Queso.
Yeah, it looks like both of these teams actually going to move away from the Ancient Treant. And instead, Audacity looking to rotate up into the lane. But they're not really going to be able to find anything there. Mr. K Cool having an idea of what was coming and backing off to safety. Now, both of these teams have had a very stressful run through the challengers, as both of these teams lost their first round matchup and were dropped into the elimination bracket very early on. Audacity claims the Ancient Treant, but they have each been able to make the run through the elimination bracket. They both looked very dominant in their matchups yesterday. Audacity gaming against historic esports, and Team Queso against Excel VG. They both just took care of business, and now going to be coming to a head here.
Currently, Team Queso putting pressure on into lane. Ziwa will be good enough to be able to dodge these Spitfires, you'd think. Vox, not really going to be the main target, I feel, of the Spitfires, unless he uses his dash, his Onyx Zoom, and then you can try and line up a Spitfire. Vox should, in theory, be able to dodge any Spitfire that comes his way if he uses his cooldowns correctly. Mr. K Cool with a nice early back, able to pick himself up some boots and a 6-in and a heavy steel, which he'll build into, a weapon blade, which he'll build into a heavy steel next. Ziwa likely to go down this poison shiv route first, then into the tension bow, then into the breaking point. This Elder Treant does get secured by Peternet, but Jackaris is losing his life in the process. That's going to be a first blood to Dark Ghost, and now looks like Team Queso are going to continue the chase. The Spitfire is slow, remember, and so they might be able to get on top of a target, but it doesn't connect. And so it will be just Team Queso looking to steal these backs away, which is a huge win for them if they get out alive. Ziwa just putting down some pressure. Will do a bit of damage, but won't be too consequential.
Yeah, they're going to be able to take away that mid Treant as well. Mr. K Cool is going to take a little bit of damage as he rotates back up into the lane, but like you said, they should be okay.
Yep, they will be.
My game just completely lagged out while he was moving through, and all of a sudden he was like really low health. So I got a little nervous, but yeah, this is now going to be a actually really nice siege opportunity for Audacity Gaming, because they have such a huge minion wave here. They can afford to look to get a lot of damage down.
Yeah, well, it also puts a lot of pressure onto Mr. Keiko, and that's more important for them, because trying to deny the last hits onto this Idris, try and curb his Sorrow Blade power point will be very influential on this game. Ziwa has the goal to go finish his Poison Shiv. Mr. Keiko has been keeping up in farm. He's doing a good job. He won't be able to get his Sorrow Blade at exactly the same time, but he will have the components for it, and he'll be about 600 gold away. So it's not too bad. This is the point where Ziwa can put a lot of pressure on in the lane and will look to do so, you'd think. But what Mr. Keiko has done, instead of going for a Sorrow Blade early, he's decided to build a 6 sins with his heavy steel. So now 2 6 sins. That actually unlocks his Divergent Paths, gives him the weapon power that he needs to be able to unlock that ability. And now his Shroud Step will be a blink. Ziwa very close to Dark Ghost. That's going to be a good Spitfiring group landing. And it forces the Oblivion as well, even more important, which means that Team Queso now have pressure in the lane.
Yeah, they can afford to stick around and try and find some more damage if they want to, but it's actually going to be Peternet and Jiraxis putting out some good pressure, even with all 3 members of Queso up here. These Spitfires, and as they connect, if they can keep hitting targets, obviously Jiraxis will have those healing sigils to put down to keep the team topped up. So nice job by Audacity of answering the 3-man lane presence with a 3-man presence of their own, and able to continue to push Mr. K-Cool in. But Mr. K-Cool is doing a phenomenal job of farming up under the turret, and he's actually ahead in CS.
Yeah, with Idris, you want to get as much early damage as possible. It just really helps. You're likely always to be pushed into the turret when playing against Vox. His attack speed is so quick, makes things very difficult. So if you can get yourself back, get a 6 sins, get a weapon blade, it's really going to help with your clearing. In fact, Mr. Keiko now has the gold necessary to get himself a Sorrow Blade, so he'll go back and purchase that. And with the Sorrow Blade, his chakrams will do a considerable amount of damage, and it will allow him to be able to, blow up either the Samuel or the Vox. So we'll have to see if Team Queso play around this power spike. Dark Ghost has the gold to finish his Frostburn, which is huge as well. So huge items being completed here for Team Queso. A little bit behind that of the Samuel, as Peternet has been farming so well on this Samuel, but you would expect that from a Samuel. Now with the items being matched, Team Queso in a position where they may look to fight.
Yeah, you expect a Scarf to be behind a bit in the early game. Scarf is very much focused on the late game, and the fact that Audacity hasn't really tried to do anything to slow down the Scarf farming. Is something that's going to be a big concern. You can see already with just the Frostburn how much damage he has against the Samuel, half healthing him with just a Spitfire and a Goop. But potential for a fight here. It looks like Dark Ghost may want to get a little bit more poked down before they look to commit. But PRZ about to is going to be hitting level 6 in a moment, and I figure once that gauntlet is available, that's probably what Queso is waiting for before trying to go for an all-in engagement.
Yeah, Team Queso don't need to force fights as they've got late game potential with the gauntlet, with the Idris, with the Scarf. They are about a minute off getting their gauntlet available, and so I'm not sure that they're waiting for that, but perhaps just waiting for a potential misstep. They're very happy at the moment playing this game, but PRZ needs to be careful that he doesn't take too much forward poke. You know, in fact, he's going to backport here, which is a risky call, but it doesn't look like it's going to be punished. It takes a lot of poke from the Chakram and the Spitfire. Their turret will remain for now. They actually land a bit of poke onto Jackarus here. Team Queso need to be smart. This next push could be the last for their turret if they don't play well. Peternet has his Oblivion available, and so they need to hard push this lane, get that goop down onto the minions, or put pressure onto the heroes themselves. Looks like it is going to be the turret saved for now, just for forward positions coming out, but everyone's taking a lot of poke damage, and Dark Ghost may not want to stick around for too much longer.
Yeah, Dark Ghost doesn't want to stick around. Peternet's probably going to want to duck down into the jungle once again to farm up as well, but they're just so close to taking this turret. They're going to be able to take this turret with only 2 members here to defend, so really nice job by Audacity of just brute forcing their way through that turret. Just sticking around, having the patience and the persistence in order to get that objective taken care of. It's going to even up the gold once again because there was a bit of a lead that had begun to form for the side of Team Queso. However, that has been eliminated for now. And Audacity, as they go back clear through their jungle, it will start to become a small gold lead in their favor instead. They're going to be getting the gold onto both Peternet and Ziwa. I've always loved to see these rotations as long as you can make sure that you don't get punished for it too heavily. Jiraxis very nearly got caught out there.
Yeah, he's Lyra, so he has his portal, and so it should be alright. Important talking point is that PRZ has hit level 6. This is a really great chance. Drifting Dark goes down by Peternet. Well, they just wait it out, then look for a re-engage, I would think. Maybe not. The Shroud Step got used as a disengage tool. That's a 14-second cooldown for Mr. Keiko. And it will basically result in Team Queso not looking for any aggression just for the couple more seconds. Team Queso, though, they have infusions in their pockets, or at least Mr. Keiko does. He's got himself his Sorrow Blade now, matching the 2 weapon item build that Ziwa's currently got, being the Tension Bow and the Poison Shiv. That's a very cheap build, and the fact that Mr. Keiko has it at the same time is very important. There it is. Gauntlet goes down. Mr. Keiko looking for Peternet. Everyone's been split from him. He's going to jump in. Here comes the Scarfold. Oblivion goes out, but it's not connected with anyone. Mr. Keiko's taking a lot of damage, but he's able to find the kill. The Fountain comes out, and now Jaxtrus is in trouble. He doesn't even use his portal in time. That allows everyone to get close to Peternet, and they're looking for that ace. They're going to get it. It's a double kill for Dark Ghost, and ace for Team Queso. They're going to look to take the turret and the gold miner.
And it looked like such a good start for the side of Audacity, but getting caught out a bit there. Peternet got really greedy and tried to stick around and take that single shop camp before the members of Queso collapsed on him. He saw the members of Queso coming and still decided to try and stick around and fire off a Malice and Verdict onto that shop camp. That ended up being what kind of got them caught out in the end. If he retreats fully with the team instead of going for that 1 minion, very likely the engage doesn't fully get committed on by Team Queso. Instead, they get an ace and a turret, and Team Queso suddenly have themselves a world of momentum in this game.
Yeah, they certainly do, and I love this purchase by Mr. Keiko here on the address. Instead of opting in for his last damage item, which is likely to be a Tension Bow, so he can just blow up Peternet, he's decided to go for Aegis instead. Now, he had shielding in his inventory from level 1 since he was against Box, wanted to protect himself from the Resonance bounces, and he's upgraded that shielding straight to an Aegis. Now, a lot of times, teams reckon that when you're behind, you build a fence to try and keep up, but when you're ahead, you build defense to ensure that your enemy can't do enough damage.
It's a
relatively slow. considering. So it just allows for him to jump on top of PeterNet, avoid the CC of the Oblivion, and to blow him up.
Yeah, and that's going to be their goal here. It's just, like you said, Vox and isn't really going to be the main focus. It's all about trying to get onto PeterNet. If they can take PeterNet out, that's their backline fighter.
Down.
Nice gauntlet.
Everyone's trapped in it. PeterNet will be able to get out for now, but no, he is dead. Look at that. Completely annihilated. Dark Ghost able to charge forward with his team. Zero goes down. It's a kill for Mr. Keiko. He's very low, but he will be able to walk away. They're looking to take down Jackaris. A little bit worrying that Dark Ghost is tankering this Crystal Sentry, gets the Vanguard, gets the movement speed. The ace comes through and the Crystal Sentry walks into a group. That'll be Mr. Keiko securing that 125 gold. This is a huge lead for Team Queso. They have snowballed this game nicely.
Really, really great job by Queso in these last couple of fights. 7-0. It seems hard to believe that Audacity doesn't have a single kill because they were playing the early game quite well.
Oh,
but
no.
Oh my goodness!
Spitfire and Mr. Keiko will clean that one up every day of the week. Another turret for them. It's 4,000 gold now, and they're going to look to try and take this choke point turret. It should go relatively uncontested. They may even look for a kill as Zero jumps into the Spitfire, but it is just going to be the team disengaging for now.
So another kill, another turret. Team Queso starting to really put the pressure on. A almost 5,000 gold lead in their pockets. This is starting to be looking like Queso's going to run away with this one. I mean, it's a scarf with an advantage. That is never something you want to see on the opposite side of the fold from you. Typically, scarf, it's usually the 18-minute mark where if a scarf gets to 18 minutes, more often than not, the scarf team ends up winning. But the scarf has a massive lead at just 13 minutes, and that is absolutely devastating and terrifying for the side of Audacity. Like, it's so difficult to deal with this hero once he gets to this late game power spike.
And it does go back to what you were saying earlier, Tasty Bacon, that there wasn't too much done to try and contest Dark Ghost's back of the jungle. We didn't see Jaraxxus going around and looking to try and roam with Samuel to push Dark Ghost out of his jungle. When Dark Ghost gets ahead, he can be such a carry threat. That gauntlet, though, not going to catch anyone. Does mean that Team Queso should secure a free gold miner for themselves, so perhaps you call worth. But here come Audacity Gaming. Jaraxxus going to take that Spitfire. Mr. Keiko slowed. Diving on in, takes a bit of damage. There's the Oblivion, gets blocked though. Here comes Jaraxxus, Ziwa following up as well, but look at the damage done to this Lyra. Throws his Crucible out. He's not even going to Fountain. He goes down too quickly. And here comes the Spitfire. Mr. Keiko throws it out. It's going to be PeterNet just taking so much damage from Mr. Keiko, and that should be an easy kill with the Chakram. No, he misses it. PeterNet getting a bit of extra time to live. Now is dead. The Tension Bow coming up handy. Ziwa, he is stuck behind this Crystal Sentry. Dark Ghost taking the damage from the Crystal Sentry. Ziwa cleans him up. Mr. Keiko going to take a bit of damage as well, but he is unbeatable. Takes the kill, gets the ace, and should be able to eliminate the Crystal Sentry. Oh, no, it's one life remaining.
And that's right there. Just got to see the power of barriers. Mr. Keiko getting one barrier from his A and a Vanguard as well. And it looked like maybe Z was going to be able to turn that around. Jaraxxus just going to get chased down and taken out here as he tried to be a little bit too aggressive in stopping that sentry from going down. But Z was able to find Dark Ghost at least. It was a consolation prize, I suppose, at this point. 12-1. Kraken going to be started. It's regardless of if these two members of PeterNet and Ziwa can get there. It's still a 2-on-3 if they do, but they have to worry about those minions, and so Kraken gets unleashed without any sort of contest from the side of Audacity, and Team Queso very likely just going to be looking to end with this Kraken push.
Certainly seems like they will be, as currently Audacity Game just don't have the damage. That's going to be them engaging. They have to. Good silence, but everyone is just so fast out of there. Gauntlet goes down, traps out the Lyra. He is burning away. Should be able to go down in a second as Mr. Keiko is looking for PeterNet and will find the kill. Dark Ghost looking for the kill onto Jaraxxus, and it's Ziwa left alone as PRZ just becomes a barrier for Mr. Keiko. Ziwa may look for a kill. Mr. Keiko should be able to get this Treant actually, so that's going to be really nice for Mr. Keiko. He gets some healing, walks back into the base with.
And while this is all going on, Kraken.
Yep.
So Kraken going to take First turret with Team Queso. Second turret going to get worked on. PeterNet spawns in 2 seconds, but it just doesn't seem like it's going to matter as, Ziwa nearly going down. But they're going to get Mr. K cool, but again, just consolation prizes at this point.
Certainly is. This will be Team Queso taking the win here. They do so in pretty dominating fashion. The Kraken obviously coming up huge for the team. A complimentary triple kill for Ziwa. That doesn't mean anything at the end of the game. Team Queso forced to reckon with. Audacity Gaming will have to really up the ante, I think, at Scoundrel if they want to be able to win this series.
Absolutely there, Dalsy. As we're just going to get these overlays all sorted up and ready to go. And that's the final builds you can see on the end of your screen there. Anything out of the ordinary, Dalsy, or is it all pretty standard?
I think that the Idris for Mr. K-Cool is pretty strong. You have to respect it. When you're on B-side, it makes things a little bit difficult because you have to either ban the Baron or you ban the Idris. So either way, we know that Mr. K-Cool's Baron and Idris are really strong, and I feel like the draft for the side of Audacity Gaming just got a whole lot harder since they weren't able to win their A-side game. Yeah, this is tough. Audacity Gaming, they need to snowball the jungle. They had a chance to do so, and they didn't. And when Dark Ghost is able to carry like that, then that makes the life so much easier.
Yeah, that was a very, very, I guess, a dominant game there from Team Queso. As we expect, you know, when Mr. Keiko gets his Idris, we talked about how much he's been playing that hero recently, about how he's not really just known as this Black Feather one trick anymore. He's got an incredible spread of heroes that he can play at a very high level. And this is looking like a Queso that could really, actually, potentially even contest those top spots. You know, they could be going up against Salty Potatoes and potentially find a win there. And then it might even be a situation where we have a Calamity, Reborn, Team Queso final. Believe it or not, if Team Queso win, our top 3 spots will be populated in order as it stands based on their position in the playoff bracket, by seeds 1, 2, and 3. So the seeding system probably couldn't have got any better if Team Queso end up winning this. But the teams are ready for the draft. So I should be able to get that one underway right now. We are ready to go right now.
All right. So, draft starting up. It is going to be that Baron banned away first by the side of Queso. And we've been seeing more and more frequently Baron Grace be the 2 bans. That's exactly what we're going to see once again here.
This leaves open the opportunity for Mr. Keiko to play the Idris. If Idris, well, actually, no, it doesn't. They've gone for the Arden here. So this may mean that Mr. Keiko plays an entirely new hero. I reckon there's going to be a Vox ban now coming out of the side of Audacity Gaming just to put Mr. Keiko onto a hero that perhaps isn't S tier right now, but we know that Mr. Keiko's hero pool is very strong. We know there's so many different melee weapon power laners that you can run into Idris that just works out nicely. So
I mean, the case in point, we talked about him not being a Blackfeather one trick, but you know, if Audacity Gaming don't ban Blackfeather here, and then on their next rotation they take a captain, which is generally what they'll do after picking a carry first on B side, then you could actually run weapon power Blackfeather lane. It's a pretty good pick into Idris.
I feel like they can go ahead and just ban the Vox here and then try and get the Blackfeather for themselves, run Crystal Blackfeather in the jungle with the weapon Idris. The one risk you run is that it is double melee, and you could just end up with a Rhyme on the opposing side, but they're going to go ahead and ban away Sky instead.
Very interesting, the Sky ban here. Obviously, Dark Ghost can play Sky. You could run it, I guess, in the lane as well. Not that I reckon you would, but Sky can be a bit of a tricky.
Does this mean they want to pick up? Does this mean they want to pick up Blackfeather on next rotation and save their captain till last? Because Sky is considered the biggest counter to CP Blackfeather. That'd be a really interesting. Well. That'd be a really interesting draft.
You should just ban Blackfeather then, if you're Team Queso, if that's the intention of Audacity Gaming.
If they can read this, then it should be a Blackfeather ban, I think. Because the only reason you'd ban Sky. Yeah, there we go. I love that. That is such an interesting draft from both of these teams. Like, Audacity knew that Mr. Keiko was very good at Blackfeather, So they were planning on taking a very interesting draft stage where they don't take their captain on first rotation and look to ban out the biggest counter to CP Blackfeather, or most people consider the biggest counter to CP Blackfeather, which is the Sky. And Team Queso read it perfectly, Dowsey. Well, this is some intelligent drafting from both of these teams.
It's what we love. We'll have to see how they respond. It's Vox open, so you assume that's the pick for Dark Ghost now. He can take away the Samuel from PeterNet. Samuel obviously going to be a fairly decent pick, but obviously is vulnerable as well to the Idris. You could go for something more tankier, I guess, but it's very hard to know exactly what he goes for here. I've always liked Tucker into Idris. You can go for a Snowball, I guess. Batiste is open. Batiste would be fantastic with the Arden as well, just to really make the CC lock for the team work and try and keep Ziwa's Idris locked down. I think Batiste is my favorite pick, but we will see the Samuel.
I think that's more of just also a counter pick, just taking that away from PeterNet. PeterNet actually plays a very solid Samuel. It was his Samuel and his Sky that he played yesterday to massive effect. So we'll have to see where else they're going to go with this pick. You know, Scarf is available and was just run, and it's going to be what comes through.
See a lot of Scarf here.
I think that the Arden will shut down the ability to dive on top of Samuel and Vox more so than the Lyra was able to, which is what Audacity Gaming ran, because these are very similar compositions to previous. If PRZ blocks the silence, then the all-in engage potential from Audacity Gaming drops, and then you can use a gauntlet as well to cut that down and allow the room for Dark Ghost and Mr. K-Cool to try and carry the game.
So, based on these two compositions, Tasty Bacon, you know, let's say that these two teams are basically playing clones of each other. So let's take out performance. Based on the compositions, who do you think is going to win and why?
Based on the compositions, I actually do like the composition that Audacity Gaming has. I think it's the Idris and the Scarf. As long as you just reflex block the Gauntlet and the Oblivion, that's all you really have to worry about, and you can get deep on. And so that's just a reflex block for each carry and a Crucible for the captain, and they shouldn't really have to worry about the crowd control coming out of Team Queso. But I think Queso might just be a better team mechanically in terms of the macro play from what we just saw.
And similarly, to answer that question, Scoundrel, I actually prefer the composition from Team Queso. I think that the Arden allows for Team Queso to disengage the fight instantly and then re-engage it with their Drifting Dark, with their Vox. So we'll have to see as this game goes on if Team Queso can close the series out, if Audacity Gaming can come back, who will be buying into the challenge battles for the VGL Challenger season, summer season. The only chance to make it into the VG8 is this split. And so this matchup very important for all of these Challenger Series teams, and especially these two, Mr. K-Cool's Team Queso, and I guess Ziwa's Audacity Gaming. I was just looking at the lane, so they obviously don't own the other teams, or I just happened to be looking at the lane when I said it. Fight over this middle treant will be secured by PeterNet fairly easily, but this is why we didn't see Team Queso fighting over the middle treant last time, is because Samuel's level 2 so good, and Dark Ghost will find a first blood because of it. That snowballs him an extra 200 gold over to the Samuel over this Scarf, allows for Dark Ghost to go back and buy some items, and now we might even see some pressure put into the jungle, which is what Audacity Gaming failed to do in the previous game.
Yeah, and like you said, the level 2 of Samuel is just so strong when it comes to an actual skirmish or a fight. And yeah, PeterNet got the Ancient Treant, but it ends up being much more gold going over to Dark Ghost. He's able to duck back to the shop. You can see he has that weapon blade still just for the extra clear speed, but double crystal bits and the energy battery, whereas PeterNet has the same build, just minus a weapon blade, so just a little bit less damage at the end of the day. And now because of that kill, the side of Audacity, they should be playing a little bit safer, but they're actually going to go very aggressive onto this treant once again.
Yeah, they got Ziwa coming down, they want to get this, but they don't secure it. It actually goes over to PRZ, and obviously the experience is shared. Jackares goes down, Dark Ghost finds it. PeterNet should go down as well. This is disastrous for Audacity Gaming, the worst result, but they actually trade kills. The Goop just couldn't escape it from Dark Ghost, and so able to trade kills there. But still, Treant goes over to PRZ. He may even be able to secure himself a back camp here, but it looks like Jaraxxus is going to come over and make sure that it's contested at the least. In fact, he's pulled it around the corner. They don't know what's going down, and that's going to be PRZ stealing it away. They assumed that he already got it.
Yeah, nice job there by the side of Team Queso. And, you said they got the Ancient Treant, but they also picked up 2 kills for 1 in that trade as well. So everything so far going net gains for the side of Team Queso. Mr. K-Cool going to take a little bit of damage, but he's going to be okay. And once again, Mr. K-Cool building up a small CS lead in the lane over Ziwa.
Yeah, it's pretty important that not only does Dark Ghost get ahead, but so does Mr. Keiko on the Vox. It allows Team Queso to push their mid-game power spike, which they have over Audacity Gaming, and look to try and shut down the Scarf and the Idris. It will be this middle Treant secured this time. Ziwa obviously sacrificing some farm in the lane to try and make PeterNet's life in the jungle a little bit easier, try and keep this Scarf relevant. It's a hard task, though, as Dark Ghost is, outperforming him in the jungle, on the Samuel, on the Scarf. It feels like Dark Ghost perhaps the better jungler in this matchup. But when you do, sacrifice some farm in the jungle to keep what may be your weakest link available, not saying that he is, just saying he might be. I don't know how the team view their dynamic. Then you can try and strengthen some parts of your team synergy that perhaps could have been exploited.
Well, with the jungle having intensified and the jungle shop being available, Audacity is going to rotate down as a team, with Jaraxxus just playing that forward scout in order to make sure that they don't get ambushed while shopping. Now it's going to be the side of Audacity trying to just, again, get this gold and farmed up as quickly as they can. They're pushing in the lane, looking to get some pressure on, trying to take advantage of the rotation to the shop that Queso just made. This could be a very risky position to be in, but they're going for some damage, not really going to find much. Nice job by Mr. Keiko using that Sonic Zoom to avoid the goop.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I was talking about in the previous matchup, is that Vox, in theory, should be able to dodge out Scarf's damage every time. It's just about using your Sonic Zoom in the right direction, reacting correctly. Currently, though, Dark Ghost looking for Jaraxxus here in the jungle, will be able to pick up his fountain and escape the Samuel pressure. Didn't really want to chase that into the unknown area of the map. A 3-1 lead. It's 1,000 gold advantage to Team Queso. We're starting to hit the point with Dark Ghost at level 6 where they can all group up in lane and really try and pressure this Idris, and that's exactly what they're doing. This Idris hasn't got his divergent paths unlocked, actually opting in the Barbed Needle first, and that's a little bit questionable because it means that he's not only delayed his power spike of divergent paths, he's also delayed his Sorrow Blade. Does have the gold for it, just can't back because Team Queso are putting the pressure on the turret.
And it just goes to show how much Ziwa is emphasizing the sustain and survivability. They're going to be finding a little bit of damage here. Jaraxxus very, very low. Ziwa going to be trying to heal up off these minions, but taking some harassment in the process means he's really going to kind of stay about where he was.
Apparently, Team Queso in a good position here. Oblivion could just shut down both PeterNet and Ziwa. It's a forward movement coming out of Jaraxxus. Silence goes out, does a bit of damage to PeterNet and Ziwa. They can continue doing this. Dark Ghost, he invested in that energy battery, which means that he has the sustain to siege. And not only that, Jaraxxus used his fountain as well. Makes things very difficult. He's going to try and tank up all the damage, but Empowered Malice and Verdict equals AoE, and Dark Ghost looking for a double kill, finds it. Turret will go down. Ziwa has no business in the lane anymore. We'll have to see what Team Queso decide to do with this 5 seconds they have until everyone is back on the map. They're looking to take a gold miner as well. It is in vision, but it's so risky to contest it. Team Queso just going to snowball so heavily.
Yeah, this is a massive, massive gold swing they just picked up. Turret, gold mine, and 2 more kills. Gonna jump this lead up to about 3,000 gold in their favor in Team Queso. Again, I was going to make a comment about how it felt sort of like deja vu of the side with the Vox Samuel able to just constantly pressure this turret and brute force it down, but a little bit different this time as Team Queso were able to pick up those kills in addition to the turret. So, playing a very similar style to what Audacity did in game number 1, but playing it out just a little bit better.
Absolutely. And this is kind of the way this composition needs to be played. We didn't see it from Audacity Gaming. We didn't see heavy pressure put on. It's going to be Draxus moving forward, just trying to find control over the shop, prevent Dark Ghost from going down and spending that 500 gold. See what he does spend it on. He has an infusion running out. Do see an infusion picked up, and it will be Dark Ghost picking up another one for himself. Goes into his back pocket as well, so he can pull it out whenever he needs to. Mr. Keiko, fusion in his pocket. Siwa doesn't have one. Really important that Team Queso can force a fight with this gauntlet now. They'll have infusions. They also have a 3,000 gold lead.
And they can put a lot of pressure on knowing that there is no tier 1 turret as well. And they can really just kind of push up freely without any sort of deterrent against them at this stage of the game. The Scarf is nowhere near far enough to really be posing as much of a threat as Audacity would like. They're going to get a lot of damage onto Ziwa and this turret, already taking it down to about half health.
Yeah, and this point last game, we did see Team Queso had a pretty big gold lead, which allowed them to do this. But the Idris prioritized Aegis at this point, so he could take all this sieging potential. They don't have it, and now it's going to be PeterNet caught in a gauntlet. PeterNet taking a lot of damage. Founder comes out, but Draxus is going to get silenced out, and he is very low. Can their last hit come through from either Mr. Keiko or Dark Ghost? No, is able to escape. Here's the empowered Malice and Verdict even coming out from him. He was looking for a snipe onto PeterNet, wasn't able to find it. They take the Crystal Sentry instead, and they will just push this wave in and go back.
And that's one of those fights where, Team Queso went super aggressive and almost too aggressive, but they know that they're at a point, just based on looking at the builds of what they have versus what their opponents have, they know they can be that aggressive without getting punished. The side of Audacity would have really liked to have tried to punish that over-aggression, but they just had no one available to dish out that damage, especially with PeterNet getting caught in the gauntlet. He had to just run full speed away from the members of Team Queso, and Ziwa was really the only one that could have tried to threaten as they got really low and worked on that sentry, but 3-on-1 is just not a situation you want to be in, even if your opponents are all fairly low. There's a lot of sustain, a lot of support, and I don't believe PRZ actually even used the fountain in that last skirmish, so they still had that available. It's really looking so strong for Team Queso. They're pushing the issue, they're being aggressive, they're trying to force the members of Audacity into a mistake as they rotate around now, so this could be a chance for Audacity.
Yeah, they've got themselves great block comes out. We'll talk about it later. There's the silence being thrown out, and it is Mr. Ziwa jumping in, looking for the kill onto Dark Ghost. Here's the Scarf, the Dragon's Breath, but Dark Ghost survives. He has the Malice and Verdict. He's going to empower himself, get a bit of healing. Spitfire doesn't connect. That is a huge stun onto PeterNet, and that will be the kill going over to Team Queso. This turret will go down. I was going to say, Audacity Gaming, they had an opportunity to turn the game in their favor. With the infusions just purchased up, they were able to find a good silence, a good engage. They had it, but they weren't able to. And instead, they dug themselves a 6-foot hole, or at least a 6k gold lead for Team Queso. And right now, Team Queso should be able to punish even further, as Mr. Keiko will finish his build very shortly, looking for most likely a Sorrow Blade as his next item for the extra damage. Dark Ghost only 100 gold away from his breaking point. Sorry, not breaking point, Broken Myth. And that is a very scary prospect for the Samuel, because technically Samuel has fallen off at this point, and now he's about to get stronger. Technically, not that you could tell.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's still looking pretty strong to me. He's throwing out these Malice and Verdicts, but this is going to be Audacity again trying to force something they've gotten some good damage down onto PRZ, but
that
be careful
Oblivion
to push in.
just
Beautiful.
puts Peanut to sleep. Jiraxis will throw the silence out, does silence a couple, but look at Mr. Keiko on the side, just dancing around looking for a kill, a double. He finds the double, and Ziwa is left running away. That was a desperation play for the side of Audacity Gaming. They realized their time was now or never. And as it turns out, it will be never. Goldmine are going to go over to Team Queso. They will take their gold lead and push it to 7,000 with this gold miner. And it doesn't seem likely that Audacity Gaming can come back now.
Yeah, the only real chance Audacity has is if they can stall this game out way late. It's going to take until about at the earliest, probably the 20+ minute mark before there's a chance really for Audacity. You know, they need to get the Scarf to the hyper late game stage, and the chances of Queso allowing that to happen are slim to none. They have such a huge lead at this point. They can really kind of force the issue, decide where they want to make these fights happen, and they have been able to do that pretty consistently. The only times they haven't been the ones deciding to fight is, you know, like I said, when Audacity went for a couple of these desperation fights, like they're seemingly looking to try and force right now, but they are just going to be pushing up and backing off again. And even when Audacity has been the ones that have tried to force the issue on these fights, the counter engage that comes out from Team Queso has just been much too strong.
Now, it's worth noting that there is actually a range advantage for Audacity Gaming that they haven't used whatsoever or tried to exploit. Scarf and Idris do considerable amounts of poke, and Audacity Gaming could have looked to try and use that poke to find themselves a health advantage before a fight broke out, but they haven't really been looking for that whatsoever this game, and that's a little bit of an issue because it means that they have never really had any advantages in team fights. Yes, they've been behind and by a considerable amount the entire game, but if they were looking for some poke, then perhaps they're in a better position. Oh, Jiraxis, in fact, goes caught out here, slowed down, and he's pulling everyone towards his team. Dark Ghost takes a lot of poke. Gauntlet goes down, will trap everyone by this Crystal Sentry. Silence there. Oh, that is a kill going over to the Idris. This is a mistake from the side of Team Queso, but is it a mistake that they can take control of as Mr. Keiko dancing it out with the Crystal Sentry, trying to take it down. The Resonance Bounce is obviously doing damage as well. Ziwa's looking for an engage, but not looking like he wants to take it. Doesn't have his third damage item just yet. Kind of needs it to be able to take out Mr. Keiko with that Sorrow Blade. If a stun comes out, maybe they got it, but no, Ziwa is just going to go down, it seems, as the Resonance Bounce will find only one kill. It looked like Jiraxis was going to go down as well, but unfortunately for Mr. Keiko, he won't be able to find his 5th kill.
Yeah, so as you mentioned, it was definitely a bit of a mistake from the side of Queso, but not one that they will be heavily punished for. Dark Ghost goes down, just took a little bit too much poke damage on the way out, but that also speaks to what we were talking about before, where there is so much poke damage. They were able to take Dark Ghost almost completely out of that fight before it even began, and that was Team Queso trying to engage. Now, just imagine if Audacity had been able to do that, you know, at a consistent clip, just take members of Team Queso low and then look for the fight. But unfortunately, they were never able to really do that. Kraken gets unleashed. Jiraxis was trying to dissuade that Kraken take, but unsuccessful in his efforts. And so now it will be Team Queso looking to put the final touches on this series, the final touches on this incredibly long Challenger Series run that they have had, the maximum amount of games that you could play, maximum amount of series you could play until this point, and they're looking to get into the challenge battles with this Kraken push.
Yep, if they're able to find an ace with the Gauntlet, then that will be GG. Breaking point finished now for Ziwa. It is a considerable amount of damage he'll be able to build up. Chakram obviously does keep that breaking point alive, but you have to re-engage after the Chakram if you really want to get those stacks built up. Dark Ghost takes a considerable amount of poke. Gauntlet goes down. Peanut will be able to escape. Jiraxis will not be able to get stunned. Throws out his Crucible, but not his Fountain, and Peanut just about survives on the healing staircase there. It is going to be a last-ditch effort for the side of Audacity Gaming. They can take this Kraken down. Perhaps they can prevent the siege potential. It is going to be the Kraken falling. Will Team Queso look for the victory just yet, or will they be patient? Gonna start falling back, but they may have lost PRZ in the process. Here comes that Dragon's Breath. It's 5 Broken Myth stacks, burning through Mr. Keiko's HP bar. Able to survive for now, but the Goop is there and he will find the kill. It's gonna be a second kill going over to the side of Audacity. Dark Ghost last man standing, but Zero will be able to find the ace. Bit of gold going their way. Perhaps it's a bit of confidence as well.
Yeah, I don't know if it'll be enough to fully swing this game back, but at least it is signs of life from Audacity. And they're going to be able to get quite a bit of gold off of this because of these turrets that are going to be very, very easy for them to take. It's only going to be about 10 seconds before the respawns start coming through, and so they only go after the first turret. It's still about 1,000 gold picked up, but this gold lead has suddenly diminished quite heavily. It was sitting up at 7,000 to 8,000, now sitting at only 3,000 to 4,000 gold in favor of Team Queso, but again, it's still going to be a very uphill battle for Audacity to try and get back into this game. As the only fight they were able to win thus far has been underneath their crystal turrets after taking down the Kraken. So they go defensive. They do still have a crystal sentry available to them. They need to be wary of any attempts by Queso to just brute force their way in to the base onto this turret. It's at full health. But we have seen teams try to make these sorts of plays before, where they just go in and say, we don't even need the minions, we're just going to take out the turret. I feel like Queso is a team that is not going to take that sort of risk, especially at this stage of the game, but we are getting pretty late. We're at the 19-minute mark, and this Scarf is 3 items really starting to hurt.
Yeah, certainly is. This is full damage builds now for Audacity Gaming. They do have as much damage as they're going to have. Zero dives in onto the Dark Ghost. Dark Ghost taking a lot of damage. Fountain comes out, but it's not enough. They're turning this around. Gauntlet may be able to trap them up. It is going to be a return kill for Mr. Keiko, looking for another onto this Catherine. Won't be able to quite find it. He has himself an extra piercing spear, looking for a bone saw next. He has to fight around this point or else PRZ loses his life. Wasn't able to block the Spitfire. PeterNet finds another. And that is now a potential for Kraken. It would be a crazy core, and it will be so crazy that the players won't take it. But you're starting to see that late game, this composition from Audacity Gaming does have hope, and you have to see a lot more respect coming out of side of Team Queso, as they are now on theoretically equal footing as far as damage is concerned.
And we said once that 20-minute mark comes around, this is where the Scarf in Audacity will have a chance. Mr. K-Cool is going to try and outplay this as the Kraken is started up. PeterNet, obviously, it takes Kraken very, very quickly, but he's saving his abilities, not using the goop underneath the Kraken to accelerate it, instead trying to save it for a possible team fight. But the goop goes down. This
it gets stolen by the Oblivion! Dark Ghost steals it! Zero, though, dives onto Mr. Keiko, finds the kill. PRZ comes over. Dark Ghost in a lot of trouble, should lose his life unless he's able to somehow Malice and Verdict away. No, Zero will find the kill. Audacity Gaming lose it to an Oblivion of all abilities. They're going to have to focus this Kraken down. There is no victory dance for them. There is just protecting that Vein Crystal turret. Is protecting their lifeline at the moment. 1,500 gold to them. It was all a ploy so they could get onto equal footing, it seems. But now the game gets very interesting.
I mean, not just 1,500 gold, they also got the kill gold. It was a pretty decent amount of shutdown gold they picked up off of the kill on to Mr. K-Cool earlier as well. So the gold is actually very, very close all of a sudden here, Dowsy. 13-9 on the scoreboard for kills, but this gold differential is under 2,000 all of a sudden. And we are getting very, very close to the point where gold literally does not matter. Ziwa, full build. Mr. K-Cool, full build. Dark Ghost and PeterNet can both finish off 1 or 2 more Tier 2 items into a Tier 3. And the captains are both full build pretty much with a slot for vision, although PRZ can upgrade into an Aegis from that reflex block. But aside from that, we are dead even as far as items and gold are concerned. So this has just been completely reversed by Audacity, and they now have a chance to try and take a fight off of Queso and get themselves a deep push into the base.
Now, you may be looking at that reflex block in PRZ's inventory and wondering why he's prioritizing an Aegis rather than an Echo, which we often see from Ardens at this point. If you look at Jirax's inventory, he has a Null-Wave Gauntlet. You saw the item silence go into Dark Ghost towards the end of that fight. And so by building an Aegis, or in fact, the reflex block is the required component, he can attempt to block the item silence. It will heavily, it will allow him to get his Fountain, his Crucible off on time, potentially saving Dark Ghost's life next time in the next fight. Because you have a Fountain and a Crucible available. So this is why PRZ's got that reflex block instead of going down the Echo, which seems to be very heavily meta, especially in East Asia and North America. But because of this item purchase from Jiraxis, he's been not allowed to do that, instead having to protect his inventory, his items from a silence of the Null-Wave.
And it's actually it's a double benefit as well, because once he gets it into the Aegis, he can also just stand and try and body block these Spitfires coming out of PeterNet with that extra shielding. But lots of damage going down.
There's the Gauntlet going down. He has blocked the item silence. He has his Crucible. He has his Fountain. And it is going to be PRZ saving the day with that reflex block of his own. Mr. Keiko dances around PeterNet, finds himself a double kill, looking for the triple onto Ziwa, and he won't be able to get it because Dark Ghost secures it. But a secure means a game. We will see Team Queso, having never made it to the playoffs ever, they take it to the playoffs and they secure themselves the 3rd European Challenge Battle spot.
Excellent, excellent team fight again. PRZ blocking the item silence, keeping his rest of his activatables available in that team fight. Absolutely crucial. If that item silence goes through, very likely that fight ends up going the way of Audacity Gaming. So beautiful job by PRZ. A game-winning play, a game-winning item decision from PRZ, and what a performance. I mean, Audacity, they fought extremely well down the stretch of that. They stalled the game out as late as they needed to, but unfortunately just unable to finish it off, and Team Queso will be in the challenge battles.
Pretty incredible gameplay from Nemec Scoundrel. I love the adaptation at the end to attempt to shut down Jiraxis Null-Wave Gauntlet. It was what allowed them to win that team fight in the end, because if he was item silenced throughout that first half in the Gauntlet, then there would have been no Crucible, there would have been no Fountain, they would have lost the game.
Absolutely, there was really heads up play there from Perez to be able to sort of make that happen in the really key moments. We are getting the next game setting up here, guys. We are going to shuttle it along because we've got a best-of-5 final to come as well, so we want to make sure we try and get the games going as quickly as possible. So I'm going to have a very, very short break, and when we're back, we'll have Team Queso taking on Salty Potatoes for the chance to go on to face Calamity Reborn for that first place position in the VGL. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back, and it is going to be Salty Potatoes taking on Team Queso in this next best of 3. This will be the consolation final. This is the final that decides the third place team. The winner will go on to place against Calamity Reborn in the best of 5 final to determine our Summer Split 1 winners. Now, I believe both teams are ready for draft, so I can see. I will just make sure that we get it going, and teams are all good to go. And then we're going to jump straight into the draft here, ladies and gentlemen, because we are trying to get these teams hurried on. We had a little bit of a delay getting one of the teams into the lobby, but we are all ready to go right now, and draft has started.
Pretty exciting matchup, this one, Excoundrel. Team Queso versus Salty Potatoes, C2 versus C3. We saw Salty Potatoes take a very close game to Calamity Reborn. I believe it was closer than most people expected, but Calamity very good at executing in Game 1. In Game 2, they played a Saw composition, and they were able to win with it as well, perhaps showing off their skill a little bit. I think this matchup between Team Queso and Salty Potatoes is going to be a very fun one to witness.
I am very much looking forward to this one, Darcy. I think it's going to be good. I think Team Queso has shown us incredible amounts of potential in the last few games that we've seen them play. And I think, obviously, they're going up against Salty Potatoes, who looked like they had some real winning formula against Calamity Reborn, at least in the mid-game. Did kind of struggle in that second game, however. But the first game, they did look like they put up a really good fight against Calamity Reborn, who I think most people would say undoubtedly are our best team in the competition.
Certainly are. In this draft, well underway. Grace Ben, Baron Ben, Vox, and Arden secured for the relative teams. Does leave us Samuel and a Grumpjaw Ben, so we'll have to see what carry is prioritized now. You would assume it would be the Idris again for Mr. Keiko, but instead going towards a Kestrel, wanting to take that away. Both the Joker and Sneaky favoring the Kestrel in their drafts. Of course, Sneaky will be playing this Vox, as it looks like. And so by taking that Kestrel away, it gives you the ability to flex it between Dark Ghost and Mr. Keiko. Both play it well. Just opens your composition up to more possibilities.
Again, there is the flexibility open right now, like you said, for Team Queso. I think Keiko plays an incredible weapon power lane Kestrel, which you just mentioned, Dalcy. But there is the opportunity for Dark Ghost to play his incredible CP Kestrel jungle. We have plenty of opportunities here for the draft to flex either way for Team Queso. Although you would argue that recently Weapon Power Kestrel has been more prevalent than CP Kestrel. In a lot of instances, we've seen one CP Kestrel over the last 2 days. I think that was Cortez picked it up. But mostly, people seem to be gravitating towards Weapon Power Kestrel, Dalsy.
Absolutely. Weapon Power Kestrel a little bit more safer due to the fact that the Weapon Power unlocks the ability to instantly go into your active camo. See, as CP Blackfeather picked up here from the Joker, of course, that also denies the possibility of a Blackfeather in lane for Mr. Keiko. A lot of teams have been fearing his Blackfeather so far this tournament, and now we get to see which path do we go down. Will it be the Weapon Power Kestrel? Will it be the CP Kestrel? If so, what is the opportunity? What's the other pick going to come out of either of these two teams? Scarf has been prioritized by Dark Ghost already.
But remember, Sneaky's a pretty
incredible.
Sneaky's a pretty incredible Blackfeather. Sorry, I just remembered there's 2 incredible Blackfeathers here.
Right, there is. Yeah.
Yeah.
And this will be like Joker. I assume has to be Joker on the CP Blackfeather.
Yeah.
So there it goes. Idris comes through. So it is going to be a CP Kestrel rather than the Weapon Power.
Yeah, it's really interesting, Darcy, that every so often we get the Blackfeather come through for K-Cool or the Blackfeather come through for Sneaky, but neither of them pilot it because they were traditionally known for their Weapon Power Blackfeather, which has only got very specific circumstances that it is generally played in. So it's just interesting that, these 2 Blackfeather gods that the teams sort of have on their sides never really get to play Blackfeather these days.
It certainly is. I guess you could say that this game, there is the argument that you could throw Vox in the jungle. Stormcrown CP Vox is something that teams have been talking about playing, perhaps as a joke more than anything. And you do get to see Sneaky take the 1v1 against Idris in the lane. That is, of course, not going to happen ever in a competitive game. I assume it wouldn't. We do see that Sneaky will be playing his Vox here. They may be trolling us. He has hovered that he's playing CP, and that
I did
Joker's
see on your
playing
stream you got wrecked by a CP Vox today, Darcy. But you did have I don't know if you had like a Weapon Power Ozo or something, but you did get hit. You did get hit pretty hard by a CP Vox.
Yeah, it's true. CP Vox into Idris, a triple melee composition.
Yeah.
So
that's where
it's
that's
one
where
of the
CP
only.
Vox.
Yep.
Only
circumstances where CP Vox works.
Yeah, I think we were talking about that a while ago. So anyway, we are on into game, and that means it's time for Tasty Bacon. And Dalsy and Tasty Bacon, I'm sorry, you barely said anything. I'll let you talk now.
I think you guys were handling it so well. I was just going to sit back and enjoy. But now we are on to the fold.
Joker's started off with slightly unusual Blackfeather item purchase. If he was going down the CP train, that is. If he wasn't, and that they weren't trolling us, and they were just indicating to us their intentions, and it is a Weapon Power Blackfeather and a CP Vox, I feel like that would be very, very exciting because it's so hard to say. I don't think Sneaky would do well into Idris because CP Vox does damage through his resonance bounces and through his ultimate. We'll talk about it in a sec as Joker's looking for a fight in the jungle here. PRZ gets slowed, you get the heal up from Lyra, they speed on forward, they're going to go straight towards Dark Ghost, the squishier target, gets a shield from the Protector Contract. Mr. Keiko is roaming down as well. Joker is trying to fall away, but has the damage been dealt? Mr. Keiko level 1, can't really intercept the fight here, but will throw the Chakram just to attempt to do a bit of damage.
Yeah, it's just going to be both sides sort of backing off after that, although this is going to secure the Ancient Treant for Salty Potatoes, as the Joker and Class will be able to take that one down due to forcing the recall from Team Queso. So all's well that ends well for that early aggression. Does look like it will be a Crystal Blackfeather. He does pick up a Crystal Bit on his recall there for Joker. So the Weapon Blade is just looking for a little bit of early game pressure and the ability to clear out the minions with basic attacks a little bit quicker.
And I think that makes a lot of sense actually into Kestrel, who has relatively fast clears at early levels. By taking the Weapon Blade and, CP Blackfeather not the fastest level 1, level 2 clearer. So by taking the Weapon Blade, you speed that up. It also meant that he got tempo advantage by meeting meeting classed in the center of the map sooner than Dark Ghost could meet PRZ. That allowed them to push into the jungle and invade. So really nice move there from Joker. I'm not entirely sure if he does that every game or if it was just situational, as he knew that there would be a quick clear from the Kestrel. But it did allow for them to secure 2 crystal ancient sentries here. Ancient treants, and put pressure onto Dark Ghost. As they're doing again, Dark Ghost takes a chunk of damage, forces a potion out in the jungle. Is going to be Salty Potatoes looking for this front treant, able to secure it fairly simply. Going to push Team Queso back. Team Queso seemingly very calm and collected about these jungle invades, not really looking to contest them.
And that's something that I actually kind of like to see. So often we see teams, try and contest the jungle invade if they aren't confident in their ability to actually win the fight, and then they end up not only giving up the camps, but also giving up a few kills. Team Queso, although I feel like they should have the potential to fight these with the Crystal Kestrel, they are just deciding, you know what, we don't want to risk it. We're just going to let them have the camps and make sure we don't give anything additional over to the side of Salted Potatoes as a result of it. So that very calm, collected, very patient play from Team Queso. And it's kind of surprising because even though these invades have been happening pretty consistently from Salty Potatoes, it is still a small gold lead for Team Queso.
Certainly is. Worth noting, anyone joining us today, Team Queso, Salty Potatoes, C2 versus C3. These teams are playing in the 3rd place decider match. Winner of this series gets to face Team Calamity Reborn in the finals of the European VGL Challenger Series. Looking for that 1st place. Currently Sneaky getting aggressed onto by Dark Ghost here. The Bright Bulwark goes down. It will slow everyone out to make sure that Mr. K-Cool can't jump on top of the carry. But these 2 teams and Calamity Reborn are your top 3 European Challenger teams. They will be the teams fighting it out next week in the challenge battles for a European VG8 spot.
With the VG8 spots on the line and all 3 of these teams remaining in challengers, they're going to be competing for it. The seeds aren't really as important anymore because of the new challenge battle format, but obviously these teams still want to get the higher seeds. They want to play for pride and for, of course, a little bit of extra money in the pocket that you get from finishing highly in the challengers. So there is still stuff on the line, despite the fact that it will be this new round-robin format for the challenge battles. And that's why these teams are still going to bring their A game and try and get that 1st place finish, try and get that spot against Calamity Reborn in the finals. Again, Clast and Joker looking to go aggressive into the enemy jungle, but this time not really finding much.
And for anyone wondering, it's the prize structure for VGL Challenger Series is $250 for US dollars for Audacity Gaming, who secured 4th, $350 for 3rd, $700 for 2nd, and $1250 for 1st. So, of course, there is a lot on the line for some of these organizations, young organizations as well, in the side of Team Queso. I guess for Salty Potatoes and Calamity Reborn, who are currently orgless, and that is revenue towards the players who are trying to invest in their Vainglory professional careers as well. So very important stuff here to play for, and obviously pride saying I won the European Challengers in Split 1 of summer season. Team Queso very patiently looking to scale up here. It seems that there is a early game advantage for the side of Salty Potatoes with the bots with this CP Black Feather, and they are trying to push it, though Dark Ghost will answer back with some glimmer shots and push them all back.
And so the side of Queso able to find the slight advantages when it comes to these skirmishes, it seems, even though there is the healing coming up from Clast. It's just more damage being dealt by Mr. K-Cool and Dark Ghost when these trades do happen. And now with the Shatter Glass completed for the Joker, however, and just about to hit level 8, this is when this Crystal Black Feather can really start to make some plays happen. The on points do so much damage from such a long range. We have a Shatter Glass completed for Dark Ghost as well, so both of these junglers going to be looking to really start having a big impact on this game very shortly, you'd have to think.
Certainly. Already seeing a lot of impact from Dark Ghost as he walks into the lane and puts the pressure down on to Sneaky. But with this Lyra, it allows them to heal up, makes things a little bit of an easier trick for them. One shot able to hit Sneaky. Chakram as well. Fountain being held onto by Class as he keeps his cool. Team Queso looking to try and push the pressure in the lane. If they can get the minions up to the turret, they can throw some shots, but the Joker roaming up, they want to be careful that they don't open themselves up to a re-engage.
Yeah, that's definitely a concern. The re-engages from really both teams have very strong kind of counter engages if the opponent is the one that jumps in first. So I think it's going to be a lot of very patient play required, even more so than what we've seen already, because both teams have been perfectly happy just playing it safe, farming it up a bit. It's going to be coming really all down to these junglers and the poke and harass damage that they're able to do between the glimmer shots and the on points. Whoever can land some of that damage first and really allow their team to kick things into a next gear is, you got to figure, will be the team that will get an advantage and can maybe find this first blood. Now that we're almost 9 minutes in, and we have still yet to see either team really commit to looking for that first kill of the game.
Very passive play. One shot, scores a goal. Doesn't kill, hit anyone though. Guess a wrong game for Dark Ghost here. But there is a gold advantage for Team Queso by about 1,000. Where is that coming from is the question. It seems a little bit odd that they have a gold advantage. Perhaps it's the fact that Team Queso like to share gold in the jungle and make sure they're trying to be more efficient with their gold income. Because the sentry, the central Elder Treant did go over to the side of Salty Potatoes, so you have to assume it is just gold shared in the jungle, gold shared in the lane, just being a little bit more efficient, allowing for a 1,000 gold lead here from Team Queso.
And this is definitely a situation where with this, it's such a small gold lead that's not really going to have much of an impact, but you know, again, as this damage starts to come out, one shot's going to miss. You got to figure that's going to be Team Queso then just backing off and not looking to commit to a fight, because that's a lot of damage that they really need to get down before a team fight starts for them to feel confident in being able to take that. So again, very great rotations from both of these teams, able to make sure that their opponent doesn't get an advantageous situation on them. You know, there's not really been many 3-on-1 or even not even really many 3-on-2 situations to be found throughout these 10.5 minutes. And that's something we don't normally say, especially in the challengers, but in Vainglory in general.
You just know that the first team fight is going to be a bloodbath and will dictate who gets to be the team in pole position for the rest of the game. We see Mr. Keiko completing his Aegis once more before he goes towards a Tension Bow or breaking point, likely to be the breaking point in this game, as he wants to be able to you know, keep damage up with Sneaky and the Joker, who are going to be stacking, obviously, with their broken myths and breaking points alike. Dark Ghost gets himself an infusion. He's going to walk back up to lane, has a clockwork as well as that Shadow Glass can pop the infusion, look for some damage with his glimmer shots and his one shot as well. Obviously, will take his one shot off cooldown, but he doesn't do that. Going to be holding on to his infusion until they know it's a full out team fight, and that Team Queso will be looking to try and get the most out of the glimmer shot damage.
So with this damage that is going to be available to both of these teams, again, that's a lot going on to Class, and a very quick retreat by the Salty Potatoes as soon as that comes out. But again, Lyra throws down a sigil, heals back up, and everything is a-okay for the side of Salty Potatoes. Once more, one shot gonna go wide. And you got to figure at some point, the one shot going wide is going to be a sign for Salty Potatoes to try and engage, but up in the lane is not where they want to make it happen, because that turret, the risk of diving in too deep and getting caught out is a very real threat. And so it's just going to continue this dance of farming up in the lane, having their junglers go down, clear their jungle, rotate back to the lane, and try and push in. And just backing off. It's kind of just been very consistent from both teams. The timing of these rotations have been very, very similar. And so once again, 12.5 minutes in, we don't really see a whole lot of difference between these teams. But Queso's more than happy to play this style because, again, they do have a slight edge when it comes to the farm. And that's going to just continue to slowly but surely grow. There's a one-shot finally hitting, but Sneaky gets healed to full, literally completely healed through, though a one-shot, one-kill damage.
Yeah, Lyra's able to do that, but Team Queso, if they're ready to fight, they can pull the gauntlet down instantly and press the issue down. You don't really want Salty Potatoes to fight when they don't have flares in their inventory. Yes, there's a contraption from Class. He's rushed it against Dark Ghost so he can place scout traps down, try and reveal the Kestrel whilst she comes into lane to lay down pressure. But now there are no flares in the inventory, they may not want to go for an all-out engagement. Here we go, though. It is going to be a lot of damage going down. The gauntlet as well. Mr. Keiko looking for a kill. Joker, though, doing a lot of work on the back line. Mr. Keiko going to be going very low, but an active camo trap saves his life. And Mr. Keiko gets first blood, gets out alive. Will be PRZ losing his, though. Sneaky may go down in a return kill. 5 seconds to the one shot comes up. Dark Ghost will find another. 1 second. Here we go. Does he have the energy? Yes, he does, but he can't find the angle. And Sneaky will be getting out alive and denying an ace for Team Queso.
Well, when we knew when the action did start, it was going to be very frantic, and that's exactly what we just had. It is going to be advantage Queso as they get 2 kills, first blood, and a turret. So all of a sudden, that gold lead that was sitting at about 1,000, a little bit over, has jumped up to now being about 3K gold in their favor. And that's got to be a lot of confidence going their way as well if they were able to take that fight. It was very close for the side of Salty Potatoes being able to turn that. Sneaky very nearly picking up a couple of kills, but excellent play from PRZ once again. And we saw him kind of make the game-winning play in their previous series and coming up huge once more in keeping his team alive.
And it was so important that Team Queso fought before the Crucible came online for Class. Now it's there. They have the ability to escape these gauntlets. But look at the damage onto this Lyra. So much from Mr. Keiko. Now looking for more. Good silence. Fountain will come out, if not a little bit late. But that's the silence going in for you. PRZ loses his life. Team Queso chased too far. They get turned upon. Without the gauntlet available for PRZ, seemed a little bit desperate from Team Queso to push that deep. It is going to be them having their turret pressured. Even fact should go down, you would think. I don't see any reason, any way they keep it alive. Mr. Keiko needs to be careful he doesn't get engaged upon here as Dark Ghost gets chased down. But an active camo does a significant amount of damage to Sneaky. His one shot's up in just a second and will fly out. Will connect. No, won't. In fact, misses everyone, unfortunately. So Team Queso not going to find any advantage around the Kraken area.
All right, so now as we approach 16-minute mark, excellent return answer from the side of Salty Potatoes, able to grab that turret for themselves and find themselves another kill. Now it's going to be very, very tense with Kraken on the fold. Just been sitting there for about a minute. One shot going to come out and connect. That's just going to be healed right on up as Salty Potatoes rotate back up to the lane. It's just going to be who can find the advantageous positioning on their opponent. The execution and positions are so crucial at this stage of the game. In a game that's been so even and so back and forth, there's really no opportunity, no chance for a missed position. If you get yourself out of position at all, it's going to be capitalized on. Your opponents will take you down. So very cautious play is likely to be the case. Ooh, was a chance for an active camo there from Dark Ghost. Didn't capitalize.
Yeah, they didn't have vision of the tri-bush or the mustache bush, so Team Queso didn't want to push too far up, or Dark Ghost didn't want to push too far up in case he would get revealed right in the middle of the enemy team. That would be certain death for the Kestrel. Now he is going to finish off his broken myth. The Joker is 600 gold away from finishing his broken myth. He's been landing some fantastic on-point damage onto Mr. Keiko, who's very vulnerable to those on-points, despite the Aegis. So once the Joker gets that broken myth and is allowed to stack up Salty Potato is going to be in a very nice position, and it will have to be an all-in engage from Team Queso to deny the stacking up of Broken Myth breaking point. However, as we learned yesterday, Kestrel really struggles to follow up all-in engages. She has to kind of set them up with one-shots or, you know, sneaky active camo traps. So Team Queso will struggle a little bit as this game does go on. Salty Potatoes have much cleaner ways to win fights. Sneaky, though, has split Mr. Keiko from his team. They're going to take control of the lane, walk up, make sure that the wave is pushing towards Queso.
And now Queso is going to be, you know, just kind of looking to maybe position, catch out their opponents, but they're going to be spotted. Mr. K-Cool, he's a little bit lucky that he didn't get caught by that on point, because again, the slow that comes out from the on point, the ability of Salty Potatoes to jump on target. Here we go.
All in engage, but look at the damage onto Mr. Keiko. He just gets deleted. Now it is going to be the rest of his team falling back. Active camera goes down. That's a huge gauntlet stun, but it isn't enough to turn it around. Class gets tagged as well. Wow, Dark Ghost's one-shots have not been on point this game. That has been an issue so far. Team Queso very slow to follow up Mr. Keiko's engage.
And that's, again, the positioning. Getting caught out. Mr. Keiko a little bit too far forward and just gets absolutely punished. Now members of Queso have to try and steal this Kraken. Lots of glimmer shot damage, but here comes the healing from the Kraken pickup.
And PRZ will very much struggle to escape alive. Just making sure that Dark Ghost gets out safely. Another one-shot misses. Salty Potatoes. Dark Ghost. We've seen him play a fantastic CP Kestrel in previous Challenger Series games, but today clearly not living up to that expectation. Gold even, but Salty Potatoes with advantage. The Kraken pushing the lane.
And a lot of this has been just the way that Salty Potatoes have played around the CP Kestrel as well. They haven't been going for, you know, super deep engages and getting themselves into positions where they can get caught out by those active camo traps. You got to figure it's a little surprising that Dark Ghost doesn't have a couple traps set up around this choke point turret as they push in. That is a shortcoming of Dark Ghost in this game in particular. But now members of Salty Potatoes pushing in, Kraken getting very low. So if they're going to look for an engagement, it's going to be very, very risky. But here we go.
Yeah, that Bright Bulwark stops PRZ. He's going to lose his life before he gets to pop the gauntlet. There it is, goes down, just about lands. Will separate the entirety of Salty Potatoes. In fact, maybe a turnaround here for Team Queso as Joker loses his life. Sneaky now in a 1v1, but he takes a glimmer shot, and that will secure the kill for Mr. Keiko. A triple for him. And we will be able to find the ace as well. The Kraken does secure 2 turrets. Team Queso may have a chance, though, to push one of their own.
Yeah, it's going to not be the quickest push because there were no minions spawned when the ace came through. So no ace buff minions to be gained for the side of Queso. But with a late game Idris and CP Kestrel, they should be able to take this turret without minion help. And they're going to finally actually go for it. They were waiting around. Looks like they were waiting for the minions, but then realized, oh, wait, we have a lot of damage and we don't need the minions to strip the barrier off this turret. So they go in, take down that one turret of their own, but they are left with just one turret remaining. They're going to be able to find a few scout traps as they leave the enemy side of the map, and that's going to be very important in allowing Dark Ghost to try and set up some plays with this CP Kestrel. But it is such a close game, 5-5 on the kills. Even with the side of Salty Potatoes being one turret away from victory, they are still at a gold deficit. They have just been playing this so well from a positional standpoint.
Mr. Keiko's decided to change his item build, taking away the breaking point and switching it out for a bone saw. Reason being, Sneaky has a metal jacket, the Joker has Atlas. Tension bow's really good because of that 12% damage it does through the armor. But you need a breaking point against the Joker and Sneaky. You need the attack speed. With the bone saw, he may be able to achieve the same thing of both breaking point and tension bow in one item. It's something that I used to love doing back in 2.2, 2.3 when Bonesaw became a little bit popular. Has fallen off the wagon a little bit. Team Queso, they've been caught out of rotation here. They will be able to find themselves in the right position now. They are diving onto Classed. Mr. Keiko He needs to focus one target singly. That's what the Bonesaw requires, that he jumps onto one target and kills them. Here is the Gauntlet, traps up the Lyra. Sneaky's able to get out the other side, and Mr. Keiko's looking to get onto Joker, but look at the damage he's taking. He has to disengage. They're trying to bait them into Kestrel's traps, but there's flares everywhere. The contraption being so huge. Oh, never mind! They blew up Sneaky, and now they can look to turn the fight onto the Joker. The one shot coming up in 5 seconds, so the chase will continue for the side of Team Queso. Mr. Keiko has his ultimate doing the work to Joker, but he can't get forward, and he almost loses his life. Jumps onto Lyra, goes through the portal, finds himself falling around, but here's Class taking the one shot, losing his life. I don't think they can continue chasing here. Instead, they're going to have to get the heal from this Treant and look to take a Kraken. No, they're just going to go back, but they get spotted backporting. Wonder how the Joker plays this.
Yeah, this is going to be a very, very crucial moment for the Joker, because even with the recalls coming through from Team Queso, they can still very much start with this Kraken. 10 seconds till Sneaky is alive, and they have, again, a lot of damage. This Kraken's going to go down very quickly.
Yeah, the Bonesaw for Idris. Idris already does Krakens very nicely, but with the Bonesaw added, he just shreds through them, does them even quicker than other Idris item, 3-item Idris builds. This is really interesting from Mr. Keiko. I'm not entirely sure if it's game-winning play from Mr. Keiko to change his build like this and adapt his Idris build, but I definitely like the theory behind it, just so he can shred through the armor on the side of Sneaky and the Joker and attempt to just do so much more single target damage, which is what Idris does really anyway, is he singles out one target. Team Queso, they have the advantage with this Kraken. They've got their infusions refreshed. Dark Ghost has one in his inventory, double Broken Myth finished now to shed the the shielding that Salty Potatoes have. This choke point turret going to be found, but oh, that's Class going solo through a portal, getting trapped, taking damage. There's no more passageway. That's a lot of engaged potential onto Dark Ghost, wasted, not finding enough. This turret should go down. The Kraken will lose a lot of HP in the process. I don't think Team Queso can really push for a win just yet. They're going to have to look for a team fight now in the base, let the Kraken crash into the turret, or they store this one out further. Kraken will not be able to find the turret. They decide they're going to go for the stall option.
Yeah,
or they bait in a bush.
Yeah, it's definitely the much smarter option to back off here. And again, these flares going to get thrown out constantly. Having a contraption and an extra flare gun and flares in the inventory, Class is going all in on the vision game, because if they don't know where those active camo traps are, it is game over. You saw how quickly Sneaky just got obliterated by an active camo in that previous fight. And so Class, I am absolutely loving seeing this much vision control being put out here. You have 3 different options to shoot out a flare to try and spot out an active camo trap. You just have to wonder, is it going to be taking away too much from the rest of Lyra? That's 3 item slots that are purely dedicated to vision control. Obviously, contraption does give you, a little bit of health, a little bit of cooldown, but it's those other 2 item slots are only going to be for vision, and that could be troublesome.
I actually want to see PRZ drop his metal jacket and get himself a null wave gauntlet. Class has been continuously jumping forward onto his Kestrel and allowing the null wave gauntlet could just shut down this vision. There's that gauntlet onto Sneaky. He gets trapped. Mr. Keiko is trying to go for this Fox, trying to just whittle him away with a Bonesaw. He's taking a lot of damage. He doesn't jump the right way. Class gets out alive. Mr. Keiko now struggling against the Joker, but there it is. Dark Ghost finds the damage. Here they go. It looks like Team Queso rounding for the win, but he gets taken out. Mr. Keiko too deep and Sneaky too much damage. One shot almost takes down Sneaky, but he is able to survive. These fights getting very tense. And I feel like PRZ, if he was able to pick up a null wave gauntlet, sell that metal jacket, yes, he would take more damage from Sneaky. Yes, he wouldn't be able to frontline as easily with the Idris, but perhaps because of this vision game that's been prioritized by Class and the fact that his items are so valuable to him, then, because all 6 item slots are activatables, maybe a null wave gauntlet would be influential enough to win a team fight for Team Queso.
It very well could be. It's a very long item silence. That's a lot of time that Class can't put vision out, and gives an opportunity for Dark Ghost to position an active camo trap. The Joker just finished off a slumbering husk, so he's going to be a lot more durable in these fights. He has fully sacrificed damage. He's only 2 offensive items on this Black Feather build, as he actually sells and rebuys some boots just so that he can have that activation available. It's only tier 1 boots, so he's not going to be as quick during the fights, but he will have that activation. This is how important these small little things, this next fight is going to be to these teams. They're willing to sacrifice having a higher base move speed just to be able to have that one little burst that these boots are going to provide. With Kraken being up 27.5 minutes into this game, you got to figure the next team fight is going to decide this game.
Yeah, Joker's already fast enough on Black Feather. He hasn't purchased any tier 2 or tier 3 boots the entirety of the game. And just refreshing your tier 1 boots is at 150 cost. So if you have 150 gold, you sell your boots, get the 150 for selling, and buy your tier 1 boots, which is a 300 gold cost. Very efficient method of keeping a burst of speed alive. And you can do it whilst in a fight if you're near a shop as well, just to surprise your opponents. It's going to be him upgrading them very shortly, but it's a fight breaking out in the middle. Glimmer shot starting to rain down, but the flare would reveal Dark Ghost, and he doesn't want to necessarily be in full vision the entirety of the time. Next fight pretty much wins the game. One shot though, doesn't connect. Up in 20 seconds. Salty Potatoes not looking for an engage, at least a hard engage right now. They're going to heal back up, get ready for it. Dark Ghost, so much energy regen with the clockwork and that energy battery. Dark Ghost will fall back now. One shot's up in a second, so you expect Team Queso to continue putting the pressure on. A huge gauntlet play could just win it for them. Nice pierce over the wall on to Dark Ghost. Now it is going to be Salty Potatoes trying to get premier positioning, forcing Team Queso to rotate the long way round. Allows the continuous stack up of this broken myth for the Black Feather.
Nice job with that on point hits onto Dark Ghost, and here we go. This could be the fight. No, they're going to back off. Gauntlet just used to keep them at bay.
Yeah, but it gets cancelled immediately as they need to charge forward. Mr. Keiko needs to get on to Sneaky here, but he's taking so much damage from the Joker, and Sneaky's just sustaining with the Lyra heals. The Bright Bulwark keeps them all in place. Mr. Keiko tries to fall back into an active camo. Can he get over the wall? They're trying to give him a Vanguard exit route, but he can't. It's now a 2 versus 3, and the side of Salty Potatoes are in the base. They're going to fall back, look to go towards the Kraken, it seems, or maybe even just bait the side of Team Queso into face-checking the entry. They've got a scout trap right there. They can see Mr. Keiko pushing up. He's walking into their trap, and he gets Bright Bulwark. They're all on top of him. Can Dark Ghost get him out alive? This trap's there, but it gets blocked up. Mr. Keiko does survive. No, he doesn't. An on point comes out from the Joker and seals his doom. Now, with the minion wave, with Dark Ghost last man standing, and a singular Vein Crystal turret, it looks like Salty Potatoes will push forward and try and finish this first game off. Turret falls, Dark Potato can't do enough, and that will be the game going over to Salty Potatoes.
And what a team fight by the Salty Potatoes at the end there. The members of Team Queso did everything they could to try and bait them down into Dark Ghost's active camo traps, and they just had none of it. They waited. They said, okay, you can come into us. PRC used the gauntlet to try and pull them backwards. They didn't bite. They didn't go through the gauntlet. They just stood their ground and waited and said, we can poke. We have the range. We have this damage we can deal without having to go all in on you. And eventually, Mr. K-Cool had to jump in with PRZ. Dark Ghost had no avenue into this game, or into that fight. 3-0-5. Dark Ghost didn't die a single time, but unfortunately was not able to do enough, not able to have enough impact because of excellent positioning and vision from Salty Potatoes.
Incredible game coming out. A very long and tense first game to this series. You have to wonder what that does to a team's mental fortitude, as now you would think that either Team Queso bounce back in a dominant fashion, or perhaps they crumble under the pressure. Right now, though, we'll have to find out as the teams get a second to breathe. We get a second to breathe. We bring a scoundrel back into the action to give us some analysis on what he thought about that first game.
Well, I feel like it was a mistake from Queso that lost it, because every team fight they had won, they'd aggressively used the Arden Gauntlet and then ran off that. They aggressively used the Arden Gauntlet and then sent K-Cool in, or it was a counter-engage aggressive Arden Gauntlet, but they used it defensively there. And it wasn't even a defensive gauntlet that realistically was going to be challenged by Salted Potatoes, because again, the positioning of it just wasn't quite right. And Salted Potatoes, because they had positional advantage in lane already, they didn't need to follow Queso into their own jungle, because all they wanted to do was push into Queso's base regardless. So it was just a very poor choice of fight area for Queso. What they would have been better off doing was letting Salted Potatoes push lane, but backing, then meeting Salted Potatoes in their base. They would have got there in time before that first turret was under threat. So that would have been the better move, but I think they felt pushed to try and fight from their own jungle. And then they had positional disadvantage. The gauntlet was poorly positioned, and it meant that all Salted Potatoes had to do was stand back and push the lane because they didn't actually need anything else. And once the gauntlet was down, a huge teamfight tool would sort of just been lost. And then I think that's where Queso kind of threw that last teamfight, although it was such a close set of affairs between the two teams. Just waiting for... Need a little bit of time, apparently. Potatoes need 3 minutes before the next draft. So in that time, we'll have a look at the current standings and what we're going to be seeing coming up. If I could just get that up on my screen. So this is the current standings. Audacity Gaming did go out 2-0 to Team Queso. As you can see, Team Queso currently in the game that we are in right now. So it was a very, very good game between Audacity Gaming and Team Queso, but Team Queso kind of just outclassed them. And now Team Queso is currently finding themselves 1-0 down to Salty Potatoes. You can see that's on your screen updated right now. There is something else that we should go to, as I want to show you guys. It is going to be the Split 2 application. So I think at the end of this stream, we will be opening up the Split 2 application for Vainglory League Summer Split 2. So, if you are interested in taking part in the incredible tournament that is VGL, then go over to the link on your screen and get involved there. I will also bring that back up when we are going to be doing the end of the stream, so you guys have the refresh in your memory. If you want to go and apply to VGL Summer Split 2, we are doing another season coming up soon. So, obviously... got a big things coming for this season, things that haven't been announced yet, but there are going to be some huge things coming this season. So this is probably one of the best seasons to ever be involved in coming up, Summer Split 2. So make sure you get applied and join your team, because there is some good competition here, but also want to make sure that everybody has a chance to become a top level Vainglory player. Now, I believe we are into draft, so I'm going to start things up here for these two teams, Dalsy and Tasty Bacon. Any changes you think need to be made? There was such a close game, though, it's hard to call. Just realised I did the entire thing without Dalsy and Tasty Bacon hearing me. But don't worry, you guys on stream did hear me. And the main thing is that we are going to be going into draft here, so Dalsy and Tasty Bacon will be taking over. And any things that you think need to change?
I think the Kestrel was a very risky pickup for Dark Ghost. Can be punished so easily. You either win games spectacularly or lose them, it seems. So I feel like that is, you know, something that I would want to see Team Queso perhaps change here. They do have A-side, so they can really look to try and influence the draft by locking in both their carry and the jungler at the same time, and just, you know, completing their composition without risk of losing too many heroes. That Vox being secured by Salty Potatoes, though, says that they want to stick to their guns a little bit, Scoundrel, and we may even see... Oh, we're going to see a Kestrel ban, okay. I actually don't think that's necessary, but it definitely forces Dark Ghost off the Kestrel.
Yeah, I think Dark Ghost can very easily default back onto Samuel if necessary. He had a really good performance with Samuel in the past. He's very, very adaptive jungler. He's got plenty of hero picks that we know kind of suit him. To wait and see where Salty Potatoes go here. You probably pick up your captain now that Arden's been banned, but then... Samuel, okay, wow. Well, that makes sense. I mean, we were literally just talking about it here, Dalsy.
Now you just pick Idris, and you pick an assassin of some sort, or Batiste, and you've won draft. I think, of your Team K. So I think picking the Samuel to deny from Dark Ghost isn't necessary. I think it's riskier than anything. But it all just depends on what Team Queso prioritize now. I see no reason for Mr. Keiko not to go Idris, but maybe he goes Black Feather and tries to be that assassin type hero from the lane on his weapon power Black Feather. That's a potential. But either way, I'm not favoring the draft right now for Salty Potatoes. It just leaves him so vulnerable.
I definitely think Idris is a good pickup here for Team Queso. Multiple targets with the Poison Shiv that he'll obviously have great efficiency against. So I don't mind that whatsoever, Dalsy. Yeah, I think that's probably the sensible pick here. Weapon power Idris in lane, very strong against both Samuel. And we've talked about the matchup with Vox. It's a little bit...
No.
It's going to be on hit Grumpjaw.
Okay, actually, that can it might be weapon power Grumpjaw CP Idris. So if that's the case, then that works well because Samuel very vulnerable to weapon power Grumpjaw just as much, even more so perhaps than he is to Idris. Vox can kite weapon power Grumpjaw, but with the Frostburn slow from a CP Idris may struggle, and especially with the Lyra portal in and the Bright Bulwark. So actually, yeah, if this is a weapon power Grumpjaw in the jungle, then I'm on board.
We'll have to see. Could even be a rehash of the double weapon power that we saw from Calamity, but I doubt that. To be honest, I don't think it works quite as effectively all the time. It's probably going to be the CP Idris, like you said, Dalsy. And it's going to be the Finn lock-in here. Finn is the final pick here for Salty Potatoes, Tasty Bacon, bringing you back in. What do you make of these drafts?
Well, the Grumpjaw could also very much be your two's personal favorite Grumpjaw build of all time, and that is the Tension Bow Aftershock. There is actually a very high possibility of that being the case because it's been so popular despite not having a very great success rate. I like the Finn to round out this composition. Finn can do quite a bit to try and frontline and tank up for the two carries, but overall, I do have to say I like the composition that Queso has put together quite a bit better for themselves. They are marking themselves as a weapon Grumpjaw with the CP Idris, so as long as they stick to that, I think Team Queso should be able to take this.
It's interesting that will level the series up here. Dalsy, going forward, CP Idris. I mean, what makes CP Idris so good in this particular situation, Dalsy?
CP Idris is possibly the strongest laner in the game right now, but is very vulnerable in the early levels. The Joker will look to try and punish Mr. Keiko's farming ability early and try and negate the amount of gold income he can have. But with a weapon power Grumpjaw, Dark Ghost can kind of counter that. So the strength of the current composition is that Dark Ghost wins early game, Team Mr. Keiko wins the late game. He'll be able to stack very easily his Broken Myth onto Clast, and that will then translate into a lot of damage onto Sneaky and the Joker, the Dark Ghost, theoretically being able to blow up the Joker at any point in the game. Wow, I can't believe Clast stole that with Polite Company.
That was pretty impressive, but so that three-man invade, not really going to amount to much for the side of Team K. So it does force the Treant onto the captain instead of onto the jungler, and they do get themselves the Ancient Treant. But meanwhile, in the lane, this was just Sneaky staying up there and shoving this wave into the turret as hard as he could.
4 minions lost for that.
Yep, very good start for Sneaky.
Yeah, huge. Like, Mr. Keiko lost 4 minions. He lost 2 little ones and a big one. Counts for 4. And Vox pushes Idris in quite heavily. Idris has gone down this defensive build, you know, the 4 health potions, the shielding to withstand the resonance bounces, which means he doesn't have much damage to counter the push from Vox, which means he's going to be under his turret for the most part of the game. That's a lot of gold that Mr. Keiko's lost out on. Makes that invade very much a win for Salty Potatoes, like even more so than just the fact that they secured their jungle. They've actually put Mr. Keiko behind.
Yeah, and that is going to be huge. If a Vox gets a lead, it can spell game over very early on if they're able to snowball this. As an aside, if anyone is wondering, you know, what we saw Clast get that Treant, why doesn't he have any CS? It's actually a very strange thing. For some reason, the first jungle CS that you pick up doesn't actually count. It doesn't give you a CS for the very first one that you take. It doesn't matter when or where that first one is. That first one just doesn't actually give you a number on your CS count.
Bit weird. I guess it's just
yep.
a spectator bug more than anything. But
no, it's even when you're playing, it doesn't show it for you when you're playing either. It's a very strange thing. Like the back Treant, or not the back Treant, the back double camps are worth 2 CS each when you kill them, just like the large minion in lane. And if you kill one of those first, you only get 1. So it's just well, no matter what it is, your first jungle camp, the first one doesn't give you the number. You get the gold, you just don't get the number. Yeah.
Visual number, like counting glitch, I guess. Do you see Mr. Keiko go back, gets himself some boots and a heavy prism for himself, pushes the lane into Sneaky. Sneaky at the moment is attempting to freeze it by his turret, and I love this play by Sneaky. Usually you see Vox's hard push, but because the fact that the wave was pushed to the turret, because they have a Finn who can really punish Idris, because Idris is so vulnerable, CB Idris especially at these early levels, they freeze it by the turret, and this forces Mr. Keiko to then spend time sharing gold and experience with Dark Ghost in the jungle. Now you'll see them hard push it with Joker. They weren't able to really get an advantage, and allow Sneaky to go back and try and get an item advantage over Mr. Keiko. But the theory there by Salty Potatoes was pretty sound.
Yeah, it's actually if you can get an opportunity by just forcing your opponents to have to come closer to you, it works so incredibly well. But unfortunately, in Vainglory, it's actually very difficult to keep a wave frozen near your side of the turret, partially because the minions will end up just pushing in on you eventually, but also because it's very easy for an opponent to break a freeze if they have any sort of range, like a chakram to throw out. And so that's why you saw he held it there for a little bit, but once they realized that Mr. Keiko wasn't going to be trying to push up and trying to take any of that CS, and they weren't going to be able to get an opportunity with the Joker, that was why Sneaky just then shoved it out, kept his lane safe, and was able to go back. But even still, by doing that little freeze, it made that recall from Sneaky that much safer, because he's not going to miss out on any CS, because the wave that got pushed out was then so large that it took Mr. Keiko a fair bit of time to then clear it.
Yeah, and that's the most important point there, Tasty, is that he got to go back and finish his poison shiv. Mr. Keiko still sitting on a heavy prism. Has 1800 gold, is looking to go back very shortly to purchase up his Frostburn and get himself a crystal bit so he can complete his divergent paths and unlock his ranged auto attacks on the CP Idris. We haven't seen much jungle action yet from Dark Ghost, which is a little bit surprising. He's got his tension bow now, and this Grumpjaw very strong in the early game, very strong in the mid game, but as soon as armor gets built up, especially if he goes down the double Tyrant's monocle tension bow build, which is very popular right now, when metal jackets start getting completed, and you expect there'll be 2 metal jackets being completed, one for Sneaky, one for Joker, then actually his damage output falls by 66% in the late game, because he just won't have a huge amount of damage. So it's very interesting. -12, so that makes it 54%, but it's still a lot of damage lost. And so you really want to see Dark Ghost looking to pressure at the moment. He's just not had any opportunities to, and this may be because of the lane control Sneaky has had, which hasn't really allowed Team Queso to really put any pressure onto Sneaky.
And well, again, the fact that Dark Ghost really hasn't been trying to make any plays happen with this Grumpjaw, especially with the tension bow already completed, as you mentioned, it's very surprising. The Grumpjaw is so effective in the early game at trying to make plays happen, and they just haven't been really focusing everything on making sure that Mr. K-Cool is able to have a safe early lane phase, which it makes sense. Again, oh, nice job. Class positioning as well. That's one of the reasons why Finn is so good into a Grumpjaw.
Yeah, if you're wondering why Class decided Finn rather than Catherine, Lance, these heroes with hard CC, well, it's because Class can actually just stand on top of Sneaky and the Joker. He has a huge hitbox and he's unstoppable. That's his heroic perk. Which means he can't be stunned, he can't be eaten. He is very much a Grumpjaw counter in his own right. Fountain burned there because Dark Potato got caught out. Class does take a huge chunk of damage, but has his life spring and will be able to heal it up, or just go back to base and, get himself his health back that way. And this is where Finn actually works, because it's a double range composition. Finn loves double range. He loves throwing out his polite companies and protecting his allies through that. So it's kind of a double whammy there for Salty Potatoes. Is not only do they get the double range with Finn, but they also get a Grumpjaw counter in the process in the Finn, which really helps them in the late game in surviving some of these engagements from Team Queso.
And so we're seeing another game go really passively through the early game. And this game number 1 was very similar. It wasn't until about, what was it, the 10 or 11 minute mark before we even saw our first kill come through. So it's definitely a style that these teams are accustomed to playing and are both going to be perfectly happy with playing. Dark Ghost can get spotted trying to sneak into that top brush. So he'll take a little bit of damage for his troubles. Now Mr. Keiko on the rotation back.
Yeah, Dark Ghost tries to jump onto Sneaky, may lose his life, gets pulled back in, as does Mr. Keiko. Oblivion won't quite find the sleep, but good use of his Shimmer Strike to escape. That is the turret falling in the process. Idris, CP Idris, has very little damage until he gets his broken myth. Even when you get your second item, the alternating current, which is what Mr. Keiko is so close to completing, you still do very little damage. Yes, your auto attacks tickle a little bit, and your chakrams start to, you know, do a lot of chunk damage if they hit both the out and the return. But your auto attacks, which is like kind of your main damage, kind of your sustained damage, I guess, on CP Idris, just don't really do anything until the broken myth is there. So it's really hard for Team Queso to win team fights. They rely on Dark Ghost blowing up Sneaky almost by himself alone. You saw that he just got punished so hard. That gives a turret, that gives a gold miner to Salty Potatoes. If they can snowball from this point, then Team Queso are going to struggle to get back into this game.
And so Team Queso definitely going to need to find something here, or they will be falling to Salty Potatoes. Dark Ghost going to be waiting up in this brush, waiting for a perfect opportunity. It looks like they may have thought they found it, but Class going to stop that right in his tracks.
Yeah, this time though, Dark Ghost doesn't get fully punished. PRZ will be able to heal him back up with a Imperial Sigil. Mr. Keiko still has that Book of Eulogies in his inventory, won't sell it until he needs to complete the broken myth. And so he gets the heals from that by last hitting the minions anyway. We do see the Joker, knowing that there isn't much early game, he can afford to go in Eve of Harvest as his second item here. And Team Queso really won't have that much damage to return. Gives him a bit more sustain against Dark Ghost if Dark Ghost was to jump forward and try and execute him. It also allows Salty Potatoes to stay in lane longer and siege up turrets right now, as the side of Team Queso are so vulnerable to that sort of thing. So I like the second item. It's one of those few times you should prioritize the Eve of Harvest over Broken Myth as your second item. Team Queso want a fight here. Dark Ghost sitting on the edge, Class looking to try and spot him out. Does he have a flare in his inventory? He does not. So this is a blind push coming out of the side of Salty Potatoes. Here comes Dark Potato. Gets a bit of poke onto Sneaky. Not quite able to find enough just yet. Oh, he's managed to walk past Class. He's picked him up. There he goes. Oblivion won't pull him back out. Everyone docks it out with the Crucible. Sneaky should lose his life here. And it's going to be the kill going over to Dark Ghost. Dark Ghost, the fountain too late to save him. So they trade 1 for 1. But Team Queso shut down the siege, which is probably most important, and get themselves a kill on the scoreboard. If they don't lose another person, then they can call that a worthwhile trade. Mr. Keiko going to go back to CSing here. Got himself 1,800 gold. That broken myth looking closer and closer.
Yeah, like you mentioned, shutting down the siege was the most important part of this. The fact that they traded a kill doesn't matter at all to Queso. Like, that's a necessary trade. To lose out a kill, it's a meaningless act in the grand scheme of things when it comes to stopping that siege and making sure that they aren't going to lose any damage on that turret. So 1-2, but it's a 2,000 gold lead in favor of Salty Potatoes. And this is the way this game's going to pan out. It really is. If Dark Ghost can get the stuff onto Joker or Sneaky, then it's the chances of Team Queso winning that team fight grow exponentially. Whereas if it gets blocked by Class, or if the reflex block from Sneaky comes out to stop that from happening, then all of a sudden it looks very, very bad for Queso. Minion Candy going to be picked up by the Joker as they look to push up again. So definitely going to be the side of Salty Potatoes wanting to put some pressure on as they use that Minion Candy just to delay how quickly Queso can clear that wave while they look for the gold miner.
Gold miner will get secured. Team Queso not able to get in position. Mr. Keiko, I don't think he really wants to fight anyway. He's so close to finishing that broken myth. In fact, I believe he has the gold for it. Good Crucible blocks out the Finn ultimate, the Forced Accord. Mr. Keiko gonna have to stick around there as this Crystal Sentry is getting punished. Wait for it, flies out. Obviously can't be blocked. Everyone gets pulled in by Polite Company. They're in a bit of trouble here, Team Queso. Those Malice and Verdicts, the Frostburn slowing them down. Dark Ghost misses his stuffed over the wall. Will lose his life in the process to the Joker. Sneaky trying to find a kill onto Mr. Keiko, onto the Lyra. Won't be able to. Unfortunate timing for Team Queso as he look, Mr. Keiko backs. He'll purchase his Broken Myth. He's going to be looking for team fights now. Of course, team fight already happened.
And it's going to be 5 seconds before Dark Ghost gets up. This is 5 seconds that Salty Potatoes are going to use to try and push in on this turret, drifting Dark, to try and push them away so that they can get damage down and siege up.
Yeah, but Mr. Keiko has a lot of siege, anti-siege. With his chakrams, he's able to clear waves. Oh, lovely stun into a sleep. Clast will lose his life. Mr. Keiko will be able to finish off the minion wave and protect his turret, speeding forward just in case he could catch out someone with a Frostburn, slow them down, give Dark Ghost an opportunity. They may look for a counter siege of their own here, Team Queso. They've got 11 seconds until the Finn comes back up. The minion wave's so far off. This is a little bit risky tanking up, but Grumpjaw does so much damage to turrets. They get it down to half HP before the minion wave hits. You can just imagine that's going to be a rinse and repeat looking for this turret. Drifting Dark does go out. Dark Ghost will just tank all of that up. Turret goes down. There's another 900 gold, but he misses another stuffed. That could have been a kill into Sneaky. In fact, it may now just be a kill into Dark Ghost. The Malice and Verdict slow him. They need to throw that chakram out. That's already been used. They're actually just going to escape right on out. Joker, pressure. PRZ has his Arcane Passage. May have to use it. There he goes. There's the Crystal Sentry to keep everyone alive. But they're charging forward, looking for a quibble. It will stun. Hits PRZ, takes him out of the fight. That's going to be Mr. Keiko picking one of his own. Look at his Broken Myth stacking up. Has 4, has 5. Clast just giving him 3 stacks. Stuns him up though. Polite Company pulls him in. Clast will go down for the double kill. And now Dark Ghost is chasing down Sneaky. A chakram will secure the kill. Isn't thrown at him. Gets the healing. He's going to get a block, and that will be Mr. Keiko with a roll forward. The increased auto attack damage and a triple ace for his team. Team Queso, they've scaled the Idris. Maybe this is the comeback.
And that was also Salty Potatoes being a bit too over-aggressive, diving right onto that sentry. Sneaky took a ton of damage right off the bat and wasn't really able to get himself involved in that fight. As Grumpjaw and Idris combo going to take these turrets so quickly. That's a second turret down, 15 minutes in now. The Kraken has awakened, and we are dead even as far as the gold is concerned. There is a 1 turret lead for the side of Queso, but that is really only about a quarter turret lead because their tier 2 turret is so close to falling. But again, the gold is square. Kraken on the fold. And everyone going to be posturing up around the middle of the map. This is where things start to get really tense. Lots of damage going out from Mr. Keiko, stacking up.
So much damage onto Mr. Keiko. He cannot afford to frontline. He needs Dark Ghost to be there. PRZ to tank up the damage. Using that Shimmer Strike to escape. Has leveled it up, so it'll be on a 40-second cooldown. 45 or 50? I can't quite remember. I should remember that. But it is still going to be Mr. Keiko having his ult up in just 30 seconds. Not too long. He can stack up on Finn here, throw the chakram through. Does a lot of damage, of course, gets his Broken Myth nice and tasty. The Kraken, now the fighting point. Sneaky's finished his 3rd damage item. Mr. Keiko needs an Aegis, needs that reflex block for himself very soon. Of course, has prioritized his damage items so he can get to the late game Idris carry position as quickly as possible.
Another interesting thing here, sorry Dowsy, is Class is not going for a level 3 ultimate. So it's not going to have the cooldown that is short enough to be shorter than the Crucible cooldown of PRZ. So they're going to be relying on the movement that the Polite Company can force out of the Finn. So that's going to be very interesting to see how that plays out in these later team fights.
Yeah, I guess it's possible that Class will throw his last 2 points into his ultimate. There's still that possibility. Perhaps just going for it now, but you would think that he would have just done that earlier if he did want to overdrive his ultimate. We'll soon see as he's making his way to level 11. That's another Crucible blocking up the Force Accord. Mr. Keiko gets himself out. We'll look for the healing of this Treant, and we'll be able to secure it. The Shimmer Strike puts him right far back. Crystal Sentry going to get bursted, though, by the side of Salty Potatoes. Can they re-engage? The question. Dark Ghost goes in, gets stunned. Oblivion's there, and it's going to be PRZ put to sleep. He's going to have to use the Fountain to kill himself, and Mr. Keiko, who goes down. It's an annihilation. It's a double and an ace for the side of Salty Potatoes as the Joker just throws out too much damage.
That was a massive amount of damage. And again, the This is why I think that Class is not going for the third point in the ultimate, is that all he needs to do is just pop the Crucible so that the Joker can land Oblivions. That's what just happened there. The Oblivion came out, put Mr. K-Cool and PRZ to sleep. They then got the damage onto PRZ and left Mr. K-Cool sleeping. When they sleep finally wore off, they were all so low that the Fountain just wasn't able to do enough. Kraken will be unleashed right after 2 turrets have already been taken, and now Salty Potatoes with just 2 turrets remaining and a Kraken making her way towards the base. This is going to be what could be the final fight of this series if Salty Potatoes are able to win a team fight here.
Yeah, it's certainly looking very good for them. Class will now be offering up an extra 60 fortified health for his allies. It's a real big engage, but everyone gets put to sleep. This is disastrous for the side of Team Queso as Mr. K-Cool gets taken down first. Dark Ghost gonna go down second, and it just leaves PRZ third man who couldn't block the Oblivion. An ace for Salty Potatoes. The Kraken taking the base, and they will be meeting Calamity Reborn for a rematch in the finals of the VGL Challenger.
What a beautiful Oblivion. 2 fights in a row, the Joker with a perfect Oblivion placement. That one should have been blocked. PRZ had the Crucible, never used it. And unfortunately for Team Queso, that ends up being what costs them the game. So from making a game-winning block in their previous series to not making the block here, that ends up being the final nail in the coffin. And Salty Potatoes definitely earned themselves this series victory. Game number 1, it was all about positioning and patience. Game number 2, it was about timing your ultimates and when to take the team fights. They are victorious. An excellent series.
And you have to kind of wonder if Dark Ghost was able to have more impact in the early game on his weapon power Grumpjoy, that would have gone any differently. You know, it was so hard for him though with the excellent wave management that Sneaky had, really just prevented it. Scoundrel, we will see Salty Potatoes rematch Calamity Reborn in our next series. Going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's going to be a best of 5, so we're going to get that kicked off pretty much as soon as we can because we're just behind schedule and we don't want to be running on forever. But before we go to a quick break and while I get the teams ready to go, have a look at the bracket as it stands. This is the bracket where we are at. We've had these first 2 games where Team Queso beat Audacity Gaming 2-0. We then had Salty Potatoes beat Team Queso, as you just saw on stream there. Very convincing in the second game, you feel, in some ways. And now Calamity Reborn takes Salty Potatoes on in a rematch of which Calamity Reborn won 2-0 the previous time, but it did feel a lot closer than the scoreline actually suggests. So we're going to cut to a short break, ladies and gents. When we're back, we'll have our final game of the VGL Summer Split 1.
Hello?
Who is this?
It's fucking weird.
Just wanna feel like this forever. I love it when my feet don't touch the ground, touch the ground. Don't wanna let these colors fade, kaleidoscopes inside my head. Just wanna feel like this, just wanna feel like this forever.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are here at the final series of the VGL Summer Split 1. Calamity Reborn versus Salty Potatoes. Our 8th seed, I believe, Audacity has taken 4th spot. Our 3rd seed, Team Queso, has taken 3rd spot and have secured themselves a challenge battle. And now it is between our 1st and 2nd seed for the 1st and 2nd spot. This is what it comes down to. Leon's super team with Aeon and Reborn. They are practically unbeatable, it seems like. I don't think they've dropped a game. I think I'd have to get Darcy to check that, but I don't think they've dropped a game this entire split. Going up against Salty Potatoes. These guys did meet in the winners bracket final of the playoffs, and it was a 2-0 to Calamity Reborn, but it was not as quick as it may suggest. Now, draft is ready for these teams, and they are ready to jump in, so let's get straight into the series.
And actually, for Salty Potatoes, the only games they lost, Scoundrel, were to Calamity Reborn in the winners bracket final. So both these teams went undefeated until they met each other, and of course Calamity Reborn has maintained that undefeated status. Salty Potatoes now looking to see if they can find a comeback, a kind of revenge story, but their opponents are formidable. This draft is underway. Baron, Grace, Band will be Kestrel locked in first here for Calamity Reborn.
That's a big piece of pressure on Kestrel there. It's interesting. They prioritize that so heavily. Catherine.
Clearly,
wow. I mean, Catherine's considered the counter to Kestrel, but in some ways because of the Storm Shield. This is a very interesting draft, something that we haven't really seen the likes of over the last 2 games here, Darcy.
Yeah, and I think that that's likely to be a weapon power Kestrel on the lane, and then they can look to put someone else, you know, into the jungle for Aeon. We'll have to see what they do decide to go for. You know, a lot of people who have been around the Vainglory scene for a long time may remember Team Calamity, which that was then acquired by Gangstars, became Gangstars Cerberus back in March of 2016. You know, Team Calamity did consist of Leon and Aeon and Adone and F. So this is kind of the, you know, the reborn story. I couldn't put it any other way. The restoration of the team, which is really cool. Really great naming from the 2, Leon and Aeon, with Riran joining them. The second bands, though, it sounded very interesting. Don't know what you make of that.
That's Batiste and Lyra. Batiste is an interesting one because it would make you feel like they want to think about a Koshka or something with high mobility. Generally, Batiste is good at locking down melee carries. Maybe a Glaive, which I know they have considered quite heavily. I think Calamity Reborn have played a bit of Glaive in the past. So Batiste makes you think that they are either trying to secure something for themselves or trying to deny it from Salty Potatoes. But I mean, just Batiste straight up into Kestrel, I don't know whether that's good or not. I always find it difficult to lock a Kestrel down with my Ordained if I'm a Batiste, especially weapon power, because she's so easy for her to escape.
Have to see what this last pick is. I assume it's going to be a Kestrel lane, but there is the chance to flex that Kestrel to the jungle, put Leon on something else in the lane. Vox still available, of course, as is Idris, as is, you know, many of these weapon power carries, and it will be Vox picked up. So Aeon going to be playing a CP Kestrel, unless they decide to role swap, which of course they can do. That's kind of the thing about Calamity Reborn, is that both Aeon and Leon are great carries as well as junglers, and Leon, of course, can play captain to a very high standard as well. So, you know, it does give them some flexibility that other teams generally can't afford due to the fact that they're not, you know, the top of the game when it comes to their various roles. Now we have to see whether this Black Feather will go to the jungle as expected, and if so, what will be the pick up here for Sneaky? Since they've taken away his Kestrel, they've taken away his Vox, the Black Feather could go to the lane and they could change the jungle, and it would be great to see Sneaky back on his Black Feather. It looks like we may.
That's super interesting. Super interesting to see a Lance come out here. Right, we are going to jump into game. They're telling me it's a misclick, but I don't believe them.
Okay, this misclick. You can't misclick, actually. So it's not. You can't misclick in the draft lobby. You get, if you hover over hero and you select it, the first click pops up a dialogue which is like, "Are you sure you want to pick this hero?"
See, I've never drafted in the client myself. You see, so that's an interesting piece of information. Tasty Bacon, as we sometimes sub you in, apparently, right at the end of these things. What do you make of these 2 compositions? Like, let's take out the fact that it's Calamity Reborn again. Let's take out the fact that it's Salty Potatoes. We've seen these teams match up against each other before. Straight up compositionally, what are you thinking?
Knowing it's Lance Lane as well.
Assuming it's Lance Lane, I mean, they could always swap it, but I think there is definitely an advantage for the side of Calamity, just because with the CP Kestrel, there's every single member on the side of Salty Potatoes is looking to go in and engage. And that's what CP Kestrel wants. CP Kestrel is just going to set up traps and wait for that engage to happen and then blow up their targets. So I think there is a clear advantage in just the compositional styles of these 2 teams for the side of Calamity.
Well, here we go. It is going to be Aeon on that CP Kestrel in the jungle. Leon taking the Vox lane, and Sneaky going to be playing a lane Lance. We haven't seen that for a long time. Obviously, in Europe, Kvalifar made it so popular as a pick. Has seemingly dropped out. Kvalifar's not played a single game this season. Not sure if he played a single game in the second split of last season either. It's going to be Sneaky looking to try and beat Leon. Obviously, the impales do a lot of damage. He has that Book of Eulogies to sustain the damage from Leon. But whether he survives is the question. And fight breaking out in the jungle. Class taking a lot of damage here as Aeon charges forward. One more Glimmer Shot may have secured the kill, but it will not find out as he doesn't hit it. Joker now has to dodge back and forth, but that just buys time for Aeon to recharge his Glimmer Shots and find the kill. Joker goes forward, on point lands. There's the Glimmer Shots. Oh, Aeon's not quite landing them, and it will be Joker losing his life. Rieren looking to try and secure the kill, but he's level 1 and he can't. Blood for blood. It's going to be Joker getting away. A mistake by Aeon.
I'm actually really surprised that as they started to try and re-engage, Aeon didn't just pop that active camo and try and set something up that way, but was maybe afraid that if he did use the active camo, they would have just backed off, and he should have been able to get the kill. Those Glimmer Shots were more than enough damage for Aeon to find the kill, but just wasn't able to actually connect the last few, and Joker ends up with the first blood as a result. So well played by Joker, able to dodge around you. The Glimmer Shots missing is just as much credit has to go to the Joker for dodging them as you have to put blame on Aeon for not connecting. And it's actually a lot tougher than it seems to hit those Glimmer Shots at point blank, because in the slightest movement from the Joker, especially on someone who is as mobile as a Blackfeather, means that those Glimmer Shots are going to miss.
Yep. Aeon will wear the blame. But, of course, you know, credit where credit is due to the Joker. He's moving into the jungle here. Aeon going to have his backs respawn just as Joker dies forward. Look at the damage Joker puts onto Aeon. Pushes him under his turret, looking for an on-point to secure the kill, and he's going to find it fairly simply. Aeon just getting destroyed at the moment in the jungle. And if the Joker keeps up this pressure, then that's going to be fantastic for the side of Salty Potatoes. Whether or not they can translate this jungle pressure into lane presence from Sneaky, and this weapon power lands in the lane is a question, I guess, but you know, winning out the jungle definitely helps.
That absolutely is going to be a sizable advantage for Joker, especially not only getting these 2 kills, but also stealing away the entirety of the backs of Aeon, and now putting even more pressure on forcing Aeon out again. Time Leon is going to rotate with Rieren to try and make sure that they can keep Joker at bay, but without the backs being up, Joker is just going to hang out here as Leon has to go to the lane to try and make sure Sneaky doesn't just get free farm time up there.
Look at this. Aeon 14 CS, Joker 16, so he has secured a couple, it seems. Joker not quite able to have full effect, but he's moving up to the lane looking for Leon instead. That's going to be an impale connecting. Leon able to survive though. Currently, a lot of tempo going over to the side of Salty Potatoes. If it gets sustained, then it can help out, but it's looking like they're starting to drop the pressure. They haven't really formed a huge gold lead yet.
Yeah, and again, the timing of these rotations, while Joker was able to get that one rotation where he took the backs, and the next rotation actually all went to Aeon, and then on that most recent one, the Joker actually left just as those camps were respawning, and so Aeon was again able to get a full clear of his jungle. So despite those 2 deaths, Aeon is able to keep up relatively well with the CS with the Joker. Obviously, there is going to be some disparity there, but nowhere near as much as you might think with how aggressive the Joker has been playing. And so as this next rotation is about to respawn, this is the timing when Joker would want to get in, but Aeon is able to clear out those minions, so nothing really to be gained this time around.
Very interesting start to this series here. It's a best of 5, means that things, if they go wrong for either one of these teams, can be adapted. You'd think that that possibly favors Calamity a little bit better than it does Salty Potatoes, as they are the favorites to win the series. Right now, they are going to just go back and shop, get themselves that breaking point, the barb needle there, working towards the poison shiv. Leon likes to go breaking point first item, as he feels that he can get enough stacks built up just with the the resonance bounces alone.
Yeah, it takes a little while to get the first stack on the breaking point, but once that first stack does come through, then they start building up significantly quicker. So it's an okay item pickup. I still feel like personally there are some better choices, but Leon is able to make it work. As you can see right now, it takes him a little bit to get those first stacks, but then they start going. It is going to be classed falling.
Good kill there for Leon. It's going to start snowballing the game back towards Calamity's favor. Sneaky takes a one-shot, but is able to survive it. We'll have to go back, and now Calamity can look to put some turret damage here. Instead, may just rotate to force, some jungle camps. They haven't quite respawned, so they're not going to be able to get anything here. Interested to see what they decide to do. Reborn is level 5, is a whole level off hitting level 6. That gauntlet can help them out a lot. And you can expect that Calamity will be looking to try and get rear end to that as soon as possible. Ooh, they actually stopped Leon going for back. That's huge. I mean, Sneaky comes back. He has his new items. He has a tension bow. He's almost got his monocle as well. They forced the fountain for that. Bit of an error there from Leon and rear end.
Man, this is going to be Sneaky able to shove this lane in with the help of Class. Under the turret, rear end the only one here to farm it up. And he's actually going to take a lot of damage if that Impale had hit. That was likely to be a kill going over. Instead, it will be Salty Potatoes having to back out.
Pretty tight game so far here. 7.5 minutes. We haven't seen a team really get a huge lead, but oh god, that's Leon dead! Now they can get the turret here. Salty Potatoes taking full tempo. The Joker walks straight into that one shot, but seemingly doesn't care. That will be the turret going down. Sneaky able to secure it with his auto attack there, and Salty Potatoes get themselves a 2,000 gold lead.
And that's a very big turret take. And looking at the item builds, the Joker and Aeon. Joker went straight into the Shatterglass. Aeon has a lot of components, but hasn't been able to finish off a tier 3. He has enough gold for one now, but the components just meant he didn't really have a whole lot of threat in the lane when he rotated up. He's really trying to emphasize the energy regen so that he can just keep firing off these glimmer shots. It's an option that works, but when they have the pressure coming out from Salted Potatoes on the lane, there's so much burst between the on point from the Joker, and if Sneaky lands an Impale, he's already got that crit, as you mentioned earlier, in the tension bow. It just melts targets. Leon needs the Vanguard to get away. He was on a sliver of health, and again, this is just that massive burst that's going to come out from Sneaky on this Lance.
Certainly is. If he can do that to Leon every fight, then Salty Potatoes can remove the main carry threat of the side of Calamity Reborn every single time. They get themselves a gold miner here. They get a 3,000 gold lead now. And they're looking to just roll away with it. Salty Potatoes in a great position. Leon with the reflex block. Yep, that will certainly help with allowing him to escape the clutches of an Impale. But the Impale does so much damage by itself, even through the shield. Leon's going to have to be careful. Does go for the engage. Class moves forward. Leon unable to block the stun. I don't think it got used. Maybe it did. It is going to be his block now on cooldown. Look at Aeon. It's pushed into the lane. We'll have to see whether or not Calamity have any reason really to be in the lane because the Joker pushing in and Sneaky looking to take over with his lance. Sieging turrets and protect them is so difficult for Calamity.
Yeah, it's really tough for Calamity to have really much of anything happen in the lane, but at the same time, once Sneaky starts moving with the team like they are now, it becomes so difficult for them to find anything in the jungle either because you don't want to be fighting next to a wall in these small, tight corridors that the jungle offers. So this is kind of a catch-22 now for side of Calamity. They need to find some way to get a fight in an open space where Sneaky won't be able to just land these Impales and Githian walls easily, but at the same time, it's just what Salty Potatoes are going to be doing, is just constantly pushing up this lane, using their burst damage to just chunk down these turrets and just get this chip damage coming through.
This is such a interesting series. You know, it feels like Calamity Reborn have been kind of upset by the uniqueness of Salty Potatoes draft. We don't see much Weapon Power lands. You don't really get to play against it very often. Look at that Impale onto Rearin. They do catch Sneaky out. Sneaky may lose his life. The Fountain will heal him up. Can they get out alive is the question. One shot going to connect? No, it doesn't. Joker just be able to dodge it out. They're going to lose Class here. He can't even get his Blast Tremor out, but does go into cooldown. And it's going to be Salty Potatoes having that fight turned on them, but Sneaky's looking for the Impale. He does land it. Oh, that's going to be Leon going down. Rearen's going to go down as well. 2 kills to Salty Potatoes. Just turn that on its head. And that is going to be now this turret siege started up. Aeon looking to clear the way with his glimmer shots, trying to push them back, but the turret will go down regardless. Calamity Reborn still struggling to find entry into this game.
Yeah, what a play by Sneaky and the Joker, able to just catch Leon with the tip of that Impale. And if an Impale hits onto Leon, he's just dead. There's no way around it. Even with a tier 2 armor, the damage coming out from the 2 members of Salty Potatoes is too much. And by finding those kills, getting that turret, again, it's just going to increase this gold lead even further. The concern for Salty Potatoes is that this build will fall off from Sneaky. It's the same build as that Grumpjaw build that's become so incredibly popular. It does a ton of burst, a ton of damage in the early to mid game, but once some defensive items, once those tier 3 armors start coming out, the damage falls off in a big way, and it's going to rely heavily on the Joker. And you got to figure either tier 3 armors and a why? I just completely forgot the name of the item, the anti-burst item.
Slumbering Husk.
Yes, that's it. Thank you, Desi. But yeah, you get a tier 3 armor, you get a Slumbering Husk, and all of a sudden this massive burst that Salty Potatoes provide, and due to that's their entire strategy, is just bursting a target down. And if they're not able to do that, that's where the opportunities for Calamity are going to lie.
Man, this is pretty insane as the gauntlet goes down. Class goes very low. Leon dodges out the Impale. He's trying to get around the fight, trying to do the damage. Class goes down. Sneaky goes down. Joker last man standing. There's a 1-shot still up for this Kestrel. Scout Trap there. Aeon trying to find the damage at range. 1-shot comes out, but Joker just walks past it like a finish line. And that will be at least Calamity Reborn finding 2 kills for themselves. Starting to get some points on the board for themselves. Gold also starting to come back, but they can't really get anything with that fight win.
It's still just the momentum that they're going to get, the confidence. It was a beautiful gauntlet placement from Reborn. It prevented Sneaky from being able to use the Impale early on in that fight, and that enabled Leon to then get some stacks on the breaking point, dance around the fight. He was able to dodge out the Impale when it did finally come through. And again, if their immediate burst does not happen from the side of Sneaky Potatoes, that's when the opportunity for Calamity to win the team fight begins.
Whoop, Impale into rear end, but not the main target. Look at the damage Leon is putting onto Sneaky. He goes down. Leon now will block Class's reflex block. Aeon throws a 1-shot in the complete wrong direction. Now needs to position to help Leon, and help he will. That's another kill going over. The Joker falls. Calamity, seemingly with 3 damage items, some armor, and a bit more guts in their belly, have found their first turret. Another double kill. 20 seconds before this Kraken spawns.
All right, and so Calamity starting to gain some footing, getting the gold back to just about even all of a sudden. Then Kraken will be spawning. Goldmine will not be captured, as it is going to be eaten up by the Kraken. She gets herself a nice, full, immense gold payout for her troubles, I suppose. But it is going to now be Calamity with the upper hand, it feels, in these fights. They've got the momentum swung back on their side. They can start controlling this vision game as well. There's some good scout traps out at the moment for Salty Potatoes, but those have started to diminish as Calamity are able to push further forward on the map than they really have for the past 5 to 6 minutes or so.
So let's just take a recap of where we are. 400 gold separates these two teams. Leon, with his full metal jacket, will reduce heavily the damage that Sneaky can output with this crit build. It's going to be a 3rd crit item. You have to assume that's going to be a monocle, but could go Tornado Trigger, I guess. Not that really that the attack speed helps Lance out too much. Leon takes a bit of poke. That's actually a lot of poke, but look at the brave, look at the balls. Leon just goes in, throws his silence out, hits all three. The gauntlet catches out, and that's going to be 2 kills going over to Leon here as he gets the double. Only the Joker left standing. He's forced to go back, and the Kraken's going to be taken. Leon just needed to get his damage and his defensive build sorted before he really was in a position where he felt comfortable carrying.
Yeah, that was absolutely nuts. It looked like Salty Potatoes were just caught off guard by the aggression. Typically, when you land a little bit of poke, that's when your opponent's going to back off, and Leon says, I'm having none of that. Gets poked a little bit, and then immediately just charges in, uses the silence. As Aeon almost gets Ryuren killed by the Kraken there by delaying his damage. But it is going to be Kraken secured now for Calamity. They've won the last 3 team fights, and now they have a Kraken making her way towards this tier 2 turret. Salty Potatoes all of a sudden looking a little bit shaky in this first game of the series.
And look at this. Sneaky's only just picked up a reflex block now. This is the first reflex block purchased by Salty Potatoes. There's no Crucible. Joker doesn't have a reflex block. Yes, he has his Froze Offensive to dodge out CC. Joker will be able to do so, but these gauntlets have been so impactful for Ryuren because there's been no ability to block them. Blast Tremor does come out, but they don't go for the engage, which means that it has really no effect. They catch Ryuren out. He throws out his Crucible. They're looking to do the damage. Look at the breaking point stacks going up for Leon. Does have to fall back for now. Oh, Class almost loses his life to a one-shot. Ryuren gets caught, dies so quickly. Aeon's going to make sure that this Kraken finishes the job, takes the turret, and it will do. 2 turrets for Calamity Reborn. A fight not necessarily going their way due to the fact that Ryuren had no engage tool. But it does seem like this composition from Salty Potatoes has kind of fallen off a little bit like you reckoned it would.
Yeah, it's sort of hitting this plateau where the damage output hits this massive spike in the mid game, but then just kind of stays there. And the damage doesn't go any higher. Sneaky is going to be going for a full crit. Wants to get to 100% crit chance on this Lance. And it's just going to be so difficult to actually get the damage out. I would love to see this final item be some kind of pierce to try and deal with Leon in addition to the 12% from the tension mode, because it just hasn't really been enough. Leon's been able to survive so well in these fights with just the metal jacket and the Aegis as his defense. Like, that's just, it's reducing the damage that the Joker and Sneaky are able to output by so much. Aeon has no defense because he hasn't even really needed it. He's able to stay so far back because the threat of those active camo traps is enough to prevent Salty Potatoes from trying to dive onto him.
I kind of feel like Sneaky needs some form of defense. You know, he's going to be up close with Leon, so get himself an Atlas and he would at least survive a little bit longer. Very vulnerable with the lack of armor. Leon just being able to really put on his carry pants. On his birthday, guys. Happy birthday to Leon. 16 years of age now. Getting older and older. Remember back to when he was a baby? No, I don't. That's a joke. But, still, if they win this series, that'll be a nice little present towards Leon and, of course, the rest of his team.
Would absolutely get, I mean, the Challenger prize pool is a lot larger than any birthday gift I've ever received, as they are going to be...
Bible thump.
I mean, that's a lot of money. It's a lot of money that they're playing for here in this matchup. So, Sneaky, the Joker, and Class looking to be party poopers for Leon's birthday party.
That's a Echo now picked up by Ryuren. Going to look for those double gauntlets, Tasty.
That it is. The Echo is... Ooh, let's see if it has any effect. I love seeing the Echo Arden come out. I love seeing Echo just in general on really any hero that can make great use of it. It's just such a fun item and can be so incredibly impactful, but at the same time, if you don't use it right, can also be a complete waste of an item. But here we go.
Here we go. Fight breaks out. Here comes Aeon from around the side. Leon just stacking up that breaking point, able to dodge away, and The Joker gets dropped. Gauntlet falls on top of Class, and he will go down. It's going to be a kill going forward for Aeon. Leaves just Sneaky last man standing. Impale connects. Oh, Leon dances away. Takes Riren's life. Oh, Leon almost dies to a scout trap. But it will be the kills going over. A 2-for-1 in favor of Calamity Reborn. Leon and Aeon able to escape.
Yeah, at least Sneaky prevents the ace from coming through. If that ace happens, then this ends up being a devastating situation for the side of Salty Potatoes. But Sneaky able to survive. The Crystal Sentry did go down. It will be a little while before that's back and available once more. But this is absolutely anyone's game at this stage. It purely comes down to execution in these team fights. If Salty Potatoes can catch Leon, if they can get onto Leon and blow him up, or do the same to Aeon. It really just one of those two targets, but I feel like Leon is a little bit of a higher priority, although Aeon would be a much easier target to take down if they get onto him. The damage is just so immense on both sides of the fold. And we are approaching that moment where gold is virtually meaningless. We're getting close to full builds on the carries and the junglers. So 10-7, it's a 2,000, or actually a 1,000 gold lead in favor of Calamity. But as I said, that's very near to not making much of a difference whatsoever.
Yeah, no, gold doesn't really mean too much right now. Leon starts dancing forward, looking for some damage. Aeon, just coming around the side, has been spotted. Leon going to knock himself back into that trap, and oh, Sneaky rolls straight into the gauntlet wall. Class pops the wall treads. Everyone escapes with their lives for now. What will Calamity do? You're right, it does kind of feel like anyone's game, but it is theoretically Calamity's, as their win condition is more simple. It is just win a team fight as you would normally do, whereas Salty Potatoes, all of their eggs are in one basket. Sneaky's impale onto Leon, that basket alone, and struggling to hit it. He just dodges away, does get stunned up against the wall, but look at his positioning, able to just round himself around the corner. Riren's gonna have to pop that fountain. Leon, though, in a bit of trouble. The scout trap pops. Leon may die here. He does go down, and Sneaky will try and find Aeon. No, Aeon able to escape. Riren loses. Maybe all the eggs in one basket. Seemingly not a problem for the side of Salty Potatoes as they finally find their win condition. Now they're going to get a Kraken here, Tasty Bacon.
Yeah, they didn't get the impale onto Leon, but what did end up happening was Sneaky caught out Aeon, and so Aeon could not be involved in that fight. It was just on Leon against Class and Joker, and with the Storm Guard from Class as well as the damage from Joker, they were able to dish out enough damage to take Leon down. And the entire time, Sneaky just kept Aeon busy. He wasn't able to find that kill, so no ace comes through, but the Kraken is unleashed, and it will be Salty Potatoes looking to push up. We talked about how great this matchup was yesterday in the best of 3. I am so thrilled that we are going to get to see a best of 5 between these two teams because they are incredibly evenly matched, and their games are always entertaining. And that's what we're going to be seeing here now as the final push attempt comes through from Salty Potatoes. See if Calamity can keep this game going even longer.
Turret will go down here to the Kraken. Very healthy still. Calamity haven't really been able to dent it yet. A team fight win for Calamity Reborn could still be a victory for them. A charge down the lane. Death time is starting to get long. 2 turrets to be killed. They could do it. Oh, huge block on the Echo, on the Gauntlet, but here comes the second one. Everyone's trapped with the turret, and Leon's just trying to dance his way out of the Gauntlet walls. Joker's so low! He's one more auto attack away. He goes down. It's a double. Looking for Sneaky. They're going to kill him. They have to take down the Kraken. No, they're going for it. Leon, he needs to get this Kraken down so the turret will kill it. That should be enough to do it. And now he can run the one shot. Definitely, the Kraken will die as soon as it kills the turret. And now they've got 40 seconds to rush down the lane and take the base. Let's just make sure the Kraken dies. It's going to walk over. It's going to blow up. It goes down. And that means that this should be game to Calamity Reborn.
What a game. These two teams are so even. I mean, the gold was pretty much dead even throughout this entire game. Back and forth we went. It started off incredibly well for Salty Potatoes. Calamity made a strong comeback, looked like they were going to take it decisively, and then all of a sudden Salty Potatoes find a few more team fight wins. They're on the crystal, the respawns come through, but it's not going to be enough, and that will be Calamity able to find the victory in 26 minutes. And this is just game number 1, Dowsy.
Intense stuff there. We praised Calamity Reborn's ability to execute game-winning plays and, you know, rushes down lanes to take games yesterday. Scoundrel specifically praising their shot calling, where, you know, a lot of Challenger Series teams may have gone for a Kraken, they went for the win. To know that they didn't actually have to kill the Kraken there, they just had to get it low enough that the turret would kill it, and then they could push down the lane. Incredible game knowledge from Calamity Reborn. They take game 1 here at Scoundrel.
That was pretty insane, for multiple reasons. Not only Sneaky's build, which was pretty off the wall, triple monocle tension bow lance. I really like it.
But would be proud.
Yeah, Voldemar would be proud. There's only one thing you can say when you watch a team like Calamity Reborn, and there's only one player often that you can look at. The mechanical prowess and positioning of Leon is probably uncontested worldwide. Like, not even Druid, I think, could potentially live up to the pure raw ability of Leon. You just watch him in some of those fights, and you can't take your eyes off the kind of decisions that he makes in fights, his positions, the mechanical intensity that he plays at. I was just sat there looking at him like, I can't believe he's actually survived, or I can't believe he went that direction. Like just some of the things that he does are just insane. Once this guy actually can turn it to a live event, Vainglory is going to be pretty lit, to be honest. I'm going to check that the teams are ready. I think one of the teams needs a bit of time, but you know, as we wind up here towards the second game of this series, a best of 5 grand finals, obviously. What do you think, Dalsy? Because that was very close, like we expected, for the most part.
Super close. I wonder if we will see another off the wall, you know, draft, or if things will go back to the way it was. Yeah, no, that's pretty insane. I don't know, man. It's so hard to know what actually is going to be the result of this draft, I think, at Scoundrel. Because I feel like both these teams are throwing so much at each other at Scoundrel. The fact that Salty Potatoes very nearly won that game at Scoundrel, so close to winning it, shows that there's so much hope for them to take a game off Calamity Reborn.
And they did it like whamming a lance lane with triple monocle and tension bow down. So, you know, like that it's off the wall. It's definitely like an interesting pick, but it's not like super meta, right? You know, you're not gonna see VG8 teams pull that out every game because it's ridiculously OP. Like it was a pick that was, you know, if you land your Impale, it works. It will just one-shot a Kestrel if you can hit her. But, you know, against a team like Calamity Reborn, it might be difficult to land those Impales consistently. You know that Leon's going to dodge them most of the time. You know that Aeon's going to take super defensive positioning with this Kestrel. So, just really interesting game for me. Just can't believe it went that far, but also can't believe the level of, like you said, shot calling, decision making. I actually thought when they left Kraken that they were going to let Aeon snipe it again, given the low cooldown of the one-shot, one-kill. I thought that's what they were doing, but they actually knew the turret. That's why it even blew my mind. They knew the turret explosion would kill it. Like that's even better. I assumed they'd set it up for a one-shot, one-kill once it came off rotation, but they just knew it'd die. It's beyond my level of decision making. Anyway, it looks like both teams are ready to go with the draft, so let's get that one underway.
I don't know if you have it. Oh, never mind. Tasty Bacon needs a breather. So, I just don't know where this draft goes. Really don't know where this draft goes now, Scoundrel, because we've already seen such a off-the-wall draft from Salty Potatoes. And now on the A side, yes, they can dictate the draft. They can secure themselves a hero they want to. Baron going to be banned, so we won't see Baron in this series. I don't think we've seen Baron yet between these two teams. Grace banned. You can expect it either to be an Arden taken away from Rearen, or perhaps secure the Vox if that's what you want. We've seen Sneaky play a fantastic Vox. Either way, man. There it is, Vox. Cool. Starting to get my Suijay on it, Scoundrel.
You need to get your Suijay on. Yeah. Vox is a pretty solid pick for Salty Potatoes, though. You know Sneaky's going to perform and you take it away from Leon.
Arden next.
Yeah, I mean, Rearin will want his Arden, because you don't want to get it banned. And I mean, you could take it on second rotation if you don't think it's going to get banned, but it's a pretty solid first pick. And I mean, how much? Unless you're wanting to play Idris specifically. Okay, Kestrel, right? Why not? Who knows?
They really don't want the Joker to play CP Kestrel, do they? It seems odd that they're putting so much priority onto it. I guess Kestrel is Weapon Power Kestrel good into Vox, so perhaps that's why they want to secure it now, make sure it doesn't get banned away. Catherine going to be banned here. Won't see class on that hero again. You either ban a third captain hero here, or you ban a laner. If you want to force that Kestrel into the lane, we'll have to see what they go for here.
Yeah, I mean, Aeon probably wants to take that to the jungle again. I mean, it's kind of one of those if it ain't broke, don't fix it type things. I think Salty Potatoes. I mean, does Leon play a good Idris? Like, okay, they're going to ban a Lyra. All right. So that would mean that that's a pretty solid Arden now for Rearin, because you've already limited the captain hero pool quite extensively.
Yeah, the only two popular captain picks remaining are really the Arden and the Lance.
Matisse as well. I think Grumpjaw's there is like there's plenty of choices.
I don't really consider the Captain Grumpjaw to be super popular. It's a possibility, but it's not as popular as the others. There are still plenty of options. Obviously, you can run a Captain Fortress. We saw a Flicker get used in Vainglory 8 by Cloud9, so there's definitely options. It's just Finn is also there as well as another one of the more popular selections. So still plenty of choices for the side of Salty Potatoes as it swings back on over to them, but that Arden pickup that we expected did come through.
Now, I think you pick CP Blackfeather for Joker, and you pick Batiste as your captain, or maybe Grumpjaw. I think Captain Grumpjaw is way more popular in EU than it is anywhere else. I don't personally like it, but it works. Like I can say it works. I just don't think it's as strong as its other variants. Will be Samuel coming out for Joker here, and now we get to find out whether or not this Kestrel is going to lane or to the jungle. There's a chance to pick up an assassin. You can pick up a Taka, pick up a Koshka, look to shut down the Samuel that way. I'll just find out what side of Calamity Reborn want to do here at Scoundrel.
This is an interesting one. I would be half tempted to put the Idris out now. I think Idris is pretty good, like we've seen into both Samuel and Vox. Can be good into Samuel. Okay, sorry, can be good into Vox, but okay, they're going to go for the Batiste, and that's going to be a lane Kestrel here for Leon, and we're going to have Aeon taking the Batiste to the jungle.
Very interesting. Shuts down Grumpjaw's engage. Shuts down Samuel's Drifting Dark, and it can shut down Vox's mobility, but it only can shut down one of them in a team fight, realistically. Perhaps you get two off in a team fight, but really you're going to have to prioritize very heavily. So Aeon's job will be to find which is the primary target. It does mean that the Fearsome Shade will be a threat, and we'll have to see if Clath's ability to block that is there, as if he's not able to, then that could be an issue for Salty Potatoes.
Yeah, absolutely could. And we are now getting into the game. Ladies and gentlemen, we are just waiting for the teams to pick their heroes in the blind pick scenario, and we head on to the Halcyon Fold for our second game of this best of 5 series. Calamity Reborn need to win 2 more to secure their crown as the VGL Summer Split 1 champions, winning the lion's share of the prize pool, also giving them the best seeding going in to the challenge battles. Although with the challenge battle rework, I'm not sure how much seeding matters, but regardless, it's a good thing to have. We're on to the game.
We are into the game, Scoundrel, and there's a lot of crucible threat here. Tasty Bacon from the side of both these teams, actually, even more so on the side of Salty Potatoes. They've got the Oblivion, they've got the Grumpjaw Ultimate, and they've got to wait for it, Silence. On the side of Calamity Reborn, it's that Fearsome Shade, and it is, of course, the Gauntlet. So priority on these captains. Watch how Rieren and Class prioritize their crucibles, because if they do it wrong, then you could very much lose the game just via that.
Yeah, it's going to be trying to choose which abilities are most integral to be blocked. And not just the crystals, I think reflex blocks for the carry is going to be very important as well. Right off the bat, we're going to see a very safe jungle start for Calamity. Class going to be trying to put some pressure on and force the XP sharing so that the level 2 will come out a little bit later for Aeon. Meanwhile, Joker on Samuel will be rotating over at level 2, but nice movement from Leon.
Yeah, Leon able to lay down a lot of Glimmer Shot damage, and Calamity will force Salty Potatoes back out of their jungle just through those Glimmer Shots alone. Sneaky, trying to push this wave in. Leon trying to make sure he doesn't lose too much CS to the turret. Did lose a little bit, I think. And now also going to lose pressure on the central treant. So that does go over to the Joker, gets himself a bit of experience lead for his work. Calamity Reborn going to be looking to try and take this second game, make it a sweet 2-0. Could look to clean sweep Salty Potatoes. I feel like Salty Potatoes, though, with this composition, have a lot of chances to really test Rieren and really force some mechanical error out of these mechanical gods.
Yeah, it's the opportunities will definitely be there. Salty Potatoes have taken the fight to Calamity in their past encounters, but have yet to be able to pick up a game off of them, despite coming very, very close a couple of times. It's really just going to be a situation where Calamity is just going to look to keep their play clean. If they can just play at up to their mechanical level, they have to be feeling confident in their abilities to take this game, because they've now already beaten Salty Potatoes 3 games in a row, and they're going to be looking to make that 5 games in a row for themselves in this series. But obviously, Sneaky, Class, and the Joker are no slouches. They're no joke. They're not a team that can just be looked past or treated as a pushover, as Calamity has definitely already learned through their previous games.
Aeon, his Batiste is a pretty scary threat. And he does have kill pressure over the Joker being kind of the current counter. It's definitely the most meta counter, I think, to the Samuel right now, especially here in Europe. He is running into the Joker and doesn't seem to want to take the fight. Makes sense, because Joker has not only a item lead over him, being that single crystal bit over, but also a XP lead. Joker's going to be looking to secure this last and final central treant. Rieren's going to move in for a blood for blood. Ooh, just able to secure it, Joker. So able to take that one away. Now Rieren's actually in a little bit of trouble. I think he should be fine to escape. May even try and bait him into a fight here, the Joker. Yeah, it does. It's going to be the Ordained going down, but Class is joined, and this is an error because the Drifting Dart goes out. Rieren loses his life. Aeon hops his boots. He will get chased down regardless. Do we see the rotation from Sneaky? No, Sneaky's currently in a battle with Leon. Aeon, though, will go down regardless. Another kill over to the Joker, and they've just given exactly what the Joker needs. Gold, experience, and a lead over his opponent. Now looking to try and influence this game, carry it from the jungle.
Yeah, first it looked like it was Rieren that was trying to bait the Joker in so that Aeon could find a kill, but it was actually a next level bait by Salty Potatoes. The Joker getting Aeon involved, and then Class rotating on down from the lane in order to make those first 2 kills happen. Joker's going to be very, very happy with that as he picks up his Frostburn, already having that item completed well ahead of Aeon now with both the gold and experience. He's a full level over Aeon on this Batiste, and again, having that tier 3 item is going to be massive. I would expect the Joker to try and really push this advantage, whether it be in the lane or by trying to invade the jungle. Either way, as long as if he just goes back and just passively continues farming, I think it would be a really big waste of this item and level spike.
Yeah, we'll have to see what he can do. He's in the lane. Drifting Dart comes out. Leon's pretty low. Reron's just tanking it all up at the moment, so that Leon doesn't take any more damage. Is able to get back to base safely. Aeon looking to get his level 6. Should have the experience for it. Yes, he does. Going to move into the lane now. Leon will try and get there as quickly as possible. Pops his boots for the speed to get there. It's going to be a stun onto Class. Takes a bit of damage from the Ordained Walls. The Ethereal Prison. Now they've got that fearsome shade in lane. I'm not sure Calamity Reborn really go for a kill, but perhaps they do. Leon's got himself a Sorrow Blade, a 6 Sins. That's a lot of damage on these Glimmer shots early. Aeon, not quite towards the Shadow Glass yet. Engage comes out from Class. He's going to get trapped once more. Oh, the damage onto him. Fountain popped here by Calamity. Wanting to stay in the action as long as possible. Class looking to try to heal up with his Life Spring. There's the Fearsome Shade. But oh my gosh, an Oblivion takes out Reron, putting him to sleep for a long time.
Beautiful Oblivion from the Joker, and that's going to be this first turret getting pushed down as well. Salty Potatoes once again getting themselves out to a very strong early game lead. This time they have a composition that doesn't fall off anywhere near as hard either, so this is really, really good news for Salty Potatoes. Not so much so for Calamity Reborn, as they're going to have to really put in some work in order to get themselves back in this game, as long as Salty Potatoes don't make any drastic mistakes.
Yeah, they've got a huge gold lead, Tasty. That gold payout, although just half filled, will just snowball them even further ahead. Allowed for these items to be completed. Sneaky's got his Sorrow Blade now. Aeon does have a Shadow Glass. This is where Baptiste can be a little bit scary, but he requires a great setup. Reron not quite over towards the level 6 just yet. That's going to be a real big turning point for Calamity, as always. Once they unlock that gauntlet, that's when they look so much more, you know, confident in their team fighting ability, is when they know that Reron can hit those gauntlets, those clutch gauntlet plays. Currently just pressure in the lane. They've already got the turret, so they're just trying to make sure that Calamity stay on their side of the map, don't venture deep. They can set up vision, push it forward. See Classed now going to the shop, may pick up a bunch of vision for himself. Nope, he's looking to finish an item. Going to get himself a flare at least. It instantly gets popped, used to make sure they're safe to exit the shop area.
Alright, so Salty Potatoes, now with this lead, they should be looking to just keep this pressure up. That's exactly what they seem to be looking to do now. Getting the siege up on the turret. Stuffed is going to go a bit wide. I think that may have been a mistap there from Class, as he immediately...
Reron might be dead regardless. Oh, just about escapes. The Fountain comes out last second, heals everyone up, but it's not enough to keep the Baptiste alive. Gauntlet will not save Reron's life. He will lose it as well. Tries to do a bit of damage to Sneaky on the way out. One shot! Ooh. Class able to escape it, and the turret will fall. This is a huge snowball by Salty Potatoes. 4,000 gold, Tasty Bacon in the lead, and they're just winning every team fight as well.
Yeah, Leon very narrowly getting himself out of there. Otherwise, that would have been an ace and potentially even 2 turrets going down in favor of Salty Potatoes. They have a massive lead. Bought these early infusions that have not been answered, and they have so much gold freedom because of this lead that they've built up. Now they've got map control. With 2 turrets down, it's so risky for Calamity to really even move out as far as they are now, or at least it will be once Salty Potatoes start to take over that portion of the map once more. And this is just very much looking like it should be a clean game for Salty Potatoes. They got the early lead. They have a composition that will scale very well into the late game alongside Calamity. And so as long as they don't make drastic mistakes, as long as they don't get anyone caught out, then they should be okay. Nice Stuffed.
As you say that, Reron does get stuffed, and he is now trying to escape. Calamity not going to position in a way that they get caught in the action. Reron not able to block up that Stuffed, and now Calamity Reborn are at risk of losing their choke point turret at this 10-minute mark. Fearsome Shade blocked perfectly by Clast. This turret will go down. Joker takes a lot of damage, but he doesn't care. Leon will throw a one-shot out, perhaps, to show them away. But Salty Potatoes just don't care. Calamity Reborn move into their jungle looking to secure the backs, but they are just so far behind. It looks like Salty Potatoes may be able to continue the pressure game up. They've taken the choke point turret. Now it's just a chance to try and catch Calamity out. Taking the 2 Vein Crystal turrets, very risky. But if they can get Gold Miners, Crystal Sentries before the 15-minute mark, and the Kraken comes up, and they're well on their way to taking a game off of Calamity Reborn.
And we mentioned at the start of the game, it was going to be so important, the reflex blocks and the crucibles from the captains. And what have we seen now in the last, throughout this game? Reborn getting caught by an Oblivion early on. Reborn getting caught by the Stuffed in that last engagement. But on the other side is Clasped Crucible blocking the Fearsome Shade. That's the difference in these games, is those crucibles and reflex blocks. It was the most important aspect of these compositions, and it is absolutely being put on a showcase here in this matchup.
Very impressive stuff from Salty Potatoes. Just knowing that their early game so much stronger and have really been able to push the boat out with it. 6,000 or 5,000 gold. It will be 6 after this gold mine is taken. And will be blocked as well. Class taking that one shot to the side. Calamity are in just so much trouble right now. They're so desperate to get themselves back onto this scoreboard, get a kill, get some gold into their pockets. But they need to know that they can't really afford to go for all-out team fights unless a godlike Gauntlet or Fearsome Shade catches out the side of Salty Potatoes. Class will be denied with a Ordain, but look at where Aeon is. Gauntlet goes down, but Reborn may just lose his life regardless. Yes, he does. Sneaky able to find that kill. Aeon is not being allowed to backport. Class just keeping in position, and now they're pushing in for the win here. Salty Potatoes, 13 seconds on Reborn, and finally the backport comes through from Aeon. It's going to be the first turret going down. There's the Ordained onto the Joker. It's going to be Fearsome Shade blocked by Class once more. That's a Ordained Oblivion going out. They're taking the Vein Crystal. I think they've got it. A 13-minute victory for Salty Potatoes over the #1 favorites in the Challenger Series, tying up the series 1-1 and doing it in decisive measures.
What a difference from game number 1. Game number 1 was literally twice the length of time. It was 26 minutes for game 1. The final clock shows just under 13 minutes in game number 2. And Salty Potatoes, we mentioned it, they got that early lead and just completely snowballed this game. And it didn't get out of control in terms of the gold, but there was never really a moment where Calamity were able to get any sort of footing in this game. It was just Salty Potatoes picking on Reborn time and time again. 0-5-1. 5 of the team's 7 deaths on that captain. Just really great target selection from the side of Salty Potatoes, not allowing Leon to really make much of an impact.
Yeah, without Reborn, their main frontline damage, their healer, their protector, there was nothing Calamity Reborn could do. So often Scoundrel Europe is criticized as a region for not being able to close out games and just snowball things out of control. The fact that Salty Potatoes has done that here in the Challenger Series against such a strong team, such a strong European roster with great talent and great experience in the competitive scene really goes well for them in making a case for their themselves in this series.
Absolutely, Dalsey. I think that was an incredible case to show that even though against overwhelming odds, a team that is stacked to be the sort of the steamrollers, the bulldozers of the VGL league, they have been upset and in pretty dominating fashion as well from Salty Potatoes, a team incredibly gifted. And we're just going to be waiting to see if we get into the next draft phase. Teams do need a little break. As much as I'm trying to hurry them on, they do have been playing a long time. They do need a little bit of time in between each game. So I'm going to give them a little bit of space just to breathe here. But, I mean, where do we go from here, Dalsey? What is your prediction for the rest of the series? Do you think this is where we see things back up, or could we go all the way to 5 games?
it really just depends on what the reason Calamity Reborn looks so out of their body at Scoundrel. If it's a case of Calamity Reborn you know, falling apart via communication, or haven't really felt like they've got enough practice in, or weren't prepared for this level of play by Salty Potatoes, and if they're not able to fix it in the next game, then it could just be Salty Potatoes taking the series. But it always is the case sometimes with these teams that are deemed the favorites, that they get their ass kicked in game 2. They just don't allow that to ever happen again. They knuckle down, tighten up, and just play out of their minds for the rest of the series, because they go into the most serious of modes. You know, Leon's been joking about how he doesn't have to show any respect to any European team, but he's just lost a game in a decisive series here. So perhaps this is where the team, you know, shows some respect to Salty Potatoes and make sure that they live up to their expectations.
Well, that's Leon's personality, though. Leon is obviously, you know, very young, but he's being told consistently he's one of the best players in the world over and over again. You know, you're going to have a little bit of swagger, I guess, about you. So he's well beyond got swagger, I guess. But, you know, it's you're going to have a little bit of that sort of swagger about you when you're playing at that kind of level. And it's good. I think I quote my friend Itachi in the sense that Itachi thinks that he's the best player in the world. Okay.
He's the bee's knees, man.
Yeah, Itachi thinks he's the best player in the world, and I tell Itachi, you're not the best player in the world. And he goes, no, but if I pretend like I'm the best player in the world, sometimes I'll play like I'm the best player in the world. So sometimes it's just literally all about that self-confidence, and that can help your game. And again, some people like that. I think Leon, you know, acts like he's the best player in the world and plays like he's the best player in the world. So it's kind of, you know, he's got that line that he actually manages to toe. We're waiting in for Joker to just get back. I mean, like I said, these teams, especially Salty Potatoes, this is now their 4th game in a row. That can get a little bit draining after a while. We could have another 3 games yet as well. We're only just over the halfway line if this goes all the way to a 5-game series here, Dowsey. And it looks like everybody is into draft, so I think I'm ready to start it here as we get underway.
Any thoughts, Tasty, on where this draft goes? You know, we've seen some interesting drafts in game 1. Second game was a little bit more EU typical.
It's going to be most interesting to me to see how Calamity responds after the loss, because this was also their first individual game loss through this entire Challenger run. And so that's one of the things I like to see is just how teams react to taking that loss. Like you guys said, sometimes it's just that the kick in the pants, the wake-up call that a team needed, and they just play like they're on fire afterwards. Sometimes it just throws them completely off tilt, and they never are able to get it back. With the Vox first pick here, Kestrel again prioritized by the side of Salty Potatoes. They are putting so much focus on this pick.
Feels like this has just been the contested picks. Whenever a team gets a side, they get Vox, and suddenly Vox gets the winning side. So we're going to see probably pretty similar drafts that we've seen throughout the series thus far. Also, I just went and opened my windows. If you heard it, I apologise. Forgot to mute my microphone. I realised why my room is so hot as well. For some reason, my industrial-sized radiator is on. So I've been in this office for like a month and a half now, Dowsey. And I have no idea why the room got so hot. I thought it was the studio lights and stuff, but it's actually just this industrial-sized radiator that is consistently turned on.
There you go. I'm going to check my radiator after this game of Scoundrel and see if it's pumping heat into my room as well. Either way, this match is about to get hotted up, as Scoundrel likes to put it.
You missed it. I thought you were going to go for the slick pun, Dowsey.
The slick pun?
I thought you were going to go, this competition's really heating up just like Scoundrel's room, but I don't know.
Nah, I like it when you go, this series is hotted up. That was like a couple of weeks ago. It was a quote from you, so I decided to carry on the tradition of bad English from someone who speaks such great English.
Sometimes, when you're tired, you get to the point where your ability to pronunciate and also articulate sentences, they just go out the window. Anyway, Koshka finally coming through here. Batiste still open and available for Salty Potatoes should they want that. It's very... We've seen this from some North American teams as well, and I'm sure Tasty can attest to this. It's very, very ambitious to pick a Koshka while the Batiste is still up and available.
It really is. Both Batiste and Lance both still being available. Like, those are two very hard counters to the Koshka. I'm not expecting a Lance to come through for the side of Salty Potatoes, but hey, they played it in the lane in game number 1. I don't know if it'll come out again. They almost won with it, but it is going to be that Grumpjaw, Captain Grumpjaw, this time on the side of Calamity. And also, for the record, gentlemen, my room is quite cool. I was felt a little left out on updating everyone about the status of the rooms that we're in.
And you live in Los Angeles, but then again, I guess in America, aircon is like
central air, baby.
So aircon's like nice. The standard. In England, we don't have aircon because we've never usually needed aircon because we generally, like 7 months out the year, live in an icicle. But
our houses are designed to trap heat.
Yeah,
so in the summer when it becomes hot and humid, it's
exactly.
It's not a good place to be.
All buildings in England are designed to retain heat, and it is the Batiste.
I feel like you could have picked it, Captain. Maybe Rearend's not comfortable on it. Maybe it doesn't really suit the composition that they're against. Trying to shut it down.
Yeah, one of the things that I think makes Batiste so strong here is how impactful a big ultimate can be. Because you've got 2 dive type heroes on Calamity Reborn, and you could just ult and then they're gone. I mean, this is going to be a lot on Rearend and the team to be able to move with the Gauntlet. Move with the Crucible, because you have to remember that when you use the Crucible, you Crucible the first wave of the ultimate. If you continue to run away from the Batiste ultimate, you still get hit by it when the Crucible runs out. So you have to run through the ultimate as it gets Crucibled, otherwise you'll get hit by the second wave.
Which is exactly what Calamity Reborn's team wants to be doing, is running at their opponents. Koshka, Grumpjaw, and Vox want to be in the faces of their opponents, and so we'll have to see if they're able to. I think that the Grumpjaw pick is also clever, because if there was to be a Batiste, which we can see there is, Rearend can bait out the Ordained by diving on top of a target with his Hangry, looking for a stuffed and trying to force Joker to use the Ordained on him rather than the Koshka. So you got 2 dive threats rather than 1. It makes Joker's life a little bit harder as he has to pick the right target. Now we'll have to see whether or not Calamity Reborn can strike back, or if it's going to be Salty Potatoes looking for an upset.
All right, well, this is it. I'm out. This is the 3rd game of the series. Tasty Bacon and Darcy's your turn to shine.
What do we reckon? Level 1, Rearend, Aaron, go for a fight.
Calamity's going to be looking for aggressiveness. They've got a Dragon Blood contract on Rearend, and if anything screams early game fighting, Dragon Blood contract is that item.
Yeah, I'm with you there. Do see a bit of a fight. Rearend running in to Class here. He pops his Dragon Blood contract. I don't think it actually does any extra damage, does it? Unless his allies are there to proc it, but could be wrong. May need to read up on my contracts.
Well, they with Class and Rearend both just kind of stalling each other out right at this Tribe Rush. It means both the junglers are going to hit level 2. Aeon got there a little bit quicker, and now it looks like Calamity going to try and go in.
Yep, there it is. There's the slow from that Dragon Blood. Rearend, though, will go down. First Blood goes over to the Joker. And Aeon trying to secure a kill, but he's on top of a Scout Trap. He gets hit. He may go down. Ooh, he should. Bad mojo. Doesn't get the kill. Class getting in range for an auto attack. He jumps away. The minions doing work, but Aeon is a fast kitty cat and will survive.
And that is a very unfortunate play for the side of Calamity. Losing out First Blood when they were the ones being the aggressors is not really giving enough respect to the sigil from Class. Able to keep the Joker alive while still dishing out damage. And so First Blood, the First Blood gold bonus going over to the Joker on this Batiste.
It's pretty insane stuff. Joker getting that First Blood. He was able to snowball the game so hard off of early aggression and early kills given to him by Calamity Reborn when he played Samuel. This Batiste certainly can do the same as he gets his Shadowcast so quickly and then just starts to turn fights with his level 6 with his Fearsome Shade. It is going to be a 2-man invade looking for this Treant. Marks Joker. The Dragon Blood won't be procced, will not be consumed by Aeon Instead, looking to go back here, get himself some boots, and upgrade one of those crystal bits.
All right, so let's see if Salty Potatoes can really push the advantage in this early game once more. It's how they took game number 2, getting an early lead and just snowballing it all the way through to the end. It's going to be a little bit tougher this time against a Koshka and a Grumpjaw. Those two heroes are both very strong in the early game, but with the edge they were able to find with the immense amount of lockdown that a Batiste offers, really kind of an anti-mobility hero. And all 3 heroes on the side of Calamity want to be very mobile and moving constantly through the fights.
Very interesting start as, look at this, Joker going to walk towards his front treant. He's going to get dived upon by Aeon. They're looking to steal it. They don't steal it, but maybe they can just kill Joker nonetheless. He's going very low, pops a potion, pops his boots, running away. Ordain traps Aeon. Rira needs to get into position. It's going to be the heal. Aeon's going to lose his life. Calamity Reborn is showing no respect to their opponents, and they're being punished for it. Sneaky looking for a second. Can't quite get into range, and Leon will move into position to block a bad mojo, keep Rira alive, but it's 2 kills over to Calamity Reborn. Oh, they get the kill! Classed throws out that Insigil. Leon may go down as well. He does! It is 2,000 gold advantage for Salty Potatoes, trying to take this turret at the 4-minute mark. Calamity Reborn look done.
Yeah, and we talked about it. We talked about how does a team react when they take their first loss after going through almost the entirety of the Challenger Series without dropping a game. And right now, Calamity, they are not responding to it very well. Salty Potatoes are absolutely on fire to start this game 3 off.
Incredible stuff from Salty Potatoes, so desperate to take this win off Calamity Reborn and prove themselves against the favorites here in this series. A huge gold lead for them. Now looking to keep the pressure up. The Joker, with so much gold in his inventory, will go back and spend that 1900. Look to finish off the components towards the Shattered Glass, get himself a block so he can survive against this yummy catnip frenzy that will be unlocked very shortly. We don't see a block onto Sneaky. That may be an issue. Instead, going for some shielding. Aeon has got his ultimate now already. But unless Calamity Reborn start winning team fights in the next little bit, then it seems like this could just be a win going over towards Calamity Salty Potatoes. We already know that they have very good execution when they get this far ahead.
And playing with a lead definitely seems to be a little bit of a specialty for the side of Salty Potatoes. You know, they play well at all times of the game, but once they get a lead, it is not often that we see them drop that lead. And so, with their ability to push up again, they don't have this composition that's going to fall off like it did in game number 1. They've been able to have an early lead all 3 games now. I strongly feel the only reason that they did not win game number 1 was because they had a composition that just fell off a little bit too harshly. And so now with this composition here in game number 3, they should be able to scale up just as well as Calamity would, perhaps even better, because obviously Koshka and Grumpjaw are both heroes that tend to fall off in the very late game, assuming we even get that far, because Salty Potatoes are really pushing the envelope.
Aeon finished off his Aftershock now. The Joker pretty close to getting that Shattered Glass online, going to start putting the pressure on. There goes the engage on from this Koshka. There is a block. Sneaky's moving in position. Reborn may just lose his life. The fear comes out. Aeon goes down. The one shot, though, won't connect. But look at Joker, look at Classed. Ooh, a bit of miscommunication there. They could have gone deeper. Instead, they're going to turn their face to the gold miner. Half full. We've seen that they like to take these gold miners even when half full. And look to just shut down the potential of comeback. Keep the gold mine in the gold payouts in their favor. That's 600 gold over to them, pushing their gold lead to a whopping 2,500 at this 7-minute mark. Joker now has the gold for a Shattered Glass. Classed has so many items in his inventory already. Sneaky, 1,500 gold, can go back and complete whatever item he wants next. Maybe a poison shiv. Well, it's just such incredible dominance so far from them, and they do not want to give up any of this pressure.
Yeah, they need to keep the pressure up, but again, this is a team that we've seen them be able to do so. We've seen them get these advantages and just keep applying pressure. If they do, take their foot off the pedal a little bit, that will offer opportunities for Calamity to get in there and start to make a comeback in this game. But for now, the movement, so Blast is going to spot out members of Calamity, so he knows he can't just rotate right back up to the lane. Sneaky is going to take a little bit of damage as Calamity try to take advantage, but now everyone has gotten back, and Salty Potatoes should be okay.
Should be okay for now. You just see that Sneaky has that reflex block, so would have been able to dodge out the Yummy Company Frenzy if they were to dive the turret. They're going to push the wave in here. Calamity Reborn looking to start a siege, try and punish this back. Going to be a lot of damage onto the turret. Class, in fact, taking a lot of damage as well, but the Fearsome Shade pushes them all back, and Aeon's so low. One shot's going to come out, but it's a scout trap from Class that secures the kill. Wait for it, flies out. They're all silenced, but they're going to go forward, look for Reborn, and that's a kill over to the Joker. Leon will be able to escape, but his teammates not so lucky. 3,000 now in the lead. Salty Potatoes looking so good.
All right, so Salty Potatoes definitely looking like they are the dominant team all of a sudden, despite the fact that, again, yesterday, Calamity beat Salty Potatoes 2-0. It looks like Salty Potatoes definitely learned from that matchup and have come in, have found ways to push Calamity to the edge and are looking to just continue with that pressure, continue pushing and trying to knock Calamity off, trying to knock them into that second place finish. And Salty Potatoes, I've been so thoroughly impressed with the way that they've played these last two games. If they can keep this up and get this 2-1 lead, and I don't know, Calamity, they really need to try and go back to the drawing board, go back to what worked for them. But again, Leon in the late game on this box, you cannot count him out at any stage of this game.
They need to get to there. Fearsome Shade comes out, stuns all of them. Reborn, though, picks up the Joker. That's a lot of damage. Now out. He spits him out. They're looking for the kill, but here comes Cast over. Aeon goes over the wall. Not where he wants to be. Joker picks up a kill. A one-shot picks up a second. Leon trying to escape, trying to get out alive, but he is just going to walk into the double and the ace for the Joker as they secure themselves another. They're going to look to punish as much as possible, push the lane up to the turret, take it down, and get another 900 gold into their pockets.
And Leon doing what he can on this box, but it is just not enough. As, again, Salty Potatoes, the damage, the lead they have as they take this turret down, and that gold lead grows even further. Almost 5,000 gold now in their favor, 10.5 minutes into this game, almost a kill per minute for Salty Potatoes against Calamity. This is, again, the #1 seed. This is the team that has just been rolling through the challengers all the way up until this final series. And Salty Potatoes absolutely stepping up their game in a big way.
Insane stuff from the side of Salty Potatoes. They just look so strong. And now, with this gold lead, they can look to just snowball the game. It may not be a 30-minute victory. It may not be a 10-minute choke point turret like the previous game, but they're still on track to continue and look to finish as quickly as possible. One error. Reborn with a Crucible now could block up the Fearsome Shade. We'll have to see if that's enough. That Fearsome Shade has been so troublesome. There's the Ordained. Aeon able to dodge away from it. They're going to be fighting. There's a block as well. They block up the Fear. They're looking for damage. That's going to be Yummy Company Frenzy onto Sneaky. Joker goes low. Leon finds the kill. Sneaky gets eaten up. It's one kill to him. Spin him out. Leon looking for the kill as well. Jumps away. It's going to be a double. Leon goes down. It's a triple for Sneaky. And a fight that looked closer just wasn't enough for Calamity.
The Calamity got one kill on the board there, but they still lose out the ace. Salty Potatoes, they aren't going to go pushing that choke point turret. It's a little bit too far away, but they will go ahead and secure themselves another gold miner and extend this gold lead back up to about that 5,000 mark once more. There's some good shutdown gold that was picked up by Leon for getting that kill onto Joker, having that 4-kill streak, but it is not going to be enough as Sneaky, with the triple kill, is able to finish off that ace and ensure that Salty Potatoes keep their lead.
Incredible gameplay from them. It looked almost enough that Crucible play to block the Fearsome Shade, allowing the team to get the damage out, allowing Leon to position more aggressively. He's got his full damage build now. Aeon nowhere near. He's just not having the performance necessary on this Koshka. They're going to look for a turret, get 900 gold into their inventory, but they may just get baited into another fight, and they may not want another turret. There it is. Silence goes out. Joker goes low. It's going to be the block from Leon, keeping him in the fight. Rear end. The stuffed misses as Class disappears through the portal. 1 kill to them and a turret. That is the first theoretical team fight win for Calamity right there. They can't really get too much more off it. At least bridging the gold gap a little bit.
Alright, so Calamity trying to push in. They found an opportunity to rotate in and take this Crystal Sentry down. That's a really nice pickup for them as well. It's only going to be the first one, though, so not going to really provide that much safety, but they just need to take any small advantage they can get at this stage of the game. They're so far behind. The gold lead has definitely diminished a bit, down to now just 3,000 gold in favor of Salty Potatoes, but all of the pressure is still up against Calamity as Salty Potatoes look to try and find some more. They need to just make sure they don't let this slip through their grasp. Want to see the Joker really try and rush down and get his broken myth is the item, and needs to get that pretty soon, otherwise the Batiste damage will fall off. He's prioritizing defense right now just to make sure that he can survive in these fights, but I think the broken myth is going to be incredibly important to Salty Potatoes being able to win and finish off this game.
Yeah, certainly. There's another fight breaking out. Another good block. The fear goes out. Silenced as well. They're going to take down the Joker at the beginning of the fight, but Riran loses his life. It's Leon dancing around. Yummy Captain Frenzy gets blocked. Sneaky with a burst onto Aeon. Aeon will escape, though. Just about looking to turn onto Class, but Class will not chase. His fight's starting to become a little bit more even. Tasty Bacon. Who knows where this game goes?
Yeah, that is a 2 for 2 now. Slowly but surely, Calamity are finding their way back into this game. If they can just continue this focus, they have a very clear decision-making process now. It's jump onto Joker, take the Batiste out of the fight, and then try and deal with whatever is left after that point. But Sneaky has been doing a really, really great job. He's gone down now once. That was a ton of gold that Aeon picked up for that kill. And so let's see if it will be enough for the side of Calamity to really get themselves fully back in this game. Gold leads down to 2,500 in favor of Salty Potatoes. You have to... I'm very impressed by Calamity, again, able to answer what happens when they lost the game. It looked like they were coming in flat into game number 3 here, but they have definitely picked the pace back up. I don't know if maybe they just realized, hey guys, we really need to focus up so we don't lose a second game in a row or what, but they have definitely looked so much better in the past 6 minutes or so than they did for the first 10.
It just takes so long to get that Crucible online. It's another fight breaking out. This time the Fear, though, will blocked. The Joker hasn't gone down instantly. Instead, it's Aeon onto Sneaky trying to find the kill. They swallow up the Captain. That's going to be a trade. Leon finds the kill. Aeon goes down. Joker and Class left alive, and they've been split here. Ordained goes down. Leon has no reflex block. He's just going to lose his life in this Ordained. He can't jump around because of the bright bulwark. And Riran will be able to go back to base alive, but the Kraken will be started up here. Salted Potatoes keeping the pressure on to Calamity Reborn. Riran does have the chance to steal it. Grumpjaw's base damage is enough. These bad mojos probably are way more when it comes to burst. It's a slow Kraken take. Riran, 20 seconds on his ult, so it's not like he can swallow the Joker up last second. Oh, this is so So difficult for Riren. 2 flares remaining. He is going to just move towards the Kraken. Here's Sneaky though. So much burst. There's the Bright Bulwark, and Riren knows he can't steal. Fearsome Shade even thrown to make sure they secure it. 17.5 minutes, Tasty Bacon. The Kraken is fighting for Salty Potatoes.
All right, Kraken making her way into the lane. Salty Potatoes, one fight is probably all they need, unless Calamity look for it very early. This is what they're doing.
Yep, looking for the fight immediately. Rear end does throw out that reflex block, but they've taken down the Joker. Now they need to get onto Sneaky. Leon trying to get the damage down. He throws out the wait for it. Sneaky goes down. It's a double kill. They're going to get the triple kill onto the Koshka. An ace for Calamity Reborn. But now they have to backport and stop this Kraken from stealing their base.
Looked like Salty Potatoes were not at all prepared for Calamity to engage on them there. They immediately got onto the Joker and took him out in an instant. There was really no answer from Salty Potatoes. They are going to get one turret off of this Kraken push, but that will be all they get. However, it is the choke point turret, arguably the most important turret of the game to secure. And so now the base for Calamity is open, but this gold lead has evaporated. 500 gold is all that separates these two teams, despite 10 kills still being the difference between them. Calamity are 100% back in this game.
They are. Look at the inventory of Aeon, 2,000 gold of metal jacket purchased. He's going to be looking to buy up an infusion, you reckon, with the 800. Maybe. Yep, there it is. Leon. He goes back, gets himself the Halcyon charges. Full build Leon at 90 minutes. Riren looking for another reflex block of his own so he can get through those ordained wars. There's also a Null Wave Gauntlet. We already talked about Null Wave Gauntlet in the previous series between Audacity and Team Queso, and how Riren needs to block up that Null Wave Gauntlet from Classed so that he can then use his Crucible to block the Fearsome Shade. It was what allowed PRZ to win a series off of Audacity Gaming. They're looking for another fight. That's a great usage of that Bright Bulwark. The wait for it goes out. Doesn't silence. Calamity going to fall back now. Salty Potatoes now going to go aggressive. This is the first time we've seen them able to do this. The one shot goes out. Bright Bulwark goes down. They can continue pushing up. There's so much range, so much poke. Calamity either need to turn as one, or they need to forfeit a fight entirely, and the latter will be their choice.
Right, so Salty Potatoes starting to slow it down a little bit, wanting to play cautious. They have to feel that this game might be slipping away from them just a bit, but they can't play too safe or they will end up being completely taken away. Calamity are obviously looking to push the envelope, push the issue a little bit more. Kraken has respawned. And so positioning, once again, will become so important as to who starts off this fight. Riren, Leon, and Aeon looks like they're pushing up.
Need to be very careful here. Do or die moment, really. Leon's going to get caught in the Ordain, throws away for it out, silences up both Sneaky and the Joker. They're going in, looking for the fight, but they're under a turret here. It's going to be the Yummy Captain Frenzy blocked. Aeon onto Sneaky, doing a lot of work, taking a lot of damage. He gets out, the fountain heals him up. One shot won't connect. Riren having to escape now. Has his ultimate. Leon with Aeon with his reflex block will escape. In fact, going the other way. Now he is in trouble. Oh, they've picked up the Joker. Going to just make sure Aeon can get out so much safer. The Joker doing work though. He finds the kill onto Aeon. He gets a double onto Rion. It's Leon. Last man standing. Sneaky going low. Leon's going to have to re-engage. He knows he has to. He has to dodge these glimmer shots, but his item silence. He will go down. And that is going to be the ace once more for Salty Potatoes.
Another ace, and this will be another Kraken as well. Very long death timers. I mean, no one will be able to stop this one from being captured. You got to figure Salty Potatoes are going to be looking for the opportunity to end. And when they get this captured, they'll have Joker to try and push. They're going to delay the Kraken take as much as they can. It's actually, I thought Sneaky may be looking to go and try and shove in a turret, but they decided to just come back, clear up vision, and just make sure that once the Joker is up, they will grab this Kraken. One shot's going to come through onto the turret, trying to make sure it goes down, but it's going to be saved. However, Kraken is now unleashed. Salty Potatoes, once again. Last time they had the Kraken, it didn't go very well for them because Calamity was able to find a fight immediately. This time, Calamity not quite in position to do so. And Salty Potatoes can end the game if they are just able to find this next fight.
That would give them a 2-1 lead over Calamity. One more game and they would take the series. Here comes Reborn looking for the engage. Bulwark goes down, wait for it's out, silence down. Sneaky trying to get on top. Aeon trying to get on top of Sneaky, but another reflex as a Crucible. That's Sneaky alive. That's Sneaky now doing damage, and Reborn's going to lose his life. Leon going to be the last man standing. Ordained can't escape. Looking for Joker, finds the kill, looks for the double, but cannot. It's a double, in fact. Over to Sneaky. The ace is there. It's 50-second death timers. This will be GG. Tasty Bacon, a 2-1 lead to Salty Potatoes, looking to upset the favorites in this grand finals.
What a game. Salty Potatoes, what a series this is turning out to be. 2-1 in favor of Salty Potatoes, the number 2 seed, with a lead over the number 1 seed, 1 game away from securing themselves the first place finish in the VGL Challenger Split 1.
This is insane stuff. No one would have expected that Salty Potatoes would be leading the series right now. 1 point away from series point. 1 point away from tournament point. Yes, people expected that Salty Potatoes were good enough to take games off Calamity Reborn, but everyone has been buzzing about Calamity Reborn. Some people even pegging them as the best team in Europe. That is obviously an extension of what they can be with a little bit of work. But right now, losing to Salty Potatoes, that may not be the case. They are looking so good at Scoundrel.
They look fantastic there, Darcy. Incredible game. I think they maybe struggled a bit with capitalizing on their victory, though, from the early game. There's really good stalling from Calamity coming out. I'm still surprised Calamity sort of functioned as long as they did. It's really crucial Crucibles coming out from Reborn that kind of kept them in those fights. And Leon, again, reminds me of a League of Legends AD carry player called Imp. When Imp used to play a character called Twitch, he would engage the fights as arguably one of the most vulnerable members on the team. He would run up to the enemy team and engage the fights. I feel like I get that vibe from Leon. Like, Leon as a Vox is engaging the fights, and then his team is like backing him up. So he gets like a couple of breaking point stacks before the fight even begins, and he sort of lets things go from there.
It's very risky at Scoundrel. Obviously, if he's able to land free damage, get that breaking point stacked up, then there is some worth towards it. But yeah, great drafting coming out of Salty Potatoes. The Bright Bulwark, the Ordained, shut down the double dive threat. One can be used for the Koshka, one can be used for the Grubjaw. You have to think that Calamity are starting to struggle perhaps with their drafting stage here. Now we'll need to look to fix things up. We're going to obviously have a short, breather for the players, of course. Salty Potatoes, that was their 5th game in a row, now playing their 6th game in a row at Scoundrel in this next game, the 4th game of this series. And they've been performing great. Let us not forget that Sneaky was the pioneering threat of Reliable Union, who won the last Challenger Series split at Scoundrel.
Absolutely.
Another team that was understated, underestimated by so many, but were able to take it. Reliable Union, now obviously in the VG8. Without Sneaky, he parted ways with the roster, but he's looking to do it all again with the Joker and Classed.
So just to mention, guys, challenge battles coming in. Obviously, they have been changed. On the 22nd and 23rd of July, we will have the challenge battles where we'll have 9 series between the bottom 3 VG8 teams and our top 3 VGL teams, of which all have been confirmed now. And the teams with the highest win percentage will retain or get those VG8 spots. So I'm going to sneeze. And I couldn't mute my microphone. Sorry. So obviously this is a big change to the challenge battles. It means teams have got to go through a bit more of a trial by fire to make it into the VG8. But again, it kind of secures the best teams for that competition. And obviously VGL's challengers will be taking part in this revamped format, Dalsey.
certainly. It's going to be the 22nd and the 23rd of July next week. It will be 3 series, I think, per day. Could be right, could be wrong. Each team will play 9 series each, I believe. As it's a round robin, and it's just going to be a crap ton of games played, and making sure that, because this is the one challenge battles that happens this season at Scoundrel, that the team that deserves the most to go to the VG8 goes there, or remain in the VG8 remains there. Either way, the draft kicking off at Scoundrel, it is going to be this Baron and Grace once more banned out. Vox secured here for Sneaky on the A side. We'll have to see if this Kestrel comes through for Leon or Aeon, or if they decide to drastically switch up the draft.
Well, it's been that way for pretty much every draft so far. They are going to switch it up and go for the Lyra, something that they feel warrants priority over anything else. So Reborn will get his hands, or we expect Reborn will get his hands on the Lyra here. And now the bans will come through. They want to play against the Batiste, which means Koshka a little safer of a pick here for Calamity Reborn. Could be thinking of that when the Batiste ban comes through. Joker was pretty influential last game on that pick. If Salty Potatoes are thinking that the Koshka is an issue, they could end up banning it, but they're going to ban the Kestrel given the fact that it wasn't picked. So Calamity Reborn now have the option to pick up Koshka if they want, and it's not a bad pick given that the Batiste has gone down. But they're going to take the Black Feather right now.
They've changed this up completely, Scoundrel. Looking to really revamp their strategy here. They have potentially left their carry position to last. Or it's a weapon power Black Feather and Leon's going to take it to lane. We don't know. I guess that's the strength of Black Feather as a flex pick. To see where we go as far as jungle and captain are concerned. We do have that Arden available. Grumpjaw as well, though I suspect Clast will not be wanting to play it this matchup. Could look for... Oh, he's just going to go for the Arden. I was going to say could look for the Finn. We saw a fantastic Finn from Clast earlier today. But it's just going to be this Arden taken away. In the jungle, you suspect that Joker may be wanting a Samuel, perhaps even a Sky, considering that is the counter to CP Blackfeather in the jungle. A lot of options available for the jungle pick. When the Blackfeather is already there, you can kind of assume that it's going to be a CP Blackfeather.
Well, it's been the one that's been most popular in the current meta, so I think that's something that's pretty safe to assume. They're going to get the Arden, who has also been incredibly influential as a captain pick. And Salty Potatoes looking to round things out now. In the jungle, where would you go here for Joker? Whoa.
Oh, wow.
That's interesting.
Okay.
Tasty, you're from North America, and Fortress is only popular there. Talk to us.
Fortress isn't even terribly popular here right now. It's not a very popular pick, but it's really just all about a lot of focused, sustained damage and being able to allow the Vox to stick to a target by having that movement speed increase and a little bit of extra lifesteal. It's a pick that I think is just really just going to be heavily used here to sort of try and catch members of Calamity off guard. Koshka going to be the final pick. And I think Koshka is actually a really good grab here just because the Fortress is usually looking to have a fairly strong early game, and Koshka is going to be able to deal with that early game pressure.
So
Koshka didn't really work out last time, but the Batiste and the Lyra have been taken away. The two anti-dive kind of threats. I guess the Arden and the Fortress can work as anti-dive, but they're a little bit more complicated and a little bit more reliant on your opponents just wanting to run away at Scoundrel.
Well, exactly. We are heading into the game, and Salty Potatoes are just one game away from being crowned our grand winners of the first summer split of VGL here in 2017, and taking that top prize, as well as obviously having that position in the challenge battles, which, you know, we've seen there's going to be some changes. We'll talk about it at the end of the stream and at the end of this split. We'll run through all that you need to know when we're looking forward towards those challenge battles at the end of this month, 22nd and 23rd of July. As we head on to this game, It is going to be Joker taking Fortress Jungle. It is a big pick, and they're going to be doing something pretty crazy here. I'm going to hand it over to you guys.
Certainly a important match here for Salty Potatoes. A very interesting composition, something we haven't seen for a long time. But Sneaky was the one who loved to run the Fortress with his jungler eyes on Reliable Union. Oh, disgusting Joker. Let's not have any of that. Just peeing on the Halcyon Fold. No respect. And Leon is playing a weapon power Black Feather with that Koshka pick coming through. Looking to try and bring a melee assassin threat to this Vox. Incredible series so far. Even more incredible if Calamity somehow bounce back.
Yeah, for sure. And just for an idea on this Fortress pick, it has been picked 3 times in the Vainglory 8. Once it was in Europe. It only has 1 win, and that was a North American that got the win. But it was played once by Dynasty against Fnatic, and they were not able to pick up the victory there. So not the greatest track record for Fortress thus far this season. We'll see if Salty Potatoes can make it work.
Currently is going to be aggression this time again from Aeon and rear end, though. I like this this routing from Joker to go the long route round and avoid any instance of a fight. In fact, they can just run towards the backs here, and there are backs available. They will just trade them, it seems, as Aeon and rear end will secure their backs, but the Joker and Class are going to secure theirs. This is actually a really lovely rotation from Salty Potatoes. They do not want to take early fights against the Koshka and the Lyra. The reason they were so successful last time was because the Koshka was countered by a Lyra Batiste. But if they get back alive, ooh, Glass has been spotted. We'll get his brought back, denied, may even lose his life. Does he have boots? He does not. So this will be Class losing his life, going down for first blood. Either way, still a great rotation because the Joker gets his backs, he secures gold. And as long as he doesn't go down now to perhaps another aggressive rotation from Aeon and Rearen, then he's going to be in an alright position.
Yeah, it does give first blood bonus over to Aeon, but as you mentioned, Joker was able to take quite a bit out of this, so he's going to be pretty okay. But now Aeon and Rearen, they're looking to go aggressive, but the rotation from Sneaky is coming down as well.
Yep, rotation is coming down. It is going to be Sneaky looking to try and secure the backs with his team. Aeon, not entirely sure who got them. Unfortunately, didn't have my camera positioned correctly, but it is this early lead for Calamity Reborn. They need 1,000 gold, in fact, due to that first blood and some back steals. Joker sitting 5 CS behind his Koshka Pow.
And really important for Calamity to get an early advantage in this one after losing the last 2 games, now having their backs against the wall. Salty Potatoes, they had those early leads in the previous games, so able to deny that initial advantage they were able to pick up this time around, now looking for more.
Certainly putting the pressure on towards the lane. Not able to find a kill, but the Joker's in his jungle all by himself, and he's trying to work out what's the best route to go. Scout traps are certainly helping. He's going to charge forward into his enemy's jungle, but he gets spotted by a scout trap now, and you immediately see that rear end is going to port back and try and keep the Joker in place. Aeon's also gone, but the Joker, noticing the backs aren't there, will backport immediately. That's going to be him safe from sound. Still lacking experience, lacking gold, as Aeon is a full level ahead of the Joker. And he has, double his CS and more.
So that's definitely not going to be an ideal situation for the Joker to start this one off. Does have the Stormguard banner, so his clear times will be a little bit quicker. But definitely lots of pressure coming up from Aeon and Rearen, which is really nice to see. It's also kind of freeing up Leon a bit. He's just been solo farming for a good majority of the game, so his experience is quite high. Class going to take a little bit of damage, and that's just going to allow the rest of Calamity to stay in this jungle a little bit longer. And Joker gets found.
Does get found. This will be him taking so much damage, going down. and with the yummy Captain Frenzy able to secure the kill. Sneaky pops his boots, knowing that the Koshka Lyra are quick on their way, but here they come, and he still gets bursted a little bit, classed as well. Calamity looking so much better. They've finally woken up here. Tasty Bacon, they smelt the napalm and realized that it was burning them alive. Now looking to dress their wounds and come back into the series. This early advantage they have, 2,000 gold, is going well for them. The Fortress, whose only objective is to dive onto his opponents, is behind. That's really putting Salty Potatoes into a awkward position. He's going to move into the lane. Rear end will be aggressed upon. Takes a bit of poke damage. Aeon's not there to follow up, but Salty Potatoes not going to chase regardless. Calamity can continue doing this, then there should be a tied series, 2-2 going to that 5th game.
Classed very narrowly getting himself out back to base. It is, yeah, very much looking like Calamity have gotten the answer in this game. You know, maybe a questionable draft with this Fortress pickup, but it hasn't had a chance to really try and shine yet. And that's a huge credit to Aeon and Ryuren, really shutting down this Fortress pretty heavily. Again, having almost double the CS in the jungle. The Joker so far behind. Now Sneaky.
Will we go down? Fountain comes out. He's stunned up under the turret. Yes, it will be the kill going on over to Calamity. Ryuren will not even get chased down. Leon and Aeon wanting to jump further and push their lead even more so. These waves just being cleared out by Leon, forcing the minions into the turret. Turret taking a little bit of poke from them. Calamity up by 2,000 gold. Tasty.
Yeah, 2,000 gold. It's a comfortable lead for 6 minutes in, and it looks like it's about to increase even further. Calamity start up this gold mine. They're gonna have vision if anyone tries to contest this, but no one's gonna get there in time. It's a decent gold payout, 196 gold each. And again, the Joker is just really struggling this game. Once this Fortress gets a few items, maybe we see this start to turn around, but it's going to take so long for the Joker to really be a relevant threat in this one that there's so much time for Calamity to just further grow and nurture this lead that they've got.
Currently, Calamity Reborn, I think needing to win this game before the 20-minute mark. The Vox obviously will scale up. We know Sneaky's Vox is great. The Fortress will eventually get some items. His build's fairly cheap anyway. It's the Storm Crown into the Aftershock, and then probably a Broken Myth for the 3rd item, but he will prioritize a lot of defense to make sure he can tank up a lot of damage. Gauntlets now available for Classed. Can catch out Aeon and Leon, though very quick, very mobile, and Leon has that Rose offensive to block it all up. It's going to be very hard for Class to have a major impact with his gauntlets. I don't expect him to really be locking down Leon and Aeon at the same time. If he does, and if the Joker's able to lay down a huge amount of damage, Sneaky able to get his breaking point stacked up and really just wailing on his opponents. And there is chances. These chances are so few and thin. And it looks like Joker's going to walk into another death trap. Aeon and Rear End just making his life a misery. That is just going to be another kill going over. Oh, maybe not. Blocks up, gets the Vanguard. Aeon's been baited in, gets the Fountain, looking for the kill, but then Gauntlet catches him up. Overcommit coming out of Aeon. And Salty Potatoes finally get a kill onto the board.
A much needed kill. It did go on to Sneaky. I'm sure Joker would have really have loved to have gotten that for himself, but I think he's also just going to be happy that he didn't go down and give another kill over to Calamity. Reborn is now they're going to continue to try and push up, even though it's just Leon and Ryuren. They still want to try and keep Joker from having much of a presence. They're trying to take this jungle, but not going to be working out. Leon going back in.
Going back in, looking for the kill. That's a route on to Classed, but it is these wolves coming out. Calamity Reborn falling back as they clear them out. Now looking for the re-engage. They're ignoring the wolves, in fact, and Class will lose his life. Sneaky in a bit of trouble as Leon tanks the turret up. Fountain has come out in 5 seconds, but 5 seconds is not enough for Rearan to save the life of the Koshka. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Leon may just bait in with the Fountain. They could go for it. Gets the heal. The Dragon Blood contract there on Rearan as well. There it is. Gets popped. That's going to be Joker looking like he goes down. The Fountain saves Leon, and it is a fairly simple kill coming forward for Calamity Reborn. Just Joker not expecting the heals coming out of Reborn.
Yeah, it definitely was. I feel like Joker knew that there was going to be the heals there, but wasn't expecting them to be quite as potent, and was trying to just stay alive long enough for Sneaky to be able to rejoin that fight as well. But unfortunately, it didn't happen. Did save the turret though. Turret didn't really take much damage at all. But it is another kill going the way of Calamity. This time giving that kill over to Leon. He's going to be very happy to pick up another one. He has Breaking Point Serpent's Mask. Typically we see if it is a Weapon Black Feather, even though we don't see Weapon Black Feather very frequently, it goes for the Serpent's Mask, Poison Shiv, and Breaking Point, and then just defensive items. Becomes extremely difficult to kill a heavy sustained Black Feather like that, especially when you have a Lyra on the team.
Yeah, certainly is. They're going in for another fight. That's going to be an instantaneous kill onto Sneaky, but they trade immediately onto rear end Class, looking like he's going to lose his life. They've got a fountain though, and there's no fountain available for the side of Calamity Reborn, as rear end has already gone down. So Calamity going to have to give up this turret dive. May even look to take a turret. They haven't really attempted that yet at this 11-minute mark. May look to finally do it. No, they're diving onto Joker, looking for kills, looking for Joker. Yummy Captain Frenzy gets blocked, but it's enough damage nonetheless to get the kill. Calamity Reborn may look to finally finish this turret off. Sneaky's coming in. Leon with the shield, not going to take too much damage. Has that Serpent's Mask anyway for the heals. Class walking straight on into this weapon power Black Feather. Leon going to fall back a little bit, but the on points very much doing the work. Leon not quite able to find the kill. Sneaky going to try and lay down some hurt, make sure he doesn't come back again.
And this is Calamity playing so aggressive. That's about 5 or 6 turret dives that we've seen in the last 4 minutes. And they are just really, they know that they have the damage advantage. They know that the members of Salted Potatoes are not terribly tanky and don't have really any defense items other than the 2 Aegis completed. And so they are really trying to push themselves underneath that turret. Said they haven't really done a whole lot of damage to the turret, but they have found multiple kills from these dives. And now they're going to get themselves another gold miner. That one's an immense gold payout, the full payout going over to them. And it looks like Calamity again just starting to really have a comfortable lead. It's a 4,000 gold lead they found for themselves.
Man, this series has been incredible, but this game itself is actually just still so up in the air. Yes, it's Calamity Reborn 7-3. Yes, they've been continuously putting pressure on, but right at the 13-minute mark, the first turret still hasn't gone down. In fact, it's not even dropped under half HP yet. Calamity are negating objectives for kills. They're trying to shut down Salty Potatoes by killing them in the jungle, taking away their gold, but they're not actually getting much of a gold lead for themselves. 4,000 gold is a little bit. You know, the gold miners have certainly been helping, the crystal sentries as well. The gold leads, Leon's 152 to 116, but the turrets are still remaining, and every minute that passes just puts Salty Potatoes in a better and better position as they're getting closer and closer to hitting the item spikes, closer and closer to that 45,000 gold mark. Rear end, Leon, and they're all going in. Sneaky may lose his life here. Founder comes out. He's dancing backwards. That's the gauntlet going down, but it's not enough to keep him alive. Rear end will be trapped. Will lose his life for sure. No, he's able to drop turret aggro, but the Wolf will find the kill. 1 over 2 over to Calamity Reborn as Leon almost loses that. Aeon and Leon looking to finally take this turret down and start pushing their advantage forth. I think this might be it.
This is what Calamity needed to be doing. They get the kills under the turret. This time they take the turret as, again, they're fighting so risky by going for these full-on turret dives, but that also just shows how confident they are as a team, that they're willing to go all the way, diving under 2 turrets just about to find these kills and managing to get out with 2 members alive, only losing rear end for how long they were under those turrets is absolutely huge. And getting that objective taken out, it's going to add on to this gold lead that they've now built up for themselves. It's going to force Salted Potatoes, if they want to play defensively, knowing that Calamity is being so aggressive, they have to play that much further back. And it should allow then the side of Calamity to take over this jungle even more. That scout trap still not getting popped. That one scout trap has been sitting next to this Crystal Sentry for quite some time. getting a lot of value out of it for the side of Calamity.
Dear me. Joker hasn't finished his Storm Crown yet. Looks like he's opting in for more damage. Perhaps going towards a Broken Myth before he finishes the Storm Crown. Salty Potato is able to secure their back camp there. As Calamity walk in. They are taking damage from this mini miner, but they're just looking for an engage once more. Sneaky straight on in, goes for the portal, gets stunned on down, locked on out. The gauntlet goes down. They're going to try and escape it. It looks like Leon has the kill. Back for the portal. He's dancing, but he is going to eventually go down. Everyone on Calamity is so low. The Joker's gone back to base. What's he purchased? I'm not entirely sure. He's going to come back in though. Maybe they look for.
Very surprised that Joker went out of that. He was still almost full health. And he was just up underneath the turret and just recalled back to base. You mentioned everyone on Calamity got so low. That was kill opportunities for Joker. He has some good burst, but now they are in a world of trouble because Calamity is healed up.
They have healed up, and that's just going to be an easy turret take here by Calamity. 36,000, 8k gold in the lead. The Kraken sitting there waiting to be taken, but it won't be the time just yet here. Tasty Bacon. Man, what an incredible series this has been.
Yeah, absolutely insane. Back and forth. You know, some of these games have been back and forth. The whole series has been back and forth. And Calamity Reborn looking to be firmly in the driver's seat of game number 4, trying to push this to a decisive game 5. Max out our viewing experience here and this grand finals, and I wouldn't have it any other way. These have been so much fun to watch, and now it's going to be Calamity going in again.
They just want to fight. They're not done yet, and it's going to be Sneaky blown up the fountain to keep him alive, but keep him alive it will not. Class next on the menu, as it's going to be them all diving forward. A double kill over to Leon. Calamity, you know, it's like they're angry. Tasty Bacon. I don't blame them. This is Leon's birthday. It was meant to be a fun day of Vainglory, but he wants the triple. He wants Joker's life. Currently, the Kraken being started up. Look at those stacks being put onto him. Leon will walk away, join the rest of his team at this Kraken, which has not even really been dented yet. But Calamity Reborn are not done with this series, looking to push it 2-2. I think angry is probably the best objective to describe this game so far, though.
Oh, absolutely. They have been constantly looking for fights. I mean, we saw throughout the first 10 minutes of this game, they were just diving under the turrets to get kills, not even trying to take objectives. Now Kraken will be unleashed, and with the lead that Calamity has, it is looking more and more likely like game number 5 is looming on the horizon. They will try and end this one. I mean, we know they're not going to be opposed to diving in and going underneath these turrets looking for kills. They've been doing it all game. And now with Kraken to aid and make those dives a little bit easier, you gotta figure that they will try and finish this here and now.
Here we go. You guys ready for this? Because this is likely going to be the entry point to game 5 here. There's the portal. Reren's by himself though. Reren's taking a lot of damage. The wait for it silences him. He's still taking the turret. Fountain goes out, but he's still taking the turret. Finally gets the heals. The team disengages. That may have been enough damage though to buy time for the side of Salty Potatoes. Calamity going to start moving back in. This turret going to be the target of Aeon and Leon. Starting to do the work here. Making sure it's secured, but Reren does lose his life. That's Salty Potatoes securing their 5th kill. They will take down the Kraken. There, the Kraken has done its work. 2 turrets taken. That's gold value achieved. The Crystal Sentry will lose its final life as well. Eliminated from the map. Calamity Reborn with a gold lead of 11,000. They are looking ready to finish this series off as soon as Reren joins them on the Halcyon Fold once more.
Yeah, absolutely. It's full build now for Leon as he finishes off his boots. It is all 6 tier 3 items. You got Aeon, who is looking to be on the verge of that right now. Salty Potatoes trying to take 1 turret, but here comes Calamity looking to fight 2-on-3.
2-on-3. Need to remember that they're 2-on-3. This could be the throw, but they're going on to Joker. The fountain's there. Look at the damage onto Aeon. He gets the fountain. Rear comes back in time, but Leon almost loses his life. The resonance bounces are going! He has to use his reflex block to stop them up. Sneaky's following up. He has the resonance. He finds a single kill! And that is a disastrous move. That is a throw-worthy move, perhaps. Perhaps not, but it certainly was close enough. Calamity Reborn will not be finishing this game for another 2 minutes or so. And we're going to continue down this slogfest that is Calamity Reborn versus Salty Potatoes.
A very nearly a disastrous play there. If Leon is lucky that he did not fall, if Leon falls there along with Rioren, that's at least another turret going down in favor of Salty Potatoes. So, I mean, we mentioned if this game goes very late, the Broken Myth is on Joker. He's got a couple defensive items, and Sneaky is, of course, hitting his stride as well. So, Kraken respawning, but Salty Potatoes need to be careful. The lane is pushing up towards their base, and we're at a point where the damage from Calamity is enough that there is a chance they could just try and ignore the Kraken and shove in if they knew that Salty Potatoes were fully committed to trying to capture the Kraken themselves. So they have to clear out those minions. They have to get the wave pushing back away from them. Calamity knows this, and they're just going to keep these minions pushing, keep themselves with this advantageous positioning.
Pretty insane. There's an Echo on rear, and I'm excited to see what he does with it. There's the whole gauntlet going out. Everyone's split up. Going to be heals going out. They're looking for the kill, but Leon's going so low. He tries to escape the gauntlet, but Sneaky will have the kill. The Echo's still not been used by Rear, and they've lost Aeon as well. Holy moly, Rear will now have to escape, deny the ace. But this will likely be a Kraken being secured. Rear's been spotted. He's been dived upon. He heals himself up. We'll look to portal over, you think. Try and escape. He's just trying to buy time, but look at the damage onto him. He's going to portal over the wall. Has that Echo. How does he use it? Brings his portal back up again. Now looking to go back over. But he could just dance around. Oh, he's over. Everyone's over. And it is just going to be the portal saved. Sneaky has pushed the lane. Looking for a turret now. There's the Storm Guard. No, it's been sold, in fact. So they don't have Storm Crown or Storm Guard. But the Kraken will go down without a stitch. Salty Potatoes looking to take this game.
There's a chance for Aeon and Leon to try and contest this.
There is.
If they decide to go really aggressive. Yeah, okay. They're not gonna.
Wow, is this the throw of throws?
It very well could be, Dowsy. It very well could be. This was a massive lead for Salty Potatoes. The Fortress Ultimate is going to get used just to scout out. They know that there's no risk of Kraken getting stolen as a result of that, but now they have 30 seconds before Attack of the Pack is able to be used again. So
wait, class with the null wave again. There's no spots open. Riren either sells his Echo to get the reflex to stop the null wave, or he gets item silence, or he uses the Crucible to negate that. Wow.
I think Rioren has to use the Crucible to negate the item silence, and Aeon and Leon, they both have the ability to get through the Gauntlet, and that's the only hard crowd control. And so the Gauntlet and the Wait For It are really the only two forms of CC Salty Potatoes have, so it has to fall on the carries to use their own reflex blocks to get out of a Crucible, or of the Gauntlet. But here we go.
They're going in. Yep, it is engaged straight on in. Silences are there. The item silence is there as well, but it's onto Leon, I think. They're starting to win this fight. Aeon trying to escape. Sneaky's already lost his life, but they've taken down one. Aeon's lost, and that's going to be Leon taking a kill. Class looking to try and find it, but it's a triple for Leon.
They're going to go in.
Charging down the lane. They're going to ignore the Kraken here, and I don't think there is a chance for Kraken to take the base. This should be a 2-2 here. This should be the game. Going over to Calamity Reborn. We're going to game 5 here, Tasty Bacon. What a crazy treat this series has been.
Absolutely nuts. Very nearly Salty Potatoes turning it around, but it was the kill early in that fight onto Sneaky that is going to allow Calamity to finish this game off. The turret is down. Sneaky's up in 5 seconds. The crystal will very likely be exploded shortly after. And members of Calamity can breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief as they push us into a game number 5.
I have to say, yes, it's a game win by Calamity Reborn. but as the sloppiest win that they've ever had. That is a win that they almost threw away. That is a series scoundrel that they almost threw away there. Gonna have to tighten up, I think, in Game 5.
I think you're all right there, Dalsey. And as speaking of Game 5, we are going to get these teams as soon as they're ready into the next draft, because it's going to be the final draft of the VGL Summer Split. I'm going to move these teams around, make sure they're on the right side of things. It's going to be Calamity Reborn back on the A side. They will end this series where they started, on A side, as the top side of the bracket gets the A side when it comes to the first draft. And now I'm going to just check that the teams are ready here, because we are about to head into our final game of the VGL Summer Split. This has been a roller coaster of a series. It all comes down to this final game between Calamity Reborn and Salty Potatoes. All said and done, at the end, Salty Potatoes certainly bucked up their ideas from where we saw them perform yesterday. It has been a crazy series, and this infallible team of Calamity Reborn showing that they do have cracks in their armor, and cracks that are quite easily exploited, it seems, and a lot of it seems to start with draft as well. I'm going to check that the teams are ready. And obviously giving the teams a little bit of time in between series just to relax, because obviously, especially for Salty Potatoes, this will be their 8th game of Vainglory on the trot now. Yes, I think it's 8th game. No, 7th game of Vainglory on the trot. They beat Team Queso 2-0. 7th game of Vainglory on the trot. So just waiting for Salty Potatoes to join in on the draft here. But is it Vox? Is Vox the key? We've just seen Vox lose here, Dalsey. Is it something that maybe the teams will buck up when it comes to prioritization? Or do you think that will be a first pick going over to Calamity?
I don't know, man. Like, I think that Vox will get secured on A side unless it's banned. If it's banned, though, then we see Grace or we see Baron, right? So, either way, I feel like an A side first pick is where it's at, regardless. I don't think Calamity changed their draft bans here, but maybe we see a ban here onto the Vox. No, it'll be Grace. I think Calamity will go for the Vox. It's just such a carry potential hero. It has lost twice on B side. A side, but I guess it's also won twice on A side as well. So it's kind of not about the box as much as about the composition around it. Still, very great hero just for feeling like you can carry from the lane position.
Let's see. They are certainly starting to think about their bonus time as well here. Calamity Reborn, thinking about their first pick. A lot of priority going down onto this as well, Dalsey. It's been such an important factor, it feels, for both teams. Vox on the menu, Kestrel's on the menu, Blackfeather's there as well. No bars hold, or no holds bars. I don't know. I can't remember the same phrase.
Oh my god.
No holds barred.
No holds barred. That's okay. That's the one I wanted to say. It's been, 4.5 hours now. Tasty Bacon. It's a long stream because we've had such a long and exciting series. My tongue.
Just imagine if our first 2 series were 3 games rather than 2.
We would be nowhere near finishing.
We would be like just starting this series off right now.
I'm not sure how you guys do maths. I've accused Tasty Bacon of not learning maths before, but 2 games does not equal 4 games, I don't think, Tasty Bacon.
It does if those games each take like 30 minutes.
Yeah, see, now we're entering parameters that we have not yet previously defined, so... I could say a game lasts 50 minutes and then,
And I would cry on the inside. It is going to be a Samuel first pick for Salty Potatoes. That is the boldest first pick that we've seen in this entire day of finals action at Scoundrel. Arden banned against Reborn. Whew. Let's go. Surely you ban Vox. Let's ban Vox. Come on. Ban Vox.
That or Lyra. That or Lyra.
Or Blackfeather.
Yeah.
Or Blackfeather.
Okay, that Lyra or Blackfeather. I personally think Lyra, given that you've got the Arden ban and you want to drag everybody down into the captain level dirt.
I agree.
Okay.
Grumpjaw
maybe
Lyra open.
Achieves something similar, and I guess Lyra would be the pick for Salty Potatoes then.
You'd assume so, man. Unless they want to secure a captain, a carry, but Lyra it is.
Yeah, Lyra just makes the most sense for them. Wanting to have that healing, a lot of teams are putting tons of emphasis on the Lyra still because she is incredibly strong, despite receiving some nerfs, some buffs, some changes throughout the last few updates. And Glaive gonna come through for the first time this series. Glaive into Samuel is a very strong pickup.
Glaive prioritized, like you said, and it's going to be Lance coming through as likely the captain, although we have seen some Glaive captain resurging, especially in solo queue, and we've seen Leon play Lance from the jungle, so there's pretty much anything can happen with Calamity's Reborn roster, just like Dowsey said, everyone has their ability to flex into different positions. And we are waiting now for the final pick here. Blackfeather. This is Sneaky's Blackfeather coming out, Dowsey, in the final game of this best of 5.
I love it. That's poetry right there, Scoundrel.
Oh,
if Sneaky hard carries on his Blackfeather. Like, so for those who weren't aware, I know we've got so many new viewers today. If you didn't watch last season's VGL finals, then you didn't see Reliable Union play Sneaky's one-trick pony Blackfeather, Eyes' one-trick pony Fortress, and Likodov, I can't remember who was their other captain player, play their one-trick pony Arden or Lance. They just play that every game, and then in the last game they did switch it up, change their composition up because they could, and they showed they could play other heroes. But Sneaky's Blackfeather was such a treat to watch last season. He hasn't played much of it at all this VGL Challenger season, Scoundrel. So bring it out in the final game of the finals. That's the time you bring it out.
Final game of the finals. We are now heading into the game. Teams getting ready to pick for the final time in the VGL Summer Split 1. This has been a crazy grand finals. If you'd gone back and asked us at the start of this, you would have said this is an easy 3-0 for Calamity. Almost, anyway. I mean, we knew Calamity had it in them, but given their
3-1.
Given their performance yesterday, you would have thought, Calamity looked like the team that were dominant from the get-go. It was close, but it still felt like Calamity knew what to do when it came to closing out games. But I never thought it would go to 2-2 all the way to the final game of this series, Dowsey. And goodness me, we are heading on to the Halcyon Fold, and we have now made it. We are on to the Halcyon Fold for our final game of this series. It is going to be Calamity Reborn A-side, Salty Potatoes B-side. The winner takes VGL Summer Split. Dowsey and Tasty.
What a tasty series this had been, Mr. Bacon. What an incredible games these teams have performed. Sneaky on his Blackfeather. It is going to be Aeon taking to the lane. Leon is on the CP Kestrel. A role swap. Everything is being turned topsy-turvy, Tasty Bacon. Who will win? Hashtag Calamity, hashtag potatoes. I'm just eager to watch the action, but unfortunately for me, I have to talk over it.
I mean, I cannot wait to see how this one's going to play out with the lane Glaive from Aeon. As you mentioned, swapping Leon into the jungle on this Kestrel. This is going to be absolutely insane. Sneaky's Blackfeather is something I've been waiting to see. We've been talking about it every single series that they have played in, and we finally do get to see it once more. And so right now in the jungle, see if there's going to be a skirmish over this treant. Looks like Salty Potatoes are going to back off and let that one go over, but Class is going to just stay around and pressure it. So actually the Ancient Treant is not going to go to anyone just yet.
What an incredible start as well. I have no words. Like, if we were to talk about let's talk about competitions. Let's do our job, Stacey Bacon. I'm going to stop umming and awing. I'll let the audience do that. We're going to talk compositions here. This Blackfeather into the Glaive, possibly not going to be as effective. The Blackfeather really likes those squishies, but hey, there is a squishy. It's Kestrel. Leon will have to be positioning like a god. Samuel can do a lot of work, but will be vulnerable to impales, afterburns, active camo traps. So there is definitely the potential to blow someone up on either side of the Halcyon Fold. The Joker, when he played Samuel in game 3, just carried so hard. He was able to get an early lead. This time, it has been respect from Calamity from Leon and Rear End, not giving that early lead yet to the Joker. But I say yet, because we are only just 2.5 minutes into the game.
Yeah, and the early leads have really been what's been decisive in this series. Pretty much every time, except with the exception of really game 1, the team that has gotten an early lead has been able to snowball it through and claim victory. Now Joker trying to pressure Reborn and Leon, getting a lot of damage down onto Reborn, looking for that first blood.
Yeah, Class comes over. This is an easy first blood. Does go over to Class, but it's still a first blood for Salty Potatoes. Now the Joker and Class moving into the jungle here to steal away Leon's backs. It will be the Treant secured. Leon going to look to try and secure one. He is able to secure one of his backs as well. Makes it not as detrimental as it could have been, as Leon's trying to just poke out his front Treant. Oh, but he's ran into the Joker. He may lose his life here. Rear end needs to get in position. Impale misses. The Glimmer shots aren't. Class goes down. It's a kill to him. The afterburn. Sneaky gets knocked away. Leon trying to find another kill, but the heal from the Lyra is still remaining. And it will be Sneaky running away with his life.
Post-mortem healing coming out from Class there.
Next level.
That's how you really set up your teammates incredibly well, is by putting down those sigils right before you die so that they can take advantage. But we wanted this game to be close. We wanted the series to be close. We're in game 5, and game 1 is off to a 1-1 kill start. Neither team able to find that early lead that they were looking for.
It is back and forth, bouncing around. Calamity, though. You have to wonder how this role swap influences the tide of the series. It's definitely something different. Sneaky does get knocked away, but the Glimmer shots aren't connected because of the knock away by Reborn. Know that Leon will be frustrated by that. Is Sneaky getting away with his life, picking up a poison chip on his way as well.
Alright, so with the now push attempts from Calamity going to be coming through, trying to put pressure on. Obviously, Leon has plenty of damage and can put these Glimmer shots out, but here comes the Drifting Dark.
Drifting Dark down. It is just a Joker laying down some damage, pushing Calamity back away from the lane, allowing Sneaky to farm up safely here. This series has been incredible. These challenge battles, the most important challenge battles I think any season we've seen Tasty Bacon, because they are the singular challenge battles of the season. No longer is it 2, one at the beginning, one at the end. Sorry, one at the middle point, one at the end. It is just this single challenge battles in the midpoint. And a huge change of format as well, which we will dive deeper into after this game. Scoundrel has a lovely graphic to explain it all. Either way, Salty Potatoes, Calamity Reborn looking for the lion's share of the VGL Challenger Summer Split 1. Looking to take that first place as well. Leon in position to lay down some poke onto the Joker. There's going to be Aeon picking up his Sorrow Blade and an infusion as well. Leon, not quite at the Shattered Glass point, but he's gone for an infusion as well. So Calamity looking for an early lead with the infusion buys in their inventory.
Yep, definitely going to be trying to find themselves some sort of lead here. Both teams, again, know the importance of getting ahead early in this series in particular. And so Calamity really trying to put pressure on to this turret now. Trying to use those Glimmer shots to get damage on the turret. They get a little bit down, but every time Joker is here to rotate up and try and push them back. Not really getting a lot of work done with that Drifting Dark, and now Sneaky could be in trouble.
Sneaky's dead, you think? He's escaping? He's escaping? The Oblivion saves his life! Leon cannot get into position! And Sneaky will remain alive! The sneaky man that he is. Calamity once more going without a kill onto Sneaky. The second time he's escaped death.
Escaped to what seems like certain death at that too. I mean, he was absolutely dead to rights and just somehow manages to get out of there. The Oblivion being used in a great position, just zone control from that ability. You don't always have to throw it looking to get a hit, a big, team-wide sleep or anything like that. Sometimes it's just to zone enemies out from a specific area. That's exactly how it was just used there by the Joker. But Calamity, they just duck down, clear up some jungle camps, and are right back to pressuring this turret.
They're going to keep this pressure up. I think that perhaps Afterburns need to be prioritized onto either Clast or the Joker. Rear end going for a predictive Impale. Assuming Sneaky would dive forward, that's the one shot hitting him. But Clast obviously has that heal to sustain. That's going to be the Joker Afterburn. Impale lands! That's a great Giffian's wall, but the Joker walks away with his life intact. You cannot kill Salty Potatoes, it seems. Rearan, perhaps he can be killed. Leon getting pressured, another Impale. Rearan knocks him against the wall. Leon does not have the energy to follow up with a Glimmer shot. And everyone's just going to leave the lane, clueless as to how no one has died.
That was so close on both sides to kills going over. But somehow, some way, every single member is able to hold on to their life. Sneaky and get back up into the lane. Class holding those minions as best he could for him so that they don't get underneath the turret. And they are still looking at this gold. It is 200, never mind, it is 100 gold. That is the difference between Salty Potatoes and Calamity Reborn in game number 5 of the grand finals here. So absolutely insane game to start us off. 9 minutes in, and they are dead even. Sneaky, second item, completes the Aegis because he is so worried about these Glimmer shots coming out from Leon.
Oh, man. That is an incredible first buy from Sneaky. He loves to play his Black Feather defensively rather than offensively. Does get Afterburn against the wall. The Oblivion, though, will catch Leon, puts him to sleep, but he is asleep, invisible, and Sneaky secures a kill onto Aeon. Rear end the next target as the Joker lays down the Malice and Verdicts. Leon gets sniped. Rear end will forwards an ace for Salty Potatoes. And they will find themselves a turret.
Defense coming through in spades for Salty Potatoes. They're going to get the turret. They're going to rotate down and take the gold miner as well. This was what they were looking for. Both sides were looking to have that level of engagement. Salty Potatoes take the first full team fight, and they will have the first real advantage in this game. The turret goes down. The gold mine goes over. A full payout to Salty Potatoes. And just like that, they are up by 2,000 gold.
Log into your Vainglory clients and spam twitch.tv/Vainglory League to all your friends who are currently not in game. They need to witness this European final here. They need to witness the battle that is Salty Potatoes versus Calamity Reborn. Game 5, there can only be one winner, Tasty Bacon. And currently it's Salty Potatoes in the pole position. Eve of Harvest now finished for the Joker, looking to sustain these fights even more so. His health will be able to do so. It looks like Leon building towards a clockwork. Perhaps he's got a void battery. Maybe he goes double shadow glass. I'm not entirely sure. It's Leon on his Kestrel, and he knows. I know he loves to build damage. Aeon needs to find this Afterburn into a active camera trap, it seems. Is the win condition. Sneaky.
Class threw out a very early bulwark, not going to pay for it.
Right bulwark goes down. Classed will get locked up. Rear end trying to escape. Calamity are losing this fight. The sustain's so huge. Sneaky dives forward. A block onto that Oblivion. Sneaky trying to find the kill. Aeon knocks Joker away. The one shot onto Sneaky, but he will sustain with the sigil from Classed. Currently, Calamity Reborn trying to escape this immense damage from the Joker and Sneaky. Aeon will Afterburn to safety, and it is going to be another turret siege for Salty Potatoes.
And they're going to get a lot of damage onto this one because Aeon has to go back. Leon is here to try and defend this, though.
Holy, that turret almost loses its life. Rear end doesn't hit an Impale. That's going to be Aeon, though, onto Class, looking for the kill, but he can't find it. Sneaky trying to get the returner. Joker almost out of energy. He will look to fall back here.
Lots of damage done to that tier 2 turret, however, with that siege. And members of Calamity, they know that they have this tier 1 turret extremely low, but they just cannot capitalize on that situation because Salty Potatoes have been able to push them back at every turn. The Joker has come online with this Samuel and is dishing out so much damage. There's so much sustain, and with only a poison shiv on Aeon to try and stop that healing coming through between Lyra, the lifesteal of Sneaky, and the lifesteal of the Joker, it is just so difficult for Calamity to actually solidify any of these kills that they are very nearly taking. They're setting them up so well, but just unable to finalize them. Oh, Leon is looking for a big play.
Looking for a play. That's a huge stun onto Sneaky. Big burst gets knocked back. The block not enough. Joker now getting turned upon. Fountain's already been used. One shot will connect to Joker, but he stays alive. The sigil keeping him in this one. Calamity so close to a kill, but yet so far away. The cigar will not be theirs. Will they be able to push this turret in and get their gold back up to even? Joker empowered with those massive verdicts, trying to find the damage. Aeon will disengage. Salty Potatoes not allowing a turret to be taken on their watch. And it is going to be Calamity Reborn pushed back. Rear end in trouble. That Frostburn keeping in position. He may even go down. The Fountain used solely for his own life. And it's looking like it's going to be a counter turret taken. Sneaky tanking it up. He does not care. That will be the turret taken. The gold pushed for 3,000.
Salty Potatoes looking very strong in this game 5. I'm going to spot out that scout trap. Joker goes and pops it while they work on this gold miner. One shot comes through, hits onto Sneaky. Ren thinking about going for a steal, but he's going to get put to sleep, and the bright bulwark keeps him from getting in there, and they just leave him napping in the tribe rush. Salty Potatoes able to grab themselves that gold miner, and now their turret is likely going to fall unless they rotate up very quickly. Class, that was a very risky rotation Class just made up into the lane. He's going to be trying to hold off, keep this turret alive. Sneaky is here as well. And the Joker will be clearing out these backs and then making his way up to the lane. But will he be there in time?
Class gets locked down, chunked on Doubt. Joker has 2,000 gold and wants to go shop, but he's been called back to the lane to make sure Calamity don't push. Calamity aren't looking to push. They are looking to fall back, and Salty Potatoes will get to push this wave up. What an incredible set of events. Currently, it's a 4,000 gold lead right now towards Salty Potatoes. They're going to be able to move down to the shop, purchase up. Sneaky with 800 gold, Joker with 2,000. Not quite enough to buy the Broken Myth outright, I don't think, but he will certainly be able to pick up a large chunk of it. In fact, it goes for the Aegis.
Finishes off his Aegis, gets a heavy prism and a crystal bit. Kraken has awakened. We are 15 minutes into this decisive game 5. Rear-end going in.
Rear-end, not quite able to find the engage that he wants. Will Calamity be able to find the engage they need, want? Currently pining for, it feels. Such a tough composition to engage on top of the Lyra, the Black Feather. Their only choice is Joker, but his positioning has been on point in the Eve of Harvest. Such a good first item purchase to ensure that he sustains through these fights. Tasty. We're at the 15.5 minute mark. The Kraken now up, ready to go. Look at this push in. There's a scout trap. It will get spotted out. This isn't going to be a fight starting just yet.
This is getting so tense at this point. We're getting later into this game. The death timers are creeping up. Sneaky goes in a little bit onto Ryuren. Joker is still a little bit behind. Now they're going to be all here and ready to fight. They have to be careful of that active camo trap. Sneaky not quite going to be standing in it, so he doesn't get stunned up. And here comes Salty Potatoes.
Looking for the fight, going forward, Rear-end, going very low. Maybe he forced to use his fountain on himself. Yes, he is. There's the Oblivion, blocks it up, but he's dead to rights. And now it's Leon caught out in his own jungle. He's going to struggle to escape. He will not. That's Joker finding a double. That is now just Aeon left alive. The choke point turret falling as it stands. And this will be another advantage going over to the side of Salty Potatoes. Holy moly. What an incredible game they have played. 6-1, 5,000 advantage, and now a Kraken to be taken.
And Kraken should be going over quite safely as long as they just position themselves so that Leon can't steal it. But they've actually taken so long to get back here because they went and got that turret. They're not actually going to start the Kraken off. I think this is actually the better call to make. It would have been, unnecessary risk to try and go for that Kraken. Taking that turret was the right call to make, though. You definitely take that turret every day of the week. If it means you don't get Kraken, so be it. as they now have that choke point turret down and the base open. If they can just continue to position themselves up in the lane, thus far there's been no answer for Calamity, for Salty Potatoes just pushing down the lane with these drifting darks.
Calamity can turn this. Like, they just need to blow up Joker. I say that. It's easy, right? You just blow up Joker, but look at the health that is on Classed. War Treads, Crucible, and a second Dragon's Heart. So much health, so much healing that he's outputting. And he has the Fountain as well, of course. Incredible stuff. That will be a route onto Class, but he just heals it all back up. Rieren regretting even engaging onto it. And Sneaky is leading his team down the lane, forcing Calamity to come to him.
And this is exactly where Calamity does not want to be. Calamity's doing everything in their power to try and pull Salty Potatoes onto these active camo traps. And Salty Potatoes are just not falling for it. This was exactly how they won game number 2. It's just not going for these fights where they end up on the active camo traps. We saw Classed in that game ended up with 3 item slots dedicated to Vision. I wouldn't be all that surprised if they end up doing the same here. 2 item slots are currently dedicated to Vision with the Contraption and a full stack of flares. As long as they know where those active camo traps are, they won't get caught by them, and they can win these fights. Here we go.
Class lays that bright bulwark down. It's a risky position to fight. Only favors Calamity, you would think. They are going to start walking away. Currently, Salty Potatoes just looking for another engage here. But it is Calamity trying to stick tight, farm up. What do they need? Leon, Clockwork, Double Shadow Glass. Aeon, full build. Apart from a metal jacket or an Atlas. You reckon it will be the Atlas? He should go down and finish it now.
That's exactly what he's going to do. Again, the key here is really just allowing Leon to get into a spot where he can set up an active camo trap to have it affect a fight. It really has not been the case. You know, you see he's 1-2-0. He hasn't been able to have an impact. Aeon is a lot of these afterburns are being used defensively. It has just been the fact that Salty Potatoes have been putting pressure on and forcing Calamity into these angles that they don't want to be in. And they're trying to set up these active camo traps just underneath the lane and then pull Salty Potatoes into it. But Salty Potatoes are aware of what is being tried. It's going to be a very early Bright Bulwark being used by Classed, but it'll be back off cooldown before it's needed. Vision is being fought over so heavily. So many scout traps and flares being purchased by both sides. As Rieren just trying to get opportunities for Leon to be able to sneak around, sneak into these fights, and look for a way to engage. But Salty Potatoes, they know that there's a trap there. They're not going to step onto it. They take a little bit of damage, but where's the Drifting Dark going to come out? One shot misses.
There's the engage onto Joker. Oh, but a Bright Bulwark shuts down the Afterburn. Look at the damage Sneaky's outputting. That's Rieren just eating on up. And it's going to be Joker looking for Leon as well. I don't think he has the damage, Leon. The heal's just too much. It's 2 kills. It's Aeon. Last man standing. He takes down 1. But can he get another? No, he's disengaging the fight. This seems wise from him. The heals, though, are so much onto Joker. He's just realized the healing that Class is putting out, looking for the kill, but he doesn't have the range. Another heal, another dream, takes down Class. Aeon sustaining, but can't survive. The ace for Joker. Death time is at 22 seconds, and Joker will just be walking around the map trying to pop the vision that has been placed.
They have just saved the game for the side of Calamity Reborn. Not just the game, but the entire series. Joker cannot solo this Kraken, and so it will be the game continuing. Nothing will really be earned off of that ace. A little bit of damage onto this first crystal turret, and that is all that will be acquired by the Salty Potatoes off the back of that ace. Aeon somehow, with just a poison shiv for lifesteal, was able to stay alive against 3 members and picked up 2 kills for himself. Unbelievable play. And now that he is respawned, we are once again on even footing as far as this next team fight will be concerned. And for the numbers game, the gold is about 4,000 in favor of Salty Potatoes, but the gold doesn't weigh that heavily any longer as we are at full builds for many of these players.
Leon, one-shots are 20-second cooldowns. He's going to continue throwing them out, hoping to find someone. Look at those traps! Sneaky almost walked into both of them, but he didn't quite. So it won't be any glimmer shots thrown. 23 minutes now, Tasty Bacon. The game's still in a awkward balance, as it seems like Calamity Reborn are maintaining survival, not really winning. They still haven't taken a turret. Reborn does take a engage. That's a huge engage onto Joker. The Bright Bulwark's down. The one shot onto Sneaky. What can Aeon do to Joker? Starting to do the work. Reborn pushing forward. They've taken down Joker. Sneaky now running. The Impale won't connect. Sneaky finds the kill onto Aeon. Leon, can he secure the Glimmer shot? He can! They've done it, Calamity. They've won a fight. Their 5th kill on the board. And now, with 50 seconds on to Joker and Sneaky, they have a chance to really dent the map here in favor of them.
They really do. They're going to take this first turret. Class needs to be careful that he doesn't give an ace over. He's going to back off. So now, are Calamity going to go for this Kraken? I'm really surprised that they are not trying to take this Kraken. With Leon's Glimmer shots, they do so much damage. They would have been able to secure that objective, but they just take the one turret and back off to safety. So not a whole lot to be gained from Calamity Reborn off of that team fight, but it is still a team fight win. That's all that matters, is they are still alive in this game.
Oh, I'm not sure I can take any more of this. What is that, a Bonesaw purchase by Sneaky? We saw that work for Team Queso earlier on when Mr. K-Cool picked it up on his Idris to deal with these massive amounts of armor that he was up against. Single target damage. Is it going to be enough? Calamity are pushing up further than they've pushed up ever before. Now looking to try and clear out some of this vision. Lead the way. Pathfind for Leon. You see these scout traps being popped and you see Class going back to base. What's he going to get? Just more flares. He's got that no-wave gauntlet again. He's loving it this series. If you're Calamity, do you just attempt to take the Kraken? There's no way you would expect them to take the Kraken, right? Maybe you do.
Yeah, there's no way you'd expect it, but there's so many flares coming out that I don't think they get it sneakily enough. I think it would get spotted. Classed and the rest of Salty Potatoes, though, they're pushing up. If they can force Calamity to have to engage on them, that's exactly what they want. But here we go. They're going to just keep shoving this lane. Here comes Calamity.
Reborn. Oh, the Bright Bulwark's been baited. They can go in now. They need to go in. Look at the Glimmer shots going out. Joker will go down into the middle of the fight, healing up. There's another Bright Bulwark. It is going to be Aeon losing his life to Sneaky. He goes down. Aeon trying to bait them all to his traps. Reborn standing in the middle of it, but Salty Potatoes are keeping their distance, looking for Leon, looking for the Kestrel. Reborn has saved his life. Leon is positioning for a big man play. Oh, the one shot comes out straight into Sneaky. The Class will be able to heal that up, you think? Very simply. And Leon's not going to contest the Kraken. He's going to fall back. He's going to just farm up for his next infusion. Farm up for that broken myth, actually, in fact, that he's building towards his 4th damage item. Kraken Unleashed.
Kraken Unleashed for Salty Potatoes. Just 2 turrets. And the team of Calamity Reborn stands between them and a first place finish. This has been so intense. 27 minutes in, Dowsy, in a game 5. You couldn't have scripted this any better. And Salty Potatoes, they need to find just one more team fight. They just get a single kill without losing a member. You got to figure that will be game over. Watch those active camo traps. So,
oh my god! Sneaky's been rooted. Oblivion goes down. That's Leon separated from his team. They need to give him space to get back into the fight. Look at the damage Sneaky's outputting. Look at the damage Aeon. Oh, the one shot connects, but Sneaky's still alive. Class is just healing like a monster. Rearin in trouble. Aeon in trouble. Leon cannot get into the fight, but somehow everyone survives. The Kraken has taken the first Fane Crystal turret. Leon laying down glimmer shots from behind. It's Sneaky knocked aside. Sneaky taken down. The Joker trying to run away from Aeon. But that root will root him in place, and that will be a second kill going over to Aeon. Class, last man standing, but he will too soon fall. The Kraken at half HP, but the turret helps out Calamity. The one shot will come through, and they remain to tell the story of the day they continued to survive the salty potatoes.
And continue to survive is the best way to put this. No turrets remaining, but Calamity get that ace. There's still 4 turrets standing. That number is about to decrease as Calamity Reborn push in onto this. So much damage, 514 from the glimmer shots onto the turret. 1 turret will fall, but that is all they can get. And now this is where it becomes even more insane, Dowsy, as the back door becomes a possibility. So much vision needs to be put down by Ryuren with these scout traps to make sure it doesn't happen. They have their jungle completely scout trapped up. The lane has 1 or 2 scout traps down as well, just so that they will know if a sneaky play were to try and happen by Salty Potatoes. What a game this is. We are about to hit 30 minutes in this game 5. What an ending to the VGL challengers we are being treated to. Dowsy here. I lost connection, but either way, we are gonna finish this one out. One shot.
I'm here, Bacon.
We'll come through onto Sneaky.
I'm here to just sub in for Dowsy while he's gone. I was giving a bit of a time, but Dowsy seems to have been overcome with emotion. So we're gonna head into this final series.
I can't say I blame him. After how this has been going, Leon trying to set up some traps. There's going to be a big Githian wall. The damage is coming through huge for Leon. But here comes the healing. Drifting Dark is out, but Class is about to fall. Class is going to go down, but so does Ryuren. It's the carries. The Kraken's involved. Kraken gets 1, as it is going to be an ace for Calamity. And now they can look to take this Kraken perhaps, but Leon, he would much rather just push in this turret, while Aeon is actually not going to be able to stick on this Kraken solo.
They think they can end right now, Tasty Bacon. They think even with pushing 3 turrets down here, they're going to have enough time and enough pressure to take the entire game and the series in what has been one of the most ridiculous best of 5s I have ever beholden to. This has been incredible from Calamity Reborn. They are pushing for the win right here. They are going straight for the Vane Crystal turrets. They might even get it here.
Leon is doing so much damage, so is Aeon. The crystal falls, and Calamity Reborn. What a game, what a series. Salty Potatoes, they have nothing to be ashamed of for this 2nd place finish. That was one of the most ridiculous best of 5 series I have ever witnessed, Scoundrel.
That was 5 games of 30-minute plus action almost all the time. I mean, we had few short games, but what an incredible duel between 2 incredibly gifted Challenger Series teams. It felt like this was going all of Potatoes' way, and then right at the end, Calamity Reborn with an excellent team fight. And again, it felt like when Potatoes were baiting Calamity Reborn into engaging on them, they also left open so much space for Leon to get those glimmer shots off before the fight started. When Calamity Reborn were the ones that were forced onto by Salty Potatoes, when Potatoes took the initiative and tried to get onto Leon, that's when they felt like they were winning fights. But they gave so much space to Leon in the late game by just trying to push lane. Leon got advantage with the glimmer shots. I mean, that was just incredible. And congratulations to Calamity Reborn. They do take our first spot here in the VGL Summer Split 1. Now, let's all come down from what has been an incredible series, and let's move on to what we've got to sort of touch on and talk about, because now that we've got our 3 teams locked in, and I'm just going to show you the 3 teams. Calamity take first, Salty Potatoes take second, Team Queso take third, and Audacity take fourth. Commiserations to Audacity, but our top 3 teams will get a position in the challenge battles. Let me show you the challenge battles format. Challenge Battles format is going to be a modified best of round robin best of 3. Essentially, every team will play every other team, and a team with the highest win percentage will win. It's pretty crazy, but it's essentially to ensure the best teams get into the VG8. The best teams 100% make it through to the VG8. It's going to be a really, really cool set of games. It's going to be on the 22nd to 23rd of July. But that is not all. We do have applications now open to Split 2 of the VGL Summer Series. So if you want to get involved with your team and be part of VGL Summer Split 2, this is your time to go over to the website, vaingloryleague.com, and register your interest and your party's interest, and make sure you are 100% in for that tournament, because I'm going to be honest, if there's anything like this tournament, it's going to be fantastic. I know there's some big changes, some amazing prizes. You guys should go and get yourself over to the website and logged in and essentially registered for this tournament, because it's going to be fantastic. You can also go and check out the Vainglory League Twitter. If you don't want to do it right now, you can go to the Vainglory League Twitter and also check it out at a later date. This has been pretty crazy, Tasty Bacon and Dowsey, and I hope you guys have enjoyed casting. I'm hoping for you guys to be back next season. I'm sure you will be. It's been a pretty insane sequence of events to get to this point. I'm sorry Dowsey actually ended up missing the end there, but regardless of what happened, it was a fantastic series to view, and I'm sure you guys at home liked it as well. Hey Dowsey, a pleasure to have you guys on board. Just closing final thoughts to really wrap it up quickly for me, for what you felt over the last...
I did manage to... Assume you can hear me. I'm on a mobile headset because my PC died and then Windows updated. The VGL Windows update continues, the curse. Incredible series. I can't believe that Calamity managed to pull that back. That last team fight was insane. I did get to witness it as I was scrambling around trying to get myself back onto comms. And the fact that they just closed out immediately is incredible. Commiserations to Salty Potatoes. They played out their minds. They played better than anyone ever expected them to play, I think. And I can't wait to see them play in the challenge battles next week.
Yeah, absolutely. Tasty Bacon, closing thoughts from you?
Yeah, 100%. I think Salty Potatoes really came in and sent a message today by taking Calamity Reborn to the limit. But at the same time, you've got to figure this was a eye-opening experience for Calamity Reborn, recognizing that they are not just they can't just roll over all of their opponents. There are teams out there that can give them a run for their money, and so hopefully they will come through next week in the challenge battles even more focused.
Okay, guys, thank you very much for watching VGL Summer Split 1. I hope you enjoyed it. We had an incredible last series of the day and our final series of the split to bring you Calamity Reborn as our #1 seed and #1 spot, giving the first, second, and third seeds the first, second, and third spots. It's been a pleasure hosting you. I've been Scoundrel, joined by Dowsey and Tasty Bacon, behind the scenes, Exceptions doing all the work on the draft, and Tomic, obviously Blueberries, doing a lot of work in admin, and all of the VGL admin squad for doing most of the tournament. Incredible job they've all done. Thank you very, very much for watching, and we'll see you on the 22nd and the 23rd of July for the challenge battles that you do not want to miss.
emotion.